Going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the stream. Hope you're all doing well. And it is go time. We're going to be doing casted best of threes today. It's kind of my new favorite format right now. You know, I do, of course, love running tournaments, but having the rapid fire, just speedy time between matches is really, really nice, I have to say. And I'm sure you guys probably feel the same way a little bit. And, all right. So what's up, man? What's cracking? Chad Carl in the background. Yeah, man, the big dog is here. The Prince and Emperor. It's too damn hot over here. Save me, turn, play Kislev. Yeah. You guys are getting heat waves out there, huh? Getting a little taste of California, looks like. All right. So it looks good. And one sec, I need to give some maps to one of the players for the events. All right, so we're going to do this. Okay, so I need to give Kane some maps. All right. Outstanding. Maps have been given. Yeah, the less downtime is nice for sure. Okay, so we're going to be jumping into the first match right now. So let's go ahead and switch over here to the tourney perspective, and I will change that in just a moment to the names of the players. And I believe it is going to be not Ponty Duel. Let me go ahead and find the lobby that these homies are in. So Opal Bear Black has sent me a code. All right. Oh, okay. It does say Ponty Duel for some reason, even though he's not playing. Yeah, I've been following the World Cup a little bit. Yeah, I saw some highlights from Brazil and Japan today. Pretty wild, man. Pretty wild. All right, so let's get the scores. Adjust this. And then player one is going to be Max. Let's put Max for short. I think it's easier than trying to fit his whole name in there. His name is quite powerful. And player two is going to be Opal Bear. All right, guys. Two high-level players going at it. Fasten your seatbelts. Get ready for a nice little show match here. And that should be good right there. Perfect. All right, so the first matchup is going to be Dinosaurs versus Demons of Chaos. A fun one. Dinos definitely have some okay magic damage. You know, someone like Mazdamundi, for example, Banishment, Ruination of Cities can be pretty effective against Demon Blobs, so there you go. No, yeah, but I've been watching some World Cup stuff. You know, I never was super into it back in the day, but yeah, just really enjoying it, honestly. The games are pretty fun to watch. Obviously, you know, when it's being hosted in your country and, you know, you got your team playing, that's very fun as well. How do I counter Dark Elves with High Elves? Oh, man, there's a bunch of ways to go about it. High Elves are a faction that can play a million different ways. So you can do single entity, you can do very wide builds, lots of ways to go around it. France crushed, you're saying France played Norway and Bretonia crushed Norska in the World Cup? Yeah, the Bretonian's pretty powerful in the World Cup, huh? Yeah, Talea is not even in the World Cup, you're saying? Okay. Bigger question is if you watched yeah, I did not watch that. I mean, I saw highlights here and there. I haven't followed team sports in a long time. One thing that I do enjoy seeing is like, in sports is like, you know, what's fun about like high school and college sports is that they kind of are playing for, there's less, I mean, it's becoming different now, but I never have cared super hardcore for like mercenary sports where like, you know, a player will just go to the highest bidder rather than represent like an area that they are passionate about or something like that, which I completely understand. It's a job, it's a career. But just for me, you know, World Cup kind of has that a little bit, but even still, it's fun to see people, you know, playing for their country and, you know, getting passionate about it. Yeah. All right. So it begins, ladies and gentlemen. The Duel of Fates is upon us, 1-1 in this best of three series. Let us go ahead and see who's going to be drawing first blood here today between Opal Bear Black and Maximilianer. Ah, some good water right there, guys. It's some good water. Yeah, you know, the one thing that I've also been having to get used to with the World Cup is all the flopping. It's like fishing for penalty kicks, like by just like flopping and faking injuries. I've gone on boomer rants about this before. I don't need to do it again, but yeah. Long story short, it'd be kind of cool if like when a player is rolling around as if they're in mortal pain, they should be taken off the field regardless. Like just your off the field injury reserve. Like if you're in that much pain. No more, dude. I'm not going on the rant again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and break down the dinosaur build. So on this side, we do see ye old double solar engine. Solar Engines are good against demons. Magic damage and fire damage. You have some soft counters against Nurgle. You have magic damage against demons in general. A nice choice. And they can skirmish very well from downtown. They can shoot at Changebringers, Exalted Flamers, whatever. And also roast the infantry. The rest of the army is going to be a little bit cheaper. We do have the Skink Cohorts, and it is going to be a Slan Mage of Death, actually. Interesting. So Buna and Spirit Leech, not bad at all. Both are very, very good choices here, and there are going to be some Chameleon Skinks up on the Vanguard, and Chameleon Skinks are solid because they do have high missile resist to 40%, so if they're facing off against like blues and pinks and various shooting pieces that those bad boys do have, not bad at all. Alright, so it is going to be Zarevek the Feathered Prince. Homeboy is going to be here with Tzeentch's Firestorm, and we do also have Blue Fire, so a little bit of single entity sniping as well as AoE. Anything down here? Nope, looks like it's pretty much going to be no man's land with a Nurgling just waddling over there to get the point. And the rest of the build for Opal Bear Black is going to be very Plague Bearer heavy, backed up by blues and by pinks as well. And the Barons at the bot with the Bog. Oh, looks like my game crashed. That was weird. That's a strange crash. I don't know if I've ever had that one before. Let me see if those guys crash. Did you two crash? Oh my goodness. So who is that? That is going to be Opal Bear Black and Maximillionaire. No, that's Maxim. Opal... Maximillionaire. Okay. Same builds. So we're just going to restart with the same builds. I've never had that crash before. Ents game also crashed earlier while streaming. Might be an issue with the game. I hope not. Let's find out today. Yeah, I've been hearing that there was some stability issues. But we'll see. No, that's a weird crash. That's just like instant black screen of doom. Yeah, that's very, very strange. Okay. Yeah. Let's reboot. Same builds. Alright, so we're just going to reboot with the same builds. And, yep, should be all good. Very, very weird. Playing a bunch of campaign today and had no issues, so I think it's a multiplayer thing. I don't know, it could be. I mean, it wouldn't probably be a... I mean, it could be a network thing. I have no idea. Because even though the game doesn't have dedicated servers, it does have a server which connects the players. So like Creative Assembly servers occasionally do have issues. Maybe it's something with that. I have no idea. Anyways, guys, we're going to load back in round 2. Hopefully we don't have any issues from here. Let's find out what is going on. All right. Slan Mage of Death versus Zarevek, the Feathered Prince. He is very feathered and he is very angry. And let's get it. Thank you guys for joining. I guess a few more people get to catch the match now than otherwise would have. All right, so the map is going to be Otsuchi Castle. It has a fair amount of line of sight blocking in the middle for direct fire. Mortar fire is usually fine on this map, but direct fire can be tricky. All of these lovely cherry blossom trees can block quite a bit of line of sight. Hey, Snano, man, hopefully things get better for you, man. Sorry about that. Hopefully things improve, brother. Yeah, a little bit EU friendly. I got to start streaming earlier. I'm such a creature of the night, though. I like to stay up till like 3, 4 a.m. doing stuff. So it's, yeah, I don't know, man. So, ladies and gentlemen, breaking down the builds once again, it is going to be Skink Cohorts, which are fine. You know, they can hold their own and buy time for your bigger things to do the heavy lifting. Probably what you're going to be seeing from Max is going to be Sacred Croxagores to come in and try and punch some of the demons in the face with their magic damage. Double Solar Engine, great choice. They can counter the pinks and the blues, Changebringers, Fiends, Seekers, Heartseekers. They're pretty much good against everything on the demon roster. But again, they have the limitations of what type of a unit they are. So you got to be careful with them. And it is also going to be a Slan Mage of Death. I do like the Slan Mage choice. I think the Spirit Leech and the Buna are both going to be very, very good here in this matchup. Now, one thing, though, no healing. So, potentially vulnerable to getting sniped. We'll have to see how that all plays out. Although you could call it a Rev Crystal. No, you couldn't, because you have 2 Solar Engines. Chameleon Skinks going to be up on the Vanguard. These bad boys do have their blow darts and 40% missile resist to boot, which is very, very nice. So that means against pinks and blues, they're going to take very little damage. And now for the Glorious Demons of Chaos, it is going to be Zarevek the Feathered Prince. So he does have a Blob Punishment with Tzeentch's Firestorm and Blue Fire for general utility. It's good against both single entities and, infantry units. Plague Bearers, backed up by Exalted Pinks. Now, these guys have been all the hotness lately. We've been, lately. No. We've been seeing Exalted Pink Horrors of Tzeentch in a ton of matchups. Yeah, the thing is, they're pretty good fighters. 30, 38, and 32 for combat stats makes them very tough to finish off in melee, even if you get stuff on top of them. And their shooting is no joke. I mean, 31 missile strength is going to be packing a serious punch. Baron to the bot with the Bog, just to clear out infantry and be a cool mass piece, and that is going to be it. Now, on this side, We do see some Flesh Hounds pop across, and it looks like they wanted to get objective number 3, but the Chameleon Skinks had another idea, and those bad boys were able to come down here and screen him out. Chameleon Skinks, definitely one of the more annoying units in the entire game. And now the Solar Engines are shooting at the Barons of the Bog with the Bog, so they are going after him, and the Haggard Toads of Nurgle are going to be coming in as the Laser Dinosaurs are going to be dropping some fat laser beams from downtown. Looks like they're hitting the trees a little bit. Nope, that was a direct hit right there, and several of the Barons of the Bog do get incinerated by that laser beam. Literally 40k technology, by the way. Like, Solar Engines are literally like on par with technology from Warhammer 40,000. It's pretty hilarious. Wow, look at that. Tzeentch's Firestorm with the Gaze of Fate back here from Zarevek. So he locked down the Coldon Riders and then blasted them with the Tzeentch's Firestorm. But he's paying the iron price a little bit, as the Skinks are going to be running underneath him, dropping a lot of shots. That is so much damage, and that's definitely not worth it. And he's going to be getting blasted by a Spirit Leech as well. Really, really good start here for Maximillionaire, punishing his opponent for his sins here, as Zarevek the Feather Prince is going to be losing like half his HP. So good returning to the favor. Now the battle lines are going to be clashing here as the cohorts, the Roman-like cohorts, throwing their Pelums, moving in to engage against the Plague Bearers. But Zarevek the Feathered Prince, he's going to get a kill with probably overcasted Spirit Leeches the entire time. He's going to be running away. The Skink cohort's going to be surging across to intercept the Flesh Hounds, and the main lines have now clashed, as the Battletoad is going to be dropping what appears to be a banishment. So there's going to be a banishment on the Exalted Pinks. That's going to be ripping and tearing and doing some very, very, very nice damage right there. So those guys get chewed up. Solar Engines have almost already killed the Barons of the Bog, by the way, so very cost-effective there. The Feathered Prince is returning into the battlefield, and look how damn good these Coldon Riders are doing. They got brought to their knees by that magic, and even like at 20%, they took on a Fleshhound unit, which makes sense because they have 90 armor. So the homeboys there were able to fight pretty well. They are going to end up losing that, but that was a very, very good performance for those guys. That is for sure. All right, Solar Engines are still blasting away. Zarevek eating another shot. It would appear he's blinded, so he has been afflicted by that. The Skinks are eventually going to be losing the frontline fight against Plague Bearers pretty bad, but the Exalted Pinks down here getting melted down by Solar Engines and combined arms from the Slan Mage. And now, just like we talked about, the cohort of Waddle is going to be on its way in. These guys also pretty much using 40k technology. They have freaking, they have the magic. And they're really going to wreck these demons. So the Fleshhounds of Khorne going to get bullied, and you can see immediately a whole bunch of those Fleshhounds are going to be getting sent to the warp right there. So very, very good stuff indeed. Elsewhere on the battlefield, triple cap for the Dinos, although out here it does look like the demons are flipping it. Zarevek the Feather Prince is going to be on his way back in. Maximilian are kind of cleaning up house right now. Looking like a lot of the demon army, now that it's mostly unsupported by Zarevek, is going to be having a bit of a bad time. And the Sacred Croxagors, the interior crocodile alligators, are going to be getting in with their power fists and punching these evil demons in the face. So the demons are going to pay the troll toll once the crocos get in there. Tzeentch's Firestorm activated right here, which is going to be melting through a fair amount of units. But the Solar Engine is still a pretty Giga Chad melee fighter. It can hang in there. You know, it's not going to do a ton of damage, but it will survive. Backside, yep, more Sacred Croxagors. Just like we speculated, the magic damage from them is just so freaking good. Value difference is pretty massive, guys. Now, a lot of the value is tied up on old Zarevek back here. He has been paying the troll toll for sure. So the actual state of the battle isn't quite as bad for demons. Granted, it still is pretty bad. I think that the lizards are in a pretty commanding position right now. And once the Sacred Croxagors get out on the battlefield, start saturating into the big threats here, they're going to be very, very strong. Now, the Solar Engines could be repositioned. I think pulling them back here and setting up a new firing line of the backfield would be very, very nice. Coming in here are more Sacred Croxagors, so those bad boys are going to be dropping the punishment here in a second. Objective 3 goes to demons. The middle objective also potentially going to be going to the demons, as a couple of Chameleon Skinks do get caught, so they get trapped up by the Fleshhounds and are going to be going into the trash. But Sacred Croxagors, what do the Demons of Chaos have that can fight them effectively? A couple things. You could probably use the Boob Snakes, the Pleasure Seekers, or you could use, you know, Seekers or even Fiends of Slanesh, but it's still not going to be a one-sided fight. You know, obviously some of the big AP shooting that Tzeentch does have in the form of Changebringers would be good against them as well, but they would get wrecked most likely by the Solar Engines and their laser beams, and Zarevek is sitting at 1900 HP right here. So yeah, he's looking... That chicken looks like it's having a real bad time. Third Sacred Croxagor is coming out. Laser beam going after Zarevek. It looks like he is able to dodge that for the most part. Lizards are holding on to this objective just barely. And the middle objective, a bit of a blunder here by Opal Bear Black. He needs to get back and get those Plague Bears on that point, which he does. So he's going to be moving those back into the action to try and hold that point there. Another Solar Engine shot is activated from downtown, as the Slan Mage is going to be rolling dirty on his mobility scooter. Getting afflicted by a blue fire from the chicken. Although that's going to be a beautiful banishment, by the way. Those guys are really blobbed up. So that's like a campaign banishment right there, dude. Yeah, that's nasty. That's going to pretty much eviscerate that 750 gold unit. Going into the trash, wavering, negative 19. When demons disintegrate, it's really punishing. So yeah, he basically just got 750 gold right there for his banishment, which is Bread City. Demon's going to be flipping the middle, but I think it's only a matter of time. The lizards are going to be cracking them open right here, cracking open a cold one with the boys. Although I don't see any cold ones out, but we'll see. Solar engines shooting into Zervik, once again down to 1800 HP, and the other solar engine shot into the chicken as well. That one is going to be missing. And now the cohort of Waddle is going to be heading across, and they'll make quick-ish work of Plague Bears. Plague Bears still have like 10,000 HP, but Homeboy is going to be cruising across and doing it to it. Solar engine shot from downtown, misses. Zervik is able to dodge that. And now it does look like Opal Bear Black is going to be playing a more mobility-focused style of play, just trying to weasel the points and, play that way. But I think he knows it's not going to work, and that is going to be GG well played. Game 1 going to the big dog Maximillionaire in Game 1. All right, guys. So Max is going to go 1-0 in this best-of-3 series, and we will see if he's going to be able to close it out. But honestly, Solar Engines were really good. Not a ton of value, but progressive threats that laid it on consistently, which was quite good. Chameleon Skinks, by the way, probably carried that early game pretty hard, and the Slam Mage of Death is a great choice against demons. Sacred Croxagores, solid. They didn't really get a chance to shine because the game ended early, but they would have shined. And overall, the Feathered Prince, he had a really good opening, but then got caught and punished, which was terrible for him. And aside from that, the Barons of the Bog with the Bog, only 200 value, and look at this. All the elite demons were kept under 300 value. That is devastating. That is absolutely devastating. All right. So, guys, we're going to be going to Game 2 between these two mighty gentlemen, and we are going to be on the Glade of the Ever Queen, just checking right there. And, cool. So we have 6 matches today, or is it 5? 5 best-of-3s. I might play one at the end, depending on the time. We have Maximillionaire versus Opal Bear Black. Then we have Catholic Alcoholic, a true OG, versus Adler. Adler's been playing very well, representing Rat Clan. Then we have Kartoffel of Rat Clan versus T4T's Freya. Pope Patty versus Kane, and Darren Dimwitz versus Martinius in round 5. So a lot of high-level players going at it here. And nice, sweaty best-of-3s. Dark Elves versus Skaven. That's a fun one. All right. I like that. Little rat action. Yes, yes. It looks like Max is already ready. Max is pretty forbidden. He's got builds prep for everything, man. There's a bunch of 40k level technology in fantasy, isn't there? Lizardmen and Tomb Kings both have pyramids that are secretly spaceships. Yeah, Skaven have miniguns. Like a Skaven Rattling Gunner probably is like the equivalent of like an auto gun, or like not a bolter, but like an auto gun, like the ones that Rabble uses, or like, because a las gun is probably stronger than a Skaven firing technology. But if we're talking like a Warp Lightning Cannon, like a Warp Lightning Cannon could probably do some damage in 40k. That thing seems pretty hardcore, but like the Rattling Gunner bullets are probably the equivalent of like a Strength 3 crappy like shooting weapon from tabletop. Tomb Kings definitely have some 40k technology. I mean, if an Ushabti Greatbow's arrow were to hit like a guardsman or, something of that ilk, it would probably do some big damage. What up, Aspect? How you doing? Any tabletop content coming soon? Man, I would love to. If I lived somewhere else where I had more folks to play with, but where I live now, it's just it's very difficult to do. I have to go far to get games. Hey, Turin, love the Legion Tower Defense video. Any more coming in the future? Yeah, we'll have another one this week. I recorded 2 with Professor Pone, so those will be coming up soon. Doom Wheels could do some damage. Yeah, Doom Wheel running over, running over a State Trooper isn't that different from running over a Guardsman, in 40k. It's pretty much the same. One variable is that Doom Wheels are made of wood and probably low quality metal, so they would get ripped apart by even basic gunfire in 40k. If a Doom Wheel would probably get shredded by las guns from guardsmen, it would get ripped to shreds. It can tank bullets, and black powder weaponry, but I think las weaponry from guardsmen would be a problem. A Doom Wheel might put some hurt on Tyranids though. If you're running over Gaunts and termagants and things like that. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. This Thursday is going to be 100 degrees in my area. Am I going to roast as well? All right. So let's check this. And so temperature. I'm going to see what the weather looks like where I live. Okay, so I'll do it in Fahrenheit first. So today, we have 69 today, 70 tomorrow, 69 Wednesday, 72 Thursday, Friday 76, and Saturday is 79. Now in Celsius, these are the Celsius measurements for the entire week for your European homies. We have 21, 21, 21, 22, 24, 26. So really not bad at all, man. I mean, that's why California is expensive to live in. That's some solid weather all week, and this is like, this is like summer basically. Yeah. What's up, Stag? Welcome, man. First time caller. Yeah. Glad to have you here, man. Skaven do have chemical warfare too. Yeah, it's true. That's true. Skaven would probably fare the best in one of some of the best, because Skaven would be able to burrow like underneath hive planets, and I feel like Skaven are like very adaptable. Like they would learn how to survive in the 40K setting, Nice and cool from Australia's perspective. Yeah, there you go. Getting a heat wave. I know, all you guys are getting it pretty good out there. Laughs in Spanish, 40 Celsius. Oh god, dude. Yeah, you guys are getting it pretty rough, man. All right, so let's break it down and have some fun, yeah? Let's break it down. Ladies and gentlemen, spawning in on the east side of the map, it is going to be Maximilianaire, who's currently up 1-0 in this series, and he's going to be going with a very pirate-heavy build. Blackheart Corsairs are really good against Skaven infantry. I mean, with their armor, clan rats do nothing to them, and they also have an anti-infantry bonus. But they are going to get wrecked by rat ogres horribly, so there's pros and cons to them in this matchup. Blackheart Corsairs with some bleak swords. We do have a Deathcaster with Spirit Leech and Buna, just the certified classics. And it is going to be Foot Lokir Felheart. Very, very interesting. So Lokir Felheart is just kind of like a Walmart Sigvald, basically, without a shield. And, yeah, just not quite as good as Sigvald. But Homie is able to hang in there and fight it out and grind on objectives. Skaven might have trouble killing him. That is for sure. And it is also going to be a Bloodrack Medusa. Bloodrack Medusas just do huge generalist damage, but, again, are a little bit vulnerable against Jezzails. For the rest of the Druchii army, it's going to be Shades with dual weapons, so we do have two of these bad boys at the ready. So Shades are a very, very cool unit. Probably my favorite Dark Elf unit, honestly. And yeah, against like Ogres, Doomwheels, single entities, they can do work. You just got to be very careful they don't get run down and caught by like Ogres and Flayers and all that sort of good stuff. All right, guys, so taking a look at the armies of Opal Bear Black, who is currently down 1-0-1 in this series. He's going to be rocking Gutter Runners. An Assassin there, Doom Wheels are on their way up, a Gracier of Ruin, and it looks like a Plague Claw Catapult. Speaking of chemical warfare, we talked about earlier. A great choice against Dark Elves. Dark Elves don't have counter artillery for this. Bolt throwers don't really get the job done. So the Plague Claw Catapult is going to be able to generate long-term value here. And it is going to be double catapult, I believe. Is it double? Let me see here. So we got one right here, and yeah, double Plague Claw Catapult. I love it, dude. Doom Flayers are a hard counter against the Blackheart Corsairs. If these things are allowed to feast on armored infantry, they really, really can shine. And yeah, the Skaven are going to be moving up. And God, how stupid is it that Skaven are not a core faction in the Warhammer Fantasy tabletop game, in Warhammer the Old World? They're like the most... Skaven are like hands down top 3 most iconic factions in Warhammer Fantasy. And they're not included in the game. It's like, it's ridiculous. I know it's like a weird Age of Sigmar thing, but like, come on, dog. They're so iconic to Warhammer Fantasy. They should really be in the game. Like, okay, vampire counts, whatever. Maybe they're dormant at the time, but Skaven are just like, they are Warhammer Fantasy. I don't know. That's just my boomer opinion here. Doom players hiding in the trees, and we do see ye old Plague Claw catapults are out, and now the old bombardments are going to be coming in. Getting some good fire right there. We do see the Blackheart Corsairs preparing to flee the field a little bit, and it looks like a little bit of a lag spike. Was that on my end? Hopefully not. Looks like we're hanging in there. And the lag has subsided as the Medusa is going to be popping up and ripping some shots into the clan rats. Doesn't kill any models there, but does some okay damage, so could be worse. And the Vermintide is going to be moving forward and getting the objectives, while the Dark Elves are probably going to be forced back by these artillery barrages. Another great shot. I mean, this is big value. Blackheart Corsairs are not cheap infantry units. They're relatively on the expensive side. So having these two Blackheart Corsairs get Shadow Realms that quickly is a big, big win. Now, Skaven are going to be rocking a Gracier of Ruin. At this point, the Gracier probably should just hide in the trees. We do see really, really good value from the Medusa, though. The Medusa able to get some huge damage into the Gutter Runners here, so the Gutter Runners are paying the iron price. As the Rat Hordes do advance up, yes, they are preparing to party, and so it begins. So, objectives 1 and 3 are going to be taken by the Horned Rat, and the Medusa is doing great work. The one thing that the Skaven really need are the Natty Boobo Sharpshooters. If they were in here, this frickin' Medusa would be doing nothing. It would basically just be shut down. But the Medusa is able to feast and get some good value here. Another Spirit Leech going to be going down to the Gracier. So that's going to be going down here right about now. There it is, 2800 HP. The Gracier definitely needs to go hide in the trees. Yes. And, yep, we got a little bit of calm. So what's going to be happening now for anybody who is newer to the game, you might be wondering, like, why are the Dark Elves not attacking the Skaven? Well, the reason is the Dark Elf player, with his army in the trees here, sorry, I had to, doesn't feel confident that his army can break the Skaven army. So what you do in domination mode is you start calling in reinforcements and contouring your army based on the reinforcements you brought to make sure you can take on the threat at hand. So it's very much like playing an RTS game. Let's say you're playing, well, it is an RTS game, but a traditional RTS. Let's say that you're playing Age of Empires, okay? This is a good analogy here. And you're playing against, you're an English player, and you have a bunch of longbows, and then you're playing against French, and they have like 50 knights, and you're like, oh, well, I can't go out of my base. Exact same situation. So what do? You build a bunch of spearmen to protect your archers, and then you move out. So right now, basically, the Dark Elf player is preparing his spearmen to counter the whatever he thinks is a counter to the Skaven position on this side. And okay, I was not expecting a Charybdis. That was not on my bingo cards, but it looks like it is going to be a big Charybdis here. Skaven Assassin is going to be getting karate chopped a little bit by Lokir. Certainly not going to be a fun fight for him, as Lokir does give him the old shank of the back and forces him to scurry. Yes, yes. And what do we got? 2 Plague Claw catapults over here. Clan Rats moving up. Teethbreakers are going to be waiting in the wings. Teethbreakers are an amazing choice. One of the best units on the Skaven, hands down. Any sort of a big monster, whether it be like a Manticore or a Hydra or Charybdis, whatever, is going to be, you know, taking some serious hurt right there. But yeah, Skaven have dug in. They have their defensive position. The Dark Elves, you can see, are preparing and develop. So they moved a couple units around the flank here to try and hit this side, and then they're going to come from the woods with the rest of their army once they've kind of done their poke and done their skirmish. All right. So what is the Medusa looking to do? Is it going to rip some shots into the Clan Rats? Most likely so, although she is eating some pebbles to the face, which she doesn't appreciate. Decent amount of HP on the Medusa, but nothing too nutty. And the Charybdis trying to flip the point right now. So the Dark Elves have 3, 6, 9, 12 capture weight, and the Skaven have, I believe, a little bit less. They have 2, they have 4. That's going to be 7, and that's going to be about 10. So they're a little bit under right now. The Medusa getting a nice shot on the Clan Rats, and it looks like the Skaven do move a couple units up to the objective to make sure they don't lose that capture weight. So the Dark Elves can only wait so long. You know, the longer they wait, the less time they're going to have to get the points back, which is obviously very, very scary. But, you know, some people like to play on the razor's edge. I don't know if you guys remember one of the goats of Total War Competitive, Own Goal, the artist formerly known as Tim. He was very much an advocate of this style, like doing a big build-up Alpha Strike and trying to win one big battle instead of fighting like smaller progressive battles. And it worked for him pretty well. I mean, he won 1 major championship and got second place in like 5 other championships against some of the best players in the world. But yeah, worked pretty well for him. So the Bloodrack Medusa poking into the Rats, but like the Skaven, they don't give a shit about this. This is great for the Rats. They're just like sacrificing Skaven slaves, which are like worth nothing. But now the advance of the Druchii is in full effect. The Dark Riders have blocked up the Doom players. Corsairs are on their way in with Cav support, and the Shades have also gotten in position as well. Shades have a pretty good position here. They got their armor-piercing crossbows, and they are going to be ripping shots into the Doom Wheels here. So the Doom Wheels are going to be getting it. Yeah, nice value right there. Rattling Gunners have also taken up position, and they are in the trees, and oh yeah, baby. Here we go. So the Rattling Gunners are going to be setting up, and they're like, cover us. The Rats are fleeing, and they're going to be shooting into the Charybdis. Now, they're kind of far away, so the damage isn't going to be as brutal, because a lot of the bullets will miss. They're not the most accurate. But even still, it is keeping that thing honest. But big onslaught coming in from the Dark Elves to Maximilianaire. But the Rats have been able to hold the engagement on this side. So these Dark Riders are going to get wrecked, and now the Bleak Swords are going to get wrecked by the Flayers. And over here, we have another Flayer coming in. So this entire flank for the Dark Elves is probably going to collapse. But in the meantime, the Dark Elves do manage to take objective number 3. So they do get the victory points back on the board. Shade's doing some really good damage over here, as we do see one Doom player being pushed off the battlefield. And the big dog is fighting it out. So the Charybdis is able to munch on that assassin, who's probably going to get terror routed here in a second. Although it looks like he's going to be left alone and will be left to his own devices. Now going to be heading over there to maybe attack the Medusa. We'll have to see. All right, Charybdis surging back to go after the Rat Ogres, and the Skaven have been pushed off this objective right here. So the Dark Elves were successful in their push, but just like we talked about, there is going to be a retribution coming in. So the Skaven are going to be able to surge over this way. As soon as they break this, they're going to have a big wave of reinforcements coming in. Value trading is favoring Maximilianaire right now, though. It looks like he's done a ton of damage, actually. So a lot of the Skaven Doom players have eaten the firepower of the Shades. And yeah, look at that. Wow, big wins. Another Rat Ogre unit, as well as some Skaven slaves, are put in the trash right here. It looks like the Assassin is thinking about moving in. And the Shades are going to draw their bows. The Assassin, he's in shock right now, and he's going to be eating a ton of crossbow bolts. And now it's going to be shattered and broken. So he tries to move in, but is going to be a little bit late to the party. And the catapults in the back, are they still online? We do see them being compromised a little bit. So the Grey Seer is getting Spirit Leeched. Oh, that's not good for the Skaven. So Opal Bear Black could be in big trouble. The Skaven Warlord is running. And the thing is, if Skaven lose their base leadership is such dog shit on their units, like Skaven Slave's base leadership is literally 35. So subtracting 16 from that for the short term and then 10 permanently is like so devastating. So the Grey Seer is running away, and that's going to make the Charybdis and Lokir Felheart even better. And it does look like the sustained fighting is favoring the Dark Elves here. Both catapults, I think, are still online, which is going to be generating good value. And the Skaven are clawing their way back on value a little bit. Eshin Triads coming out. Yes, we have multiple waves of Guando Rats. Eshin Triads are a super cool unit, and they'll be very effective against the Dark Elf Cav in the mid-game. So we're going to see if they're going to be able to turn the tide of this particular rat scrap right here. We will find out on today's episode of Dragon Ball Z. Playclaw catapults need to be zeroed in on the Shades, and it looks like they are. And we do see the Skaven kind of pulling a little bit of value back here, but man, their Lord is gone. So you can see mass routes from the Skaven. They heard that their chieftain is gone, their warlord, and look at this. The mass exodus of the rats. All the Skaven are running, and that is what happens when you lose your Lord as Skaven. It is one of the few factions, and that's why I say they're not beginner-friendly at all, is if you get your centerpiece or your Lord sniped, you're just going to have a really, really bad time. And Max maybe going to be able to close out the game here, getting a Dark Rider charge. So the Dark Riders do move in and get a beautiful engagement here onto the Playclaw catapults. And both of the artillery teams of the Skaven are going to be going into ye old trash right here. So those guys going to be paying the iron price, ladies and gentlemen. In the meantime, the Night Runners getting their little ninja stars and throwing into the Dark Riders where they can. Playclaw catapult might be stabilized, which is pretty big. So for the Skaven here, your best bet is to resummon your Lord. Wait the cooldown for him to resurrect and then bring him back, but oh boy, you might lose way too much ground during that time, right? Ogres here getting chewed up. The Charybdis is also super devastating against Skaven if they don't have a Lord, because he does have an aura, -8 leadership, plus he causes terror. So like, Skaven units without a Lord are basically going to instantly run when the Charybdis gets nearby. It's very scary. And yep, he resummoned his Lord. Skaven have managed to hold on to the back objective here. Is there an avenue for a comeback? Yes, it's a small one, but it's not impossible. There's still some game to be played here, and we'll see how it goes. All right, so the Doom players, are they going to come across and try and stop this gap? It looks like Skaven have that one on lock. And maybe there's an argument to be made that the Dark Elves have delved too greedily and too deeply, right? They have a lot of units in the Skaven backfield that are just going to kind of get cleaned up here, like these Dark Riders. The Sorceress is in danger. The Grey Seer does have the dreaded 13th spell. Oh, it's going to be very dreaded here in a second, that's for sure. Couple Doom players getting run down by Dark Riders right here. I like that cheeky little play, but the Dwarf Thing Menace is for sure going to pay the price. They're going to get run down in combat. Back in the epicenter of action, we do see the Gutter Runners making a little bit of progress. And yeah, the Grey Seer is back. Is he going to do the dreaded 13th and summon a bunch of rats on top of the Bloodrack Medusa? Maybe. No, he's going to do it right here. That's a nice one. That's a nice one right there. So from the depths come the rats, the dreaded 13th spell. The Storm Vermin Halberds emerge. He was a little bit off on his cast right there, but even still, they are going to be quite helpful. But yeah, getting through Lokir is going to be very, very tough to deal with. The Grey Seer got wrecked by Spirit Leech, so the Dark Elves are using Spirit Leech over and over on their Deathcaster just to drain down his health. Spirit Leech has been one of the best spells in the game for a long time. It's just consistent, it's good value. If you don't know what to bring, just bring Spirit Leech and cast it on single entities. Like, it's going to do something for you. Alright, Spirit Leech on the Assassin. That's going to be draining his health, and he is not going to be long for this world. So the Assassin is going to probably shatter and run off the battlefield right now. Nope, he's actually down for the count, so the Spirit Leech was able to finish him off. Speaking of the spell doing good, Skaven cannot afford to lose this objective. If they get triple cap by the Dark Elves here, they're going to be in a big losing position. What needs to happen right now is the Eshin Triads need to move over here and try and get on this point. Are they doing it? Come on, get up on the point. There you go. All right. So now we still have a game on our hands. But the points are getting a little bit dodgy. Right now, we do see the Dark Elves sitting at 1,068 points, so 10,072 right now. And the Skaven have fallen behind by a couple hundred points. So they're going to need to flip an objective pretty quickly here. Do they have the means to do that? Eshin Triads are chewing up those shades right there. And the Ogres and Triads might be able to actually take down the Charybdis if they don't run away. We're going to have to see how that all unfolds. And the Playclaw Catapult's still generating big value. Lokir Fellheart is going to be trying to drag those down with some Bleak Swords, and it does look like this is going to be a pretty devastating loss for Skaven. They're going to be losing both of these Plague Claw catapults right now. The infantry are in from the Dark Elves, and Lokir, of course, is going to be finishing one of them off as well. Look, Skaven are kind of on the menu a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. They got a lot of rats, but there is going to be a big terror out here, most likely. The Charybdis and some infantry sandwiching them. They're going to be taking a flanking penalty, and there's also Dark Riders nearby. And yes, it does look like the Skaven are starting to fold and run. You can see the Gutter Runners and the Night Runners are fleeing the scene. Meanwhile, the Charybdis is losing some HP, but certainly not enough. Another Doom player is coming on up. Plague Claw catapults are just being put in guard mode and firing to the bitter end, while the Eshin Triads are going to be tar-pitted by some Crows of Cain. Really good play. So Eshin Triads are an anti-large unit. They have very low melee attack for their cost, and they're going to be very bad against anything that is considered infantry size. So using like Furies or Bats or anything to attack Spears and Halberds is kind of a sleeper high-level strategy that a lot of people don't think of when they're first getting into the game, but it's very, very good. So Crows of Cain going to be tying them down. Granted, there are some Doom players there, but the Skaven are basically at the point here in about 20 seconds where they can lose the game on just one objective, and it does look like their back gets broken right there on that objective, and the Dark Elves are going to be claiming victory. What a great game. A good knockdown, drag-out fight with some cool off-meta. We got to see Lokir. We got to see a Charybdis in action, Medusas. Some cool artillery play from the Skaven as well. I think the big thing that the Skaven Lord fleeing the battlefield is what cost the Skaven the game. It was very close up until then, but I think Homeboy routing and then tons of Skaven units just fled the scene, I think was what did it in. So well played to those players, guys. Opal Bear Black played a great series, very strong player, but Maximilianaire was a little bit too much today. And got it done. GG, well played. Okay, so value, and Shades got 1,200, 700 here. Medusa got 1,500. Charybdis ended up getting about 800, but still, it's more of a terror on a stick, right? So next up, let's see what we got. So we have Catholic Alcoholic versus Adler. You guys got a lobby? All right. So let's go ahead and find it. So that's the Ponty duel, and we need to get into this lobby right now. So let me tell them, lobby code, please. All right, so they're setting up a lobby right now. Great. Max is really good. Yeah, he's definitely a solid player. He could win a championship. I think Max is good enough. If he plays at his best, he could win a championship. Tim own goal. Yeah, he doesn't play anymore to my knowledge. He probably, pokes his head in every now and then, but yeah, I don't believe he's playing at the moment. That's normal, like he grinded for like 7 or 8 total Tavern seasons and was in the top 16 every single time. So understandably, he probably got a little bit tired there, to be fair. All right. So what do we got here? And, yep, now it is time. We got Mr. Adler versus Catholic Alcoholic in OG. Let's do it, man. I'm excited for the end time stuff, man. It's going to be a good, like... I'm thinking of some fun formats for that. Some cool format events we can do for the end times, like as kind of like a final hoorah for competitive in Warhammer 3, right? I mean, obviously it'll go longer than that, but I'm just thinking like that'll probably be the last like major thing we get in this game, right? Yeah. So we'll have to see. I got some fun ideas. I'm thinking of doing like a burst, like a championship like we did in Warhammer 2, where you have one major event each week and the top 8, like one person qualifies from each one. So very similar to how we did ECL. And then also doing a World Championship finale. So we'll have like a couple big events back to back. See if we can get CA to sponsor them. Yeah, I think that'd be pretty fun. Wimero, you enjoy all the content except Total War. No worries, dog. Yeah, we do a lot on this channel now. We're not just Total War anymore. So yeah, don't worry. We got you covered, man. You're going to eat so well between Empire and Nurgle, I know. But then they're going to become meta and I'll become allergic to them. So I'm nervous about that. All right, so High Elves for Adler versus Dark Elves for Catholic Alcoholic. Catholic is an elf main. He's very good at the elf faction, so I assume Adler is too. I think I've seen Adler on High Elves before. You missed the golden age of Total War. We've had a couple golden ages of Total War, I would say. Warhammer 2 had a couple. Warhammer 3 had a couple. There was a couple like really high points in Warhammer 3. A couple really high points in Warhammer 2. But that's natural, as games ebb and flow. It's like in StarCraft, there was a big golden age, early Twitch days. And it still has an active scene. There's still some great folks covering it and whatnot. But it's not the same as it once was. How can I get into your tournaments for multiplayer? All you got to do is join our Discord and sign up. Yeah, this is not a tournament today. These are show matches. But hang on, let me get you a Discord link. And then they get announced all the time, like events, and I'm not the only one who hosts them in our community, so yeah. Then you just get in and come join the party. All right. There you go. There's the Discord link for anybody who wants to get into the party. Yes. And cool. Now we just hang out and wait, man. That's it. That is it. Brood War. Oh, you're talking about the old Brood War days, yeah. Dude, I remember watching old Brood War and old school StarCraft casting with Tasteless and Artosis. Yeah, that was fun. Those guys are great casters, man. They have some really good chemistry. It's so weird going from like watching Artosis cast with Tasteless and like the professionalism and the sportsmanship and the kindness to like watching him on his stream, which is just like the just the dregs of the gaming culture, you know. I love it. It's so fun. I definitely have enjoyed parts of it, but it's wild. Yeah, I have some really fun ideas for Dawn of War. So Aspect, I am going to be running like basically a pro league equivalent type thing for Dawn of War 4. I don't know all the details yet. I have to get more information on the game, see if we have at least replays. But we're gonna do some really fun events. We drop Warhammer 3 multiplayer completely once DAO 4 40k releases. Not completely, no. You know, it would be more than likely when we have 40k and we have DAO 4, we'll be focusing heavily on those, but I'll probably still release videos like I do now. So there'll still be like battle reports and casted tournament games of this game. That's for sure. Yeah. All right, guys, let's go ahead and break it down. Welcome to, oh man, do we have the scorecards wrong? Okay, let's fix that. This is 0-0, and that's going to be Catholic Bear. Catholic, and he's going to be facing off against Adler. Great. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get this party started. Spawning in on the west side of the map, it is going to be Mr. Adler coming in with the Merwookie. Oh, dude, talk dirty. Oh, yes. So Merworm backed up by Spearman, Company of Calendarian. We have a Mage of Beasts with both items. So he's going to be rocking Book of Hoth and Starwood Staff. So just wins magic farming, basically. And, wow, double Manticore spam. All right. Yes, I'll be doing guides for DAO 4 very heavily. Yeah, I will do full guides for that game when it comes out. Like, right away, we're going to do guides. So, yeah, for those of you guys who are new to RTS and new to the DAO series, I will do guides. Don't you worry. All right. We do also have an Archmage of Beasts with, oh, my God, triple Manticore summon for Mr. Adler, dude. Oh, my goodness. All right, so for Catholic Alcoholic, he loves this shit. It's going to be double Death Hag. So Crone Hellebron and another Death Hag on an altar here. It's just so ridiculous. I love it. And then we have Bleak Swords, Harganeth Executioners, and it is also going to be the Ravens Heralds up in the sky. I don't know what to say about these builds. This is some wild shit, man. Ravens Heralds are going to get chased down by the great... Oh my god, it's the Eagle Summon! Oh, that's right! High Elf summon Eagles, not Manticores. That's going to be so much worse. Oh god, the Eagle summons. Alright guys, well, that's what's going on. Alright, so the lines are going to be clashing right now, ladies and gentlemen, as the Lothern Sea Guard are going to be planting their feet down and ripping shots into the Druchii Infantry. All three objectives, Dark Elves are going to get Objective 1 and 2, and Objective 3 is going to be going to the High Elves. The Eagle summons are in full effect, and the Eagle is going to be basically just chasing down these Dark Ravens Heralds and keeping them off the battlefield for now. And the Crone Hellebron is already getting punched in the face pretty badly. The archers are unleashing on her. Oh no, the Merwookie. He's coming for blood. Oh, he's coming for blood. There he goes. All right, the Merworm, as well as the Oceanids, trying to tie down Crone Hellebron there. A really, really nice purple Son of Xarius on the Lothern Sea Guard, so that is going to be tickling their pickle right there. As another archer unit is called in, the Storm Riders by Mr. Adler. And Gandalf, the Eagles are here. So the Eagles have arrived, and even though they're not very good monsters, they still do okay damage against something like a Death Hack. On the backside of the battlefield, the Eagle has been trapped with a bunch of Coldo Knights, but it's just a summon, so really not that big of a deal. And at the very least, it will take a couple of these down, and has been able to keep the Ravens Heralds off the battlefield for now. All right, guys, the battle continues to rage on here. The Crone Bone moving into the Oceanids. Oceanids going to be a big problem to deal with, that is for sure. Harganeth Executioner is not going to be particularly good. And it does look like Catholic Alcoholic is going to be losing one of his death hags right away. I mean, a Merwookie with mass Eagle summons is pretty much a hard counter against this thing. And, yep, that thing just very janky there. Going to be getting broken by the archers and the Merwookie. And now Crone Hellebron's going to be next, as it does look like Mr. Adler is in an incredibly dominant position. Right now, the Dark Elves are looking like they're going to be thrown in the trash a little bit. But, you know, you got to respect this. We do see the Hargadeth Executioners getting Gaze of Cain, which is really fun and gives them a ton of killing power. But at the end of the day, I don't know if it's going to be enough. Crone Hellebron fleeing the scene, a couple of shades being called in, as well as Cold Knights. And the Eagle summons have been kind of menacing, man. They've been a little bit menacing there. This one's going to be tied down by the Cold Knights, and Crone Hellebron is going to be living to fight yet another day. Although she's kind of being bullied in such a way where she can't really get into the fight, because every time she tries to get into the main line, either the archers or the Merwookie is going to be laying into it. All right, so over on objective number 3, what do we got? We have a Harry Potter duel. The Catholic Sorceress is going to be battling it out versus the Archmage. And the Archmage, I think, has better stats, although Murderous Prowess here does buff the combat prowess of that character. But even still, it is going to be forced to retreat. And, yeah, the dreaded Eagle summons, dude. The Eagles have been all over Crone Hellebron the entire game, man. Look at that. All right, so those guys are chewing up the Crone Bone. The Crone Bone does have the Sword of... Not Sword of Cain, but the what the hell is that called? The Accursed Sword or whatever it is? Does she have that? Yeah, Blood Frenzy, Murderous Mastery, and then I know the sword item is probably in there as well. Been a while. No, he didn't actually bring it, or he did? No, the Curse Blade. That's what it is. Damn. All right, so the Eagle may be going to be losing to Crone Hellebron, but the Dark Elf army here is looking a little bit haggard, right? We don't have a whole lot cooking. The Shades have arrived, and Shades are really going to be decent against these Oceanids. You can see they've kind of planted their feet down and are ripping some great shots, but the basic archers, just like the Lothern Sea Guard and the Storm Riders, are going to be able to outtrade those Shades. And this is a big Death Stars. Yet another Eagle is called in, dude. The Eagles, Gandalf. The Eagles have arrived, and where are they going to be going next? Most likely moving into the Shades right there. Yes, yes, there they frickin' go. All right, so Merworm is attacking into the Bleak Sword's going to be getting a terror route right there in just a moment. Reavers coming to the low ground, and Reavers are really good at bullying like light infantry. So with cycle charging and or just sustained combat against a low health Bleak Sword, a full health Bleak Sword would win, but a low health one like this, it's going to be stabilized by the High Elves here. Now Dark Elves have been able to hold on to the middle point. The dreaded Eagle summons are out again, man. So we do see another Eagle summon here, and it is going to be going after Crone Hellebron, doing about 300 damage right there. Beautiful archer line here for Mr. Adler, and I have to say, very big respect to Catholic for pulling this game back. I think his build was countered in many, many ways, but he's kept it close, but I think he's going to be at the end of the road here as the Crone Hellebron is going to get taken down by the Eagle, and the Merworm is nearby as well, looking to feast, and oh, dude, you gotta love the Merwookie. This is one of the coolest monsters in the game. It's such a little chode. I love it. But yeah, it looks like Crone Hellebron is being escorted by the Merwookie. He's just walking alongside it. It's pretty great. And the Archers and the Eagles have been able to shut down the Ravens Heralds, and the High Elf Sorceress, or the Archmage, is bullying the Dark Elf Sorceress right there. As right now, we do see Mr. Adler looking to get a triple cap, moving a couple light cab over there to try and grab what he can. And the Haggard Eagle build, we all laughed at it, guys, but at the end of the day, the Eagle build has worked some magic. Although the Sorceress maybe has delved too greedily and deeply. Now, we do see the Archmage wavering here, potentially going to be taken out by the Cold Knights. I don't know if that's going to matter. Even a big blunder like that, at this point in the game, the Dark Elves are just so raggedy. Crone Hellebron is also getting punished, wavering at the moment, and then any Dark Elf troopers in the middle. We do see, what is this? Hargadeth Executioners. Yeah, probably just going to be picked apart by archers, and or the Rahagras Pride can turn around and go after them, but it looks like they are going to be trying to escort off the Crone Hellebron, so that thing is going to be sent packing right there. The High Elf Lord does get bullied, though. Catholic, still got some old man tricks in his pocket, although I think he's pretty young. I think he's in his 20s. Yeah, Crone Hellebron, 900 HP, 500 for the Merwookie attack. A couple Cold Knights on their way in, but Crone Hellebron is at negative 18 leadership. Oh, the Merwookie with the steel chair, dude. He did a WWE attack right there. He straight up did like a pile driver and took that thing down. Oh, God, I love the Merworm. It's so cool, dude. It's so cool. And it does heal, too, by the way. So High Elves have a triple cap. Dark Elves have some good infantry in the middle, but probably just going to be picked apart by archers and just, like, numbers at this point. The Merworm will be able to defeat these Cold Knights, and the Eagle summons are still going strong. So, yep, they are on the chase. Getting a peck right there, and the Ravens Herald is at negative 24. They had a really sad game. They got a little bit of value, but at the end of the day, end up not having too good of a time. Purple Sun, really nice one there by Catholic, fighting to the bitter end. On the way back, we do see the Merworm. Merworm is going to be trying to reroute to the middle of the map as the Rangers and the Illyrian Reavers step up and get ready to go, man. Aspect of the Dread Knight going to be giving terror. Not going to do a whole lot. High Elves, even without a Lord, are a very stalwart faction. Like, even their chaff units, I think, have 70 base leadership. Yeah, 70 right here on these guys. Their light cav, for example, I think are also 70. Yeah, 75, even better. 74 is the base, really? That's kind of a weird metric. But yeah, High Elves a very, very high leadership faction, so they don't care too much about that. The Merworm could also beat these Hargoneth Executioners and take like 0 damage. There's a bunch of things going well for the High Elves right now, and Catholic Alcoholic is basically just Palpatine right now. He's, help me out, kid, I'm too weak. And yeah, Company of Calendarian will come in, probably be able to finish off those Hargoneth Executioners, or at least put a dent in them. And the outside Bleak Swords coming in. The Eagles, Gandalf, dude, they've done work. Look at these things, dude. Yeah, we see the Sorceress of Death being escorted off. We all laughed at the Eagle Summon and talked shit on how terrible they were, but they are faster than the Manticores. So you are getting a faster harass piece that normally, you know, Manticores have 84 speed. So they are quite a bit slower than an Eagle. All right, so Cav are coming in, but like, good luck breaking the Merwookie, dude. There's no way that is going to be happening. Golden Knights are also pretty bad at clearing out infantry. They're okay. They have higher melee attack than you would think, but yeah, at the end of the day, not going to be fun. So let's just get some cool cinematic shots. Yes, we do see the Merworm and just body slamming these Dark Elf units. You know, CA definitely is really good at making cinematic trailers, and that trailer at the end of the, or not the trailer, but the bit at the end of the recent High Elf DLC, when the Merworm like comes up behind the Sea Lord and just like roars with like the rain and thunder. That was so sick, dude. Oh man, I really like some of their trailers. I think the best trailer for me has got to be the Immortal Empires one, though. Like the Karl Franz giving the speech to the Order Tide and then like showing all the villains and just like the epicness of that, and like the giant Kislev army like rallying with the Empire against like the End Times Chaos Army. It's like, dude, it's that trailer is so good. GG, well played, guys, and that is going to be Mr. Adler taking game 1 against Catholic Alcoholic in this best of 3. All right. There we go. And let's go ahead and get it. Kareth the win? It's probably true. Yeah. But how many of them actually play them in tabletop? That is the question. What is your favorite? My favorite tree? I really like oak trees. Yeah, oak trees are one of my favorites. I like redwoods a lot too, though. Redwoods are epic as hell. You know, I always put a lot of respect on like desert trees or trees that survive in like the high desert climates too, because that's a real struggle, and they tough it out, man. Yeah. Warhammer 3's first trailer was so great. It was. Will I play today? I might play at the very end. We're going to see how we're looking on time. All right, so we have Nurgle versus High Elves now. And let me just go check with the players and see. All right, and Laura. Okay, cool. Just got a 6th match for the day, so it's going to be Rogue AI versus Lura. Nice. So the stream's going to be going a little bit longer, probably a bit over 5 hours today. So we got some action, man. Yeah, Jaden. So are you able to message Frost in Discord? He runs him or Wicked, Frost, Wicked, any of those homies. They can get you squared away, or message me in Discord and I'll connect you. Zarina vs. Bloodthirster. Yeah, that was a cool trailer. I felt like that trailer did blue ball us a little bit because you're about to get like an epic fight. But pretty much all the Creative Assembly trailers do that. They like blue ball you. There's going to be an epic clash and then the trailer ends. It's like, oh, Throth the Unclean versus the Sisters of the Twilight. The dragon's about to clash with Gorich, and then like the trailer ends, you know. Although the one trailer, the Karl Franz one, the first one didn't. Like the Empire lines clash with the Greenskins, and like there's the giant grabbing the wizard, and the demis coming in. Yeah, Frost, there's somebody in YouTube chat who had a Discord question. Jaden. Yeah, Jaden, he'll chat with you in YouTube chat. Yeah. Hey, Frost, thank you for resubscribing, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. For Puling. I don't know which account you're on, but thank you. All right. You can't have a winner because then people won't play the other faction. That's true. Yeah, that's true. The classic one with the Warrior Priest and the Bloodthirster. That is probably, for me, like top 3 favorite game trailers of all time. Yeah. The Mark of Chaos. Okay, hold on a sec. We're going to run a... Okay, one sec here. All right, running a little bit of action there. And King Gellas, thank you for resubscribing, man. Appreciate it. All right, all right. Nurgle versus High Elves, a fun matchup. You're going to see some Rot Knights probably. Although you can just armor check them too, High Elves. But Oceanids kind of changed the game here. Oceanids really grind with Nurgle infantry well, so it's tricky. It is tricky. Wow, a lot of you guys haven't. We'll watch it after this game. Who is Mark of Chaos? Mark of Chaos is a game. It's an old game. I'll show you guys the trailer. It seems like a fair amount of people in chat have not seen the trailer, so we'll check it out after this. It's probably one of the best Warhammer Fantasy trailers of all time. It's so freaking good. Yeah. Yeah, it's epic, dude. It's epic. I love it. I got you. We'll watch it after this. The CA trailer rerun. Not Creative Assembly, no. We're going to be watching a trailer for a different game. I love your BFG Division trailer. Yeah. Those are fun. I used to run the BFG trailers before the tournaments and stuff, but what ended up happening was I had seen other people who were like using it in their like channel stuff, like getting copyright karate chopped a little bit. So I was like, I stopped doing it. I never happened to me, but I just wanted to play it safe. Yeah, so that's why. Okay, we're gonna watch this trailer after this. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the next match in this best of 3 series. Spawning in on the south side of the map, it's going to be, I was about to say the yellow tide, but it's going to be the sick tide. We have Nurgle, and it is going to be a Demon Prince of Nurgle here for Mr. Adler. So, there he is. Yeah, he's ready to go. So, he's got a Demon Prince with Spirit Leech, Miasma, Pestilence, and Stream of Corruption. No healing is a very bold strategy. I mean, yeah, you should always bring Fleshy Abundance, in my opinion, if you're bringing a big centerpiece like that. All right, and aside from that, we do have Chosen of Nurgle with a couple of Chaos Warriors as well. And Chaos Knights are a very, very ballsy pick. Very ballsy pick. They're really good against light infantry, decent against Oceanids, actually. They bring some decent applications, but like Fireborn and some of the high elf monsters can really, really bully them. So curious to see how it's going to work out. A very, very elite build here. All right, guys, so for the rest of the build, it is going to be a high elf Sea Elemental build, all right? Sea Elemental with Sea Lord from Catholic Alcoholic. I don't hate that. He's an anti-infantry fighter, so maybe he can chew through some of the armored infantry over a long fight because he doesn't have AP. Sea Elemental is a good hard counter against Chosen. A couple basic archers, a Mage of Nets, and that is going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. All right. So what do we got? A couple Reaver archers on the outside. Sea Elemental is going to get Spirit Leeched, and not a bad choice. You know, the High Elves are not wielding any healing on the field, so getting that going. Wait, are those Sisters of Avalorn? Oh, sick, dude. Check that out. All right, so it is going to be the big elite archers. Okay, I'm excited for this, man. I mean, they can do a ton of work. And the Nurgle build doesn't really have much to compromise archers. If I had to predict the fight based on the builds, I would say the High Elf build, assuming they get the Dragon Princes in there and Fireborn, which they have, are probably favored right now, just build-wise. There's a lot of counters for the Nurgle stuff, whereas like the Nurgle stuff has like fewer answers for getting through to the archers. Although maybe they just break through the spearmen. We'll have to see. We will have to see. All right, so the Sea Elemental is going to be lurking in the bushes while the Reavers are going to be flying overhead here. Yes. And here comes the archer fire. Nice salvo there, but should be shooting at the Chosen if anything. Or the Beasts of Nurgle, or also the... oh, look, they're shooting over the pillar. Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, and they do end up missing right there. But the Beast of Nurgle does, wow, get melted. It is weak to fire damage, so those archers are going to be doing a ton of damage right there. Sea Elemental, a little bit balls deep in enemy territory. You're going to want to pull that thing back right now. Spirit Leech activated on it. And the Sea Elemental is now going to be retreating back while the forces of Nurgle prepare to advance. All right, guys. It is time. Sea Elemental here, retreating away. And now it is going to be engaging into the fight, but there's a lot of single entities here to fight it between the Beasts of Nurgle, the Cultists, as well as the Demon Prince. The elite archers in the backfield need to provide some fire support. Looks like a couple of Furies going to be going in. Are they going to get netted? It doesn't look like it. Dragon Princes are on standby to deal with that. The Chosen have engaged, and I mean, look, Chosen are going to get through the Spearmen pretty quickly. Chosen of Nurgle are one of the most Chad infantry units in the entire game. And, dude, did you guys see the new Chaos Minis? Holy shit, we got to look at those together, too. There's a couple things we have to take a look at here in just a minute. All right, Furies have landed, but man, those Chaos Knights are getting hammered pretty bad by that firepower, and the Dragon Princes are going to clear out these Furies in a moment. Meanwhile, the Sea Elemental is doing great work against the armored infantry, and you can see the Chosen are taking a considerable amount of damage from the Sea Elemental, while the Demon Prince of Nurgle flies overhead and looks for opportunities to get engaged. But Catholic Alcoholic, this is one of his classic styles. I've played against him a handful of times. He really likes using the Sisters of Avalorn. And look, they're a good unit. They can do work if they're protected. They pack a lot of punch. All right, guys. So, Mortal Kombat here. We got the Kaiju fight. It's going to be the Gypsy Danger versus the Kaiju. I don't know who's who. But the Demon Prince does get afflicted by a net. Catholic Alcoholic smelling blood in the water. And is going to be dropping some firepower. But a great response from Mr. Adler. Mr. Adler are going to be dropping a Plague Bearer summon. So the warp opens up and summons some nasty, nasty demons here in combat with these Sisters of Avalorn, who will be able to hold them off, but they're going to take some big casualties in the process. So not going to be a pretty one. But the Sea Elemental, it's so ridiculous that this thing doesn't do magic damage, by the way. It's so absurd. But yeah, it is going to be fighting it out versus the Demon Prince here. So the Demon Prince is going to be sitting at 46 leadership. It is able to weasel away. Nurgle still does have some healing in the form of fecundity, so there are ways to heal it. And another dive piece is coming in the backfield as the Plague Drones do get in contact with these Sisters here. And I think Catholic might have had his Sisters a little bit too close to the front line. Like, if they were positioned back here, it'd be much easier to create separation and protect them. But now they're, like, very tied up in melee. I mean, we have Plague Drones on them. The Plague Bearer summon here is doing heavy lifting as well and is going to be there for another 30 seconds. So, yeah, really, really nice play, honestly. And Mr. Adler might have found a way to weasel his way back in the game. Even though I would say the build did favor the High Elves a little bit. But, again, still a lot of game to be played here. Because the Chosen are grinding, right? They're not being compromised by something that's a counter to them. Some of the Sisters of Avalorn were able to get away there, and they are ripping some guard mode shots into the Demon Prince of Nurgle, trying to get him with the Desperation sniping there. And there is going to be a net going down. Sea Lord Iceland here putting in some work. Look at that. So karate chopping into the Cultists of Nurgle. I mean, yeah, that's like pretty much what Sea Lord was born to do. I mean, he got splashed there. It looks like he like blocked the water with his arm. That was pretty cool. But yeah, Sea Lord is an excellent like light character killer. Really high combat stats, and also does have that bonus for his infantry, so pretty good. Sea Elemental, though, is getting low, and it is going to be pooping out some Oceanids here in a minute. When it does get low, that's what it does. But sitting at 2,400 HP, the Demon Prince at about 29. One unit of the Sisters of Avalorn was able to fully reform the ranks and get back. Dragon Princes are going to need to wheel over here and shut down those Furies if they can. And the other Sisters of Avalorn, I think, did stabilize here as well. And they still have 53 of 80 models and then 52 of 80, so a lot of stopping power still online. Demon Prince eating those shots, man. He's taking a lot. He is taking a lot, sitting at 1,700 right there. And the Oceanid summon that popped out is actually helping quite a bit. But nice pick by Nurgle. Nurgle is able to get the Sea Elemental down, but it does look like Catholic is going to be getting the snipe in the fourth quarter against the Demon Prince, although you never know. Nurgle finds a way. And the Chosen have also penetrated into the backfield. They've gotten in combat with these Sisters of Avalorn, and basic Dragon Princes do not have good armor piercing. Honestly, Swordmasters of Hoth would be one of the best choices here to call in. I don't know if he has any, but they would be really good against these Nurgle Chosen. Elsewhere on the field, let's take a macro look at things. We do see the Demon Prince in the backfield eating some skirmisher fire from the Illyrian Reaver archers, and also the remnants of the Sisters of Avalorn, who are being put in guard mode, by the way, are almost getting him down. He's at 800 HP, he's shaken, he's stirred, he's netted for another couple seconds, -6 leadership, potentially going to be disintegrating into the warp, and now Homeboy is going to be flying up in the sky, bouncing back and forth and back and forth. And on the backside, we do see the White Lines of Krace being called in. So those White Lions will be okay against Chosen. The Chosen still would win at full health, but in terms of just like value trading, not going to be terrible. And the Demon Prince does get a fecundity. So Nurgle did have its army, but this is why you bring Fleshy Abundance, man. It's like, this Demon Prince could be at half health, and then we would still have a very close game on our hands. But I think High Elves will have a slight advantage here considering the circumstances. All right, on the outside, Reaver Archer's going to be sitting on Objective 3. Now, this is really good. This is a beautiful play, and let me explain why. So sending this, like, just shithouse out of ammunition archer over here, if Nurgle wants to deal with this, they have to send a 2,200 gold cav unit to deal with a 600, 500, whatever it is, gold cav unit over here causing problems. That is a really, really nice play. But the Demon Prince does stabilize for now. Chosen, still a threat, but they're about to be engaged by the White Lines of Krace. So the White Lines of Krace have arrived, and dude, do they look cool. Yeah, they're freaking awesome, man. So they're on their way in, and they are going to be bumping and grinding, getting some nice karate chops. And those Chosen of Nurgle might be able to hold for a little while longer, but probably going to be taken down by rear charges and by the armor-piercing infantry. The middle objective still being held by the High Elves, but now Nurgle's carry piece is back on the battlefield. So we do see the Rotting Riders coming out. They punch over that Sorcerer, which is pretty funny. And yeah, I mean, Rotting Riders have high enough combat stats that they can wreck infantry too. They have 49 melee attack, so even though, yes, they are anti-large, they still will put hurt on armored infantry. Question from chat. Yeah, Total Tavern, I have a video of the Japanese faction going up this week. So, yes, it is on the docket. On the other side of the battlefield, the High Elves are ninjing the backside. The Ranger Sneaky Cap is a brilliant play here, by the way, and that's going to be putting a clock on Nurgle. Even though the Rotting Riders are a big carry piece, I don't know if it's going to be enough. They are in sustained combat, but they're also fighting like spears and armor-piercing units and Sea Lord, so they are going to be bleeding some models here. And Nurgle being triple capped is pretty disastrous. The Demon Prince can only be so many places at once, and it does look like Catholic Alcoholic is probably going to be equalizing the series here. Curse of the Slug activated. That's a nice one, allowing the Demon Prince to get away there, so very good use of the Nurgle magic. Rotting Riders are just bleeding damage. I mean, yeah, they're doing some okay work. Probably only up to about 300 value, I would guess. Now, 500 is not terrible, but they are a 2,200 gold unit, so they really need to do a lot more to pay for themselves. And they're going to be surging across, trying to engage against the Dragon Princes with the Miasma and Pestilence activated. But so many spears nearby, man. So many spears, but yeah, they should be a good counter against basic Dragon Princes. All right, Nurgle is in the process of flipping the middle objective back. They have a couple infantry here. High Elves need to move these guys onto the point to try and mitigate that if they can. And to the backside, a 600 gold Fury does go down here. And what is this going to be? So we got some Plague Toads coming out, but Plague Toads won't do super well against Reaver Cav. But yeah, if Nurgle can flip this middle objective, look, that's a step in the right direction. We have the Duel of Fates. We have Sea Lord battling the Demon Prince. You don't realize how big those Demon Princes are until you see him next to like just like a High Elf, which aren't even the smallest of people in this universe. But Sea Lord gets in there, karate chops the Demon Prince's leg a little bit, negative 10 leadership, and that's probably the death knell for Nurgle. Losing the Demon Prince there, I think, is going to be too much to recover from, and not that Nurgle is a low leadership. I mean, Chosen are like base 80 leadership, is it? No, 85, wow, yeah, they're very high, so they're not going to turn and run when their Lord dies, but they're certainly not going to be happy either. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the Plague Toads are chilling over here. Rangers waiting in the wings, and it's going to take the Toads a while to chew through them. And very soon, I mean, it already is a situation where you need to get all three objectives. So if the High Elves wanted to, they could just start sending spears back towards Objective 1. Granted, I don't think they even need to. I think they could just keep fighting and winning. Karadrin being called in. Nice. I love the Karadrin play. Karadrin is an awesome anti-large character. And yeah, he's gonna put some hurt down on these Rotting Riders. That is for sure. So the Rotting Riders are sitting at a pretty low model count, 21 of 32. HP is very low, so they're going to start bleeding a lot of models right now. Nurgle does manage to flip the middle objective, so that's a nice play. And the back objective is soon to be flipped. The Plague Toads will get there, but High Elves will most likely win the fight here eventually and be able to get that, I think. Although, I don't know, those Chosen are roadblocking them pretty freaking hard. Spearman in there. Karadrin probably turns the tide, right? Big armor-piercing fighter. Going to be excellent against Rotting Riders, who are already bleeding a lot. And Karadrin himself, not Karadrin, Sea Lord Iceland, will put hurt down to the Chaos Warriors. He would probably win that fight, take some damage in the process, but hang in there. But I just think that the High Elves have a little bit too much going on here. The Plague Toads chasing the Rangers off the objective. This is a really, really high-level play by Catholic. So he knows that the Toads were capturing the objective, so what he ends up doing is he flees off the objective, hoping his opponent won't notice, and the Plague Toads will just chase them, and then his opponent isn't capturing the objective. So like little micro-level, micro plays like that, man, just chef's kiss. So freaking good. All right, Karadrin with Faint and Riposte and Colossal Strike. Spearmen going to be grinding it out here, and Chaos Furies are going to be descending from the skies, but yeah, a little bit beleaguered. High Elves can also just Helm's Deep if they want to. I don't hate this play. The Chaos Knights on the backside, just to push that back objective. They are going to be struggling against Spearmen, but you can wreck Spearmen very, very hard if you get a Fury. So what you do is you call in a Fury unit up around the side. You get the Furies to rear charge the Spearmen. That will take them out of brace, and then you have the Chaos Knights hammer them from the front. So there are a couple ways to go about that. But yeah, this is kind of a death knell right here. Nurgle was not able to hold on to the middle objective. Sea Lord Iceland and the Mage are going to be flipping that objective off Big Papa Nurgle. And it does look like that is going to be GG, well played. Catholic Alcoholic getting the dub. And we got a 1-1 series, ladies and gentlemen. We got a 1-1 series going. All right. So let me see here. Okay, perfect, perfect. Chosen, not bad. 1,600, 1,000 there, pretty good. The Demon Prince was probably the weak link on the build, I would say. Chaos Knights were also kind of a weak link. They didn't really do anything. They often are. Chaos Knights are just such a risky unit. They're only really good as a late game call-in. I really don't like builds that open with Chaos Knights. I feel like they're kind of weak usually. Sister is 2,400 and 1,600. Sea Elemental got 1,600 too. A lot of good performances on the High Elf roster. And what the hell? No Fireborn against Nurgle. That's a misplay. Even though he won Not having Fireborn against Fireborn are like one of the best units against Nurgle. The fire damage, the armor piercing, the anti-large. It's yeah, it's brutal. What are your thoughts on Nurgle getting Marauder Hunter Javelins? Is that actually happening, or is that just something you're speculating? Because I don't follow the news at all until I see it, like just right in front of my face. But if that's true, that's huge. I mean, Nurgle needs anti-large, so the fact that they don't have it is a travesty. So giving that to them, I think, is fine. I think it's a good choice. GG, yeah. So now we have Bretonia versus Tomb Kinks. All right, that's gonna be fun. One sec here. Let's do this. And here we are. Let's find that. And I don't even know where the original one is uploaded. Hold on, guys. And uno momento. All right, so we're going to get the Mark of Chaos trailer all prepped. Just waiting for this to load here. And cool. It's so cool, dude. It's so sick. Hold on. Wow, is it really 3 minutes? Is it really 3 minutes long? All right. 1 second. So let me go ahead and switch this over here. Do that. And it looks like they're kind of already readying up. I don't know if we're going to have time to finish it. Hopefully we will. All right, let's go ahead and slap this bad boy on. Okay, so there we go. Look at this. It's so good.
Great war. While the Emperor has claimed victory, the peace that so many heroes gave their lives for has not settled on the lands. The hordes of chaos, though leaderless, continue to taint the northlands of the Empire. Vicious warriors attack merchant caravans and raid isolated farms and villages. The Emperor's battle-weary soldiers patrol the forests and hills, ever vigilant against bloodthirsty warbands intent on looting and slaughter.
Everyone scoot forward to the edge of your seat. Yeah. So true. It's an old game. There's the Waystalker, the elves. I like how alien they look. It's great. Part 6. This is so cool. Just the average European forest experience.
is no escape from chaos. It marks us all.
How good is that trailer? Oh my god, okay, we just missed a bunch of the game. No, we didn't. We didn't miss much. Okay, we're good. Yeah, you need that film. I know, just make a TV show with like that, with that feel and that theme, and it's like, everybody's gonna like that. Everybody, okay? All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to... There we are. To Game 3 between these fine gentlemen. It's going to be Mr. Adler on the Bretonnians facing off against Catholic Alcoholic on the Tomb Kings. And we are going to be breaking down the armies. So over here for the Tomb Kings, double Tomb Guard protecting a Screaming Skull Catapult against Questing Knights on the outside. We have got more Questing Knights here as well. Sepulchral Stalkers in the backfield. Ark of the Black on horse, and a Tomb Prince for anti-large as well. And an Iro Titan, dude, for Catholic Alcoholic. Oh, hell yeah. Let's go, baby. That's what it's all about right there. Now, taking a look at the armies of Mr. Adler. He's got a chaff army, battle pilgrims, archers, and a Grail Relique. But the main core of his army is going to be Rapunz, the Green Knight, and some Yeomen and Questing Knights who are trying to dive into the backfield. So this is all fun. This is all fun. All right, guys. Spirit Leech is going to be activated. It looks like from the Tomb Kings. Ark in the Black going to be Spirit Leeching the Green Knight. In the meantime, Questing Knight's trying to dive back here. It looks like Mr. Adler is looking for an opening, but every time you do this, I mean, there are going to be some dreaded Sepulchral Stalkers and other units nearby. Arkin dropping a Skeleton Summon to block the retreat. This is not worth it. Questing Knights are not a cheap unit, so losing that unit here at all these halberds and all this anti-large, in my opinion, is not going to be worth it. This is like, one Screaming Skull Catapult isn't worth all this diving, in my opinion. I do think that this is a mistake out of the gates. All right, so the rest of the Cav are at the ready, and Mr. Adler's going to be calling in some anti-large Pegasus Knights. On the other side, there are going to be some Yeomen diving in, trying to get on top of the Catapult crew. But the Catapult crew is literally just standing on top of Sepulchral Stalkers. And the big Dad Titan is here. Oh, Dad, yes, look at him. He went out for cigarettes, but now he's back, dude. He actually came back. And he is going to be bullying the Green Knight right there. So the Green Knight does get pushed away. I mean, big magic damage fighter. That is very, very good. Tomb Kings are an excellent faction at defending their backfield. Very hard to dive. They have a lot of good light cav, good anti-large, Sepulchral Stalkers. It's tough. Tough indeed. All right, guys. So we're going to get some normal fighting now, although I do think Catholic Alcoholic has pulled a pretty massive lead here, breaking back the Mounted Yeoman. The Green Knight is also getting a little bit low. The Tomb Prince with some anti-large is pursuing, and the big Titan, man, he's just coming for blood. Although, look, at the end of the day, Mr. Adler did get the catapults offline. So there is that. It wasn't a complete failure. The catapult did get brought offline by all those cav charges, but man, oh man, were there some big damage output put in on his units. All right, Green Knight's going to be getting afflicted again. Sepulchral Stalkers there. Spirit Leech on the Green Knight from the Titan and or Arkin. I couldn't quite tell. Laser Snake's going to be chasing those bad boys down. And ladies and gentlemen, Objective 2 is in the clutches of the Bone Daddies. But Battle Pilgrims are really good in this matchup. They trade into Tomb King's infantry super well. So the Battle Pilgrims have engaged, and the Desert Crusade has begun. And Battle Pilgrims don't have an anti-infantry bonus, but they still have really high melee attack. You can see rocking 45 right now with the Grail Devotion, the Icon Devotion from the Grail Relique. So they're going to be chewing up the Spearmen pretty effectively. And look at this, Pegasus Knights from Mr. Adler, rear charging into spears there. That's an interesting choice, but actually doing good damage because I think they were facing the wrong direction here. More big fights going down on this side as we see the Green Knight and Rapunz dive in, but Sepulchral Stalker Overwatch Fire is quite nasty. Rapunz is a good fighter, but doesn't want to be fighting a Titan, and the Tomb Prince also going to be hunting down that character there. As the Green Knight charges into the Spearmen here to try and help out. We do see the Pegasus Knights coming across to engage against Sepulchral Stalkers. Got to watch out, though. There are halberds nearby, and some Yeomen as well. All right, that's going to be cost-effective. Sepulchral Stalkers end up getting flanked by the Bretonnians, and the halberds are a little bit out of position. The halberds should probably be back here helping against the Pegasus Knights, and Arkin is going to be dropping a big purple sun here, which I don't like that play because Pegasus Knights won't take much damage from it. It's better against higher model count units, but yeah, tricky stuff. All right, lads, Peasant Bowmen unleashing and putting some hurt down onto these units here. Let's take a big macro look at the objective situation. Bretonnians own objective number 3. 2 is owned by the Tomb Kings, and this objective is soon to be owned by the Tomb Kings as well, as some Sepulchral Stalkers were called out. And they arrive and are able to make quick work of those Questing Knights, and the Boners are going to be able to flip objective number 3. And with a Tomb Guard Halberd sitting on that objective, that's going to be incredibly difficult for Bretonnia to get rid of. Now, back in the epicenter of combat, Ark of the Black is going at it with the Green Knight. Now, I feel like a lot of wizard characters in this game should just do magic damage. Like, Arkan should totally do magic damage. Bright Wizards of the Empire, who literally are wielding a flaming sword, should do magic damage. Balthazar Gelt, when he hits you, should do magic damage. I think a lot of those type of things would be very, like, micro-level changes, but would be good for lore and also would be helpful for the units in general. Just my boomer rant for the day. Regardless, on this side, the objective does go to the Bone Daddies, as the Tomb Guard with Halberds are moving up. Catholic Alcoholic is definitely one of the best Tomb King players in the world. Historically, he's been very good at them. Bretonian Knights of the Realm here are going to lose horribly. Sepulchral Stalkers are also anti-large halberds, so with high armor too, 80 armor. So the Knights of the Realm are going to get folded like a piece of paper by them. But Bretonia has been able to hold on to objectives 2 and 3. Their Grail Relic fighting is very underrated, and even though it does look like, holy shit, I look away for 1 second, and Ark of the Black gets trash canned by Rapunzel and the Green Knight. That is a game changer. Okay, Bretonia might just straight up win this game now. Arkan is not something you can lose lightly, but now we have a game on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. Ark in the Black getting karate chopped there by Green Knight and by Rapunzel is so painful. Now the question is, the Titan, will he be able to get the job done? I feel like Green Knight should have like a crumbling mechanic or something. He's just so obnoxious to deal with. But the Green Knight gets laser beamed by the Iroh Titan. Down he goes. Tomb Prince coming in to help out against Rapunzel as well. And there is a world here where the Titan and the Tomb Prince can take out Rapunzel and even out the dynamics of this game. So on this side, the Tomb Kings have a firm hold on objective number 1. Objective number 2 owned by the Bretonians, and Bretonia does have a pretty massive points lead right now, 853 against 271 at the moment. Rapunzel, though, you know, getting trash canned would be a game changer. You definitely have to resummon Ark in the Black here. You need the magic, and is the Titan going to be able to close it out? Titan's at 1800 value. Pretty cool to see. Rapunzel is a very stalwart fighter, though. 60 melee defense on her, even when she's exhausted, is pretty nutty. She's getting the frickin' laser beams. Titans are another unit that could probably do well in 40k. Like, if you had an Iroh Titan on a battlefield in Warhammer 40,000, it would be a problem for a couple Space Marines, probably. Like, that thing frickin' laser beams out of its eyes. Like, it's made out of basically just concrete, right? I mean, I guess heavy bolters could probably rip it to shreds, but I don't know. That thing would be a problem. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and the battle is on. On this side, the Sepulchral Stalkers do get isolated. They did not stay on top of the Halberds, which is unfortunate, and Pegasus Knights as well as Questing Knights are probably going to be able to overwhelm those Tomb Guard Halberds with good cycle charging. We're going to have to see. And is Ark in the Black being resummoned for the boners? We do see some Knights of the Realm being called in here. And the Tomb Kings are just calling in spears, which I don't know how much of a difference they're going to make in the fighting. We're going to have to see. Necropolis Knights Halberds are out. And the one thing that the Tomb Kings do have going for them is the big Titan. The Titan can definitely boink down that Grail Relic, is what he should be doing. And getting rid of the leadership right there. All right. Necropolis Knight Halberds versus Knights of the Realm. That is going to favor Necropolis Knight Halberds, but it's not a terrible fight for Bretonia either. They'll still do good damage, but the Necropolis Knights are going to be able to edge that fight out, and those Knights of the Realm are going to pay the price. However, good flanking in. The Peasants coming to help out the homies, and the Pegasus Knights getting an envelop there. That is going to be a losing fight for those Cav right there for sure. All right, guys, the battle continues. Objective number 1 is owned by the boners, but probably not for too long, as the Knights Errant are going to flank around the back and cycle charge them over and over until they crumble down. The back, we do see another unit of Cav coming out, but I think the game maybe crashed there. So weird. Yeah, we've had a couple, like, I feel like on Creative Assembly's recent update, there's been some strange crashes. I know Inticity said he's been having some things as well, but that game is basically over, I think. I'll get the replay and we'll watch like the last couple seconds of the game, but I think that the Bretonians just clean up that game right now. They have a triple cap basically in the books. They're about to win on that side, and yeah, I don't know what it is, dude. What is going on with Total War Warhammer 3 lately? All right. Anyways, let's close the program, reboot that bad boy. I'm pretty sure Adler and Bretonia wins that game. With Ark in the Black getting taken down, that is probably it. But we will wait, and we'll get the replay, and we'll take a look at the last couple seconds of that game. All right. So let's give maps to these guys, fire up the game again, and there we go. Yeah, I mean, maybe I got to verify game files or something. Yeah. You guys said that you saw Inticity having some crashes as well? He was having some problems, huh? All right. So let's do that. And we're going to look and see. They're probably still in the game right now, so we'll wait just a second. The Kill Team trailer while we wait. The end times are coming. Hopefully the crashing is coming because they're trying to implement game servers and it's crashing because of that. I know I'm coping. Bro, that's never going to happen. Yeah. Hold on. Game's coming back. Just give it a second. Should be loading on the screen in just a second here. I mean, I don't think verifying game files is going to do anything. Hold on. There we go. Okay. Looks like it was you. They are playing. Yeah, no. It's definitely something on my end. I don't know. Maybe it's something with the spectator slot. Yeah, to be fair, I have no idea. Let me check my graphics drivers and see what that looks like. Although I think I'd have to restart the computer as well. Catholic Alcoholic seems to be on a rampage to prove the Iro Titan isn't a horrible unit. As far as I've seen, he's lost every game he's taken it. That's really funny. All right, let me send replay, please. We're gonna watch the end of that game because I wanna see how it ends. Yeah, we need to get to the bottom of that. 40K needs to get servers. It needs servers. Ent crashed while he was playing, so it's definitely not observer only. Okay, yeah. It could be something pertaining to the broadcasting software. If it's like something Anticity has, you know, we run broadcast software. Maybe that's causing some issues. I have no idea. It's very weird. I mean, I don't crash in any other games. This is the only game I ever crash in, is Total War. It is the goated background. It really is. Yeah. Kind of makes me want to play another Karl Franz campaign, dude. They're so good.
Blessings, yes.
It's if you guys want a true Total War experience, play Karl Franz. It is the best campaign. It's so fun, just facing all the evil forces as they try and get you. It's a great time. All right. And who's he playing against? Adler? Send replay, please, when done. Thank you. It's always fun to see the big units getting used. Yeah, the Titan wasn't doing terribly. The question is I mean, I don't think the Titan, if he loses, is going to be the reason he lost. I think it's going to be because of the frickin' Arkan getting sniped, right? Yeah. Ant said his game crashing recently could be because his GPU is overheating. So who knows? I mean, it is pretty hot here, so we have no idea. The Empire is an evil faction. You know, unlike 40K, like, though the Empire in Warhammer Fantasy does have its issues, they're definitely not, like, as objectively evil as, like, the Imperium can be. Like, the Imperium in 40K is, like, the Empire is definitely much more accepting, you know? Like, Karl Franz will, like, host elves and dwarves and, like, you know, things that the Imperium would be like, Xenos, like, no way we're working with you. But, like, Franz is very much, like, pragmatic. He'll work with, like, the Lizardmen. Like, he'll have them in his empire, like, amongst his people. Like, very, very progressive in that way. Whereas, like, the Imperium of Man is just, like, just pretty awful in many ways, you know? Yeah, they're way better than that. Okay. Let me do this. So we're going to go to replays real quick, and we're going to put this in. Okay. One moment. So they said the game ended, like, right after I crashed. Yeah, so I don't think we have too big of a deal there, but we'll just go check anyways to see what was up. All right. Let's load back in and finish that game. That's why I prefer Warhammer Fantasy. Yeah. All right, here we go. I mean, there are, like, you know, like, levels of evils in the 40K universe. There's certainly some that, like, if you just create, like, a scale of, like, least evil to most evil, the Imperium's definitely probably the better side of things. But all right, we're just gonna fast forward. We already saw most of this game, guys. I just want to see how the game ends, if there was any, like, crazy surprises or anything. Make it official, right? Yeah, so we see the early halberd screening. You know, pretty substantial casualties taken of the Questing Knights trying to dive in there and get the catapult. Yeah, that was a good play by Adler finding that opening, though. He does find the openings well, but man, oh man, to see bleed back here. So in this case, we're gonna get to see how Arkan gets sniped, though, because really, I mean, I think Catholic was winning that game until frickin' Arkan the Black gets sniped here, right? So Arkan moves in. Arkan is a good fighter too, by the way. He's like a surprisingly decent combatant. Like, against other wizards, he can usually win. Yeah, Green Knight getting killed by the Titan was pretty sick too. That was a fun little play. Okay, so Arkan gets, like, caught up in the mix here. He Spirit Leeches Green Knight. Okay, yeah, Green Knight is chonking him right now. So you can see he's sitting at 2,900 HP. Raponce comes over. Yep, it was Raponce. So Raponce came in and finished him off. Yeah, that's pretty much the death knell. I mean, because honestly, like, a couple big purple suns could change the dynamic of the game, but him getting killed that early on is super devastating. The Titan here is 1,800 value, so hey, it's not bad. But again, value is one thing, but winning the game is the ultimate goal, right? So There's a lot of ways to get a ton of value on things, but then you're just going to lose most games on objectives. Just like in tabletop. In tabletop, you know, you can have a big dragon kill everything, but then if it's an objective-based mission, you can still lose, right? Pretty over, though. The Tomb Prince gets bullied down. It looks like Rapunzel gets the Tomb Prince in the trash. And the big Titan is going to be taken down by some spears and some archers. Yeah, he's not having a good time. Titan does move in, though, and gets under Ponce. He is currently sitting at 2,600 value. Not bad, but ends up getting crumbled, and the Bretonians do win the game. So we literally only missed, like, 20 seconds of the game there. It was pretty much nothing. All right. GG, well played. 2,600 Titan is pretty sick. But yeah, I think Catholic just getting his Lord caught and killed was what did it. It would have been a very even game if that didn't happen. GG, well played. All right, so let's go find the next battle we're going to be doing today, which is going to be what? Next up on the docket, we have Kartoffel versus Freya. Okay, so let's go find that lobby. I assume it's the potato game, since Kartoffel means potato, right? Bretonia OP, dude. I think they need nerfs. It's Catholic is going to go to his bouncing document and write that they need nerfs now, dude. Look what you've done. All right, so we got Khorne versus Warriors of Chaos here. Oh my god, no. Change those banners. Change the banners. Oh my god, no. Kartoffel. I'm messaging him right now. Kartoffel. Don't ready up. For the love of God. The banner is like the exact same. Look at it. I just messaged him. Did he see my message? What is the other player's name? Freya? I think it's Freya here. Okay, there's a couple of Freyas lurking. I don't know which one it is. Oh. They're both like the exact same color. Pick like a bright color. Please. I'm too weak. Pick a bright contrasting color. Yeah, Rogue AI, you guys need some maps? Sure, I got you. Okay, so let me give you some maps for the game. Rogue AI. So we will give you, let me scroll through some maps. Crater of Decay. We're going to give you some weird-ass maps, dude. Let's go ahead and do the Gates of Ekrend. And then we can also do... Let's do an Arnheim, dude. We haven't seen that in a long time. We're going to give you guys some weird maps. All right. Dude, imagine if they had both picked the gray banner and they're all, like, literally using the same units. Oh, God, that would have been miserable, dude. So it begins. So it begins. Copium CA, give us a Bretonian character pack. I don't know about that. Average Chaos Scrap. Yeah, basically just a bunch of disgusting Forsaken. Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, breaking it down for the Forces of the Blood God, who literally they're using the inverted banners, which is going to make it even more confusing. Chaos Warriors of Khorne, backed up by a double Skull Cannon, one of which is going to be the Hellforged Bellowers. So the reason why you do this is to win the skirmish game. Khorne obviously isn't known for their range prowess, so having some, anti-skirmish tools, Skull Cannons to kill horsemen is pretty good. On top of that, guys, we do have the Skull Taker. Skull Taker is just one of the best lords in the game, honestly. He's very good. He's been nerfed a couple times. Look how haggard he looks, by the way. He's just like, I guess he's standing in the chair. But even though he's a chariot character, he has such high melee attack and good combat stats that he can still fight against big characters. And he's got tons of healing via Gore Feast. And I believe he's got Gore Feast, right? Yeah, he does. And then also has the Totem of Endless Bloodletting and Revel and Slaughter to buff nearby units. As someone new to multiplayer, where do you guys get all these maps? It is called Total Tavern Map Pack. I think Total Tavern Tournament Map Pack in the workshop. Wrathmongers are obviously very annoying to deal with as well. All right, guys, looking at the armies here of Ye Old Forsaken. And I truly mean that. The army is just Forsaken. It's going to be 5 Forsaken here for La Kartoffel. Big Giga Chad Kolek Sun Eater, by the way. Our boy is here, and I mean, honestly, against his Khorne army, he's going to be very good. Like, he will bash these two Skull Cannons. He'll beat Skull Taker in a fight, and there is a Nurgle healer with him as well. So there's going to be a Chaos Sorcerer with a little bit of Nurgle healing via Fleshy Abundance, and the Knights of the Brazen Throne as well. Thank you. I need to change the banners. Sorry, I got caught up. The game crash threw me off my rhythm there. And player 1 is going to be TF30, T for T. We'll do TF30, I think is fine. It's going to be his full name right now. And then on the other side, we have Kartoffel. All right. Sorry about that, guys. Should be cooking now. Kolek is a very badass character. He is indeed. All right. So, taking a look at the current status quo on the battlefield, we do have the Knights of the Brazen Throne grabbing objective number trace over here on this side. And objective number 2 is going to be held by the Warriors of Chaos as well, while the Blood Gods forces are going to be doing a very, very unorthodox skirmish. Skull Cannons and Skull Cannons hammering into Forsaken, not doing bad at all. On the backside, Summoners of Rage called out. I don't hate this. Summoners of Rage are a nice magic damage anti-large unit. They will fight against pretty much anything big with pretty good efficiency. And Chain Lightning is also okay against blobbed infantry, so that is kind of cool indeed. All right, Kolek moving in, bashing some Chaos Warriors, but he needs to be careful not to get caught by a bunch of Minotaurs. That will be a very, very bad time for him, as the Sun Eater is going to be running away. And where are the Summoners of Rage going? They probably need to wheel down and under here, being shot at by Skull Cannons, which honestly isn't that big of a deal. The Forsaken, though, are actually losing a ton of HP, but these things don't have a ton of ammo, so you just kind of weather the storm against them and call it a day. I think a Hell Cannon could have been a nice choice, although defending it against Furies is certainly something that's not super fun to do. I'm surprised that Kartoffel is going to be going forward to engage here. Kolek's got to be very cautious. Got to be very careful not to end up in the clutches of the Minotaurs. Summoners of Rage also need to move up. They should be in the backfield kind of screening and following the Minotaurs and Skulltaker around. That's for sure. And now the Forsaken are going to be pulling back, and it does look like it is going to be a full retreat from Kartoffel as he continues getting hammered by the Skull Cannons. Now, this is a great choice, although Homie calls out Exalted Bloodletters, but immediately Kartoffel wheels around the back of the formation. And these guys have no support right now. As a matter of fact, the Knights of the Brazen Throne are going to really do a shit ton of damage. Although, yeah, he calls out Chaos Warhounds, but they're just going to die also. All right, so this is really the fight to watch back here. So you guys ready to see some karate chopping? The Bulldog Cav get in, and they do clash versus the 2 units here. And immediately, the Chaos Warhounds are going to get folded up. They start losing a lot of HP here, but the Minotaurs are coming! The Bulldog Cav need to run. You got to go this way. If you go this way, you're going to get hammered, and you're just going to lose everything. Oh, go that way! What are you doing? Don't do it, Anakin! I'm too weak! Oh, that's such a blunderous charge. Although he does have Kolek back there, maybe Kolek can make a difference, but charging into anti-large units, he could have scurried away. But maybe Kolek is going to be enough to turn the tide here. Elsewhere on the front lines, we have some random skirmishing going down, but this is really the important fight back here, as the Knights of the Brazen Throne are getting eviscerated, and that's a big disaster. He should have just ran. He could have kited the Minotaurs, because Brazen Throne are faster than those Minotaurs here. But Kolek is doing okay, getting some retribution, but at the end of the day, it's a bit of a disaster, because these Exalted Bloodletters are going to counter the Forsaken, and yeah, that's a hard fight. Now back here on the main line, though, we do see the Chaos Forces clashing. The Forsaken are kiting the Wrathmongers, which is what they should be doing. You don't want to be fighting them. Forsaken units here are going to be trading with Chaos Warriors. Chaos Warriors will win that in their current state, and this is an opportunity for TF to come back. Or not TF, Kartoffel. Kartoffel is going to need to get the, yeah, Summoners of Rage on top of these two pieces here. That'd be pretty massive. Now in the backfield, how's this fight looking? The Corn Dogs do, not Corn Dogs, but Corn Bulls do get pushed away, but also the Knights of the Brazen Throne going to be going in the trash. A decent salvage considering, but still massively favors the Blood God as the Knights of the Brazen Throne get Space Jam slammed into the trash can, basically. All right, guys, so moving on up, the Summoners of Rage trying to get back in the game by catching these Hell Cannons, but it does look like TF is doing a great job microing here and is going to be fleeing away with those bad boys. Skulltaker running down the Nurgle Sorcerer, that's another huge loss, and I do think that the Warriors of Chaos and Kartoffel are kind of on their way into the trash can right now. Yeah, Skulltaker taking down that Nurgle Sorcerer takes away one of the biggest win cons, which is going to be Kolek healing in the late game. So basically, if the Warriors of Chaos want to win this game, Kolek is going to have to just like go Super Saiyan and like take out Skulltaker and win some of these big fights back here. Summoners of Rage are getting a good fight on the Hellforge Bellowers, so that is one step on the path, not to damnation, but to a comeback. You gotta love Swords of Chaos, very, very fun unit, and they are an armor-piercing Chaos Knight unit, so they can put up a fight against these Skull Cannons. Yeah, so definitely closing the gap and not letting those things escape would be a big win. And now Kolek, the Sun Eater, is going to be coming back after Skulltaker, and the Chaos Knights are going to be diving into the 2 Hell Cannons. So look, if Kartoffel does take down TFs, I think their name is Freya in Discord, I'll have to double check that, but take down these 2 Skull Cannons here, that's huge. And then if Skulltaker dies, then suddenly it's an even game again. So there is an avenue of a comeback here, guys. There is an avenue. All right, so Swords of Chaos knocking down the Hellforge Bellers. The other Hell Cannon is going to be getting unsummoned. I love that. Just the haggard desperation unsummon. Meanwhile, Kolek Suneater is laying a whooping down on Skulltaker, who's very trapped here. The Mountain God is showing who the Giga Chad is here in terms of the anti-large duels, and the value is coming right back, guys. It's like they're bringing it home. Is that what the English soccer fans say or something? It's always funny. All right, Kolek Suneater boinking into Skulltaker still. Skulltaker at 1800 HP, but those anti-large attacks paying some huge dividends. Wrathmongers versus Swords of Chaos. Wrathmongers will probably win that. A very, very tough unit to deal with here. But yeah, guys, this is coming back. The Warriors of Chaos, they didn't hear no bell despite a colossal blunder in the beginning. It looks like TF made some big blunders as well, and Skulltaker gets put in the trash by Kolek Suneater. So Kartoffel is back in business, ladies and gentlemen. And the Potato Man, he's just got to get some objectives now. It's easier said than done, that's for sure. But he does have a fighting chance. On the backside, a couple of Hellstriders getting attacked by Furies of Khorne. Really, really nice play by the Forces of Khorne. Furies are going to annihilate Hellstriders. Hellstriders have terrible combat stats if they're not fighting big targets, unless you bring the Lash version. So these guys are going to get Shrek'd. That's a very, very nice play there. I like that quite a bit. Kolek, where's he going to go? Summoners of Rage, dispatching those Minotaurs. Dealing with the Wrathmongers and the Coordinated Infantry are going to be very tough. Swords of Chaos will be a hard counter against all the infantry except the Wrathmongers, probably. So, yeah, Kolek just needs to find a way to get on the objectives, man. Yeah, it's going to be hard. So, Summoners of Rage and Big Daddy Kolek boinking down Minotaurs. Chaos Warriors of Khorne. Well, next up on the docket for sure. Swords of Chaos need to be more active. They need to be fighting on the objectives here. As on the backside, Hellstriders of Slaanesh, which are going to be the anti-large version. Yeah, don't send those into the Furies. You need to create a Death Star right now, like a big Death Star that can just go around and start capturing objectives, and then call in like Armored Chaos Trolls or something to come and get that back objective there. Take some skulls, yeah. I love that, Harmon. That's so good. Come on, England, score some goals. England's still in the World Cup, right? You guys doing good? You know, you guys are in the knockout stages, right? I watched one of the games, England's games, with I think the guy's name was Harry Kane, who scored a couple goals. Yeah, apparently he's one of the big dogs on their team. All right, Harry Khorne, dude. Harry Khorne scored some goals for you. All right, Summoners of Rage and Kolek, the Tempest Rage, 1,000 weapon strength on Kolek. I love that. I think he was the first character I ever played in this game. Him and Archaon were like my first go-tos, and yeah, they are going to be laying it in. So his Minotaur is going to be taken to Pound Town. The Blood God does lose the middle objective. The Warriors of Chaos and Kolek do manage to get this. Forsaken going to be weaseling to the back objective, and they would rip apart Khorngors. Khorngors will lose pretty horrifically. But can Kolek pull this back on time? It's going to be very, very tough. All right, Hellstriders chasing down the Minotaurs. Nasty Death Star, like I said. Chaos Warriors are so meaty. 110 armor. Pretty good stats, all things considered. They are no joke. All right, so Forsaken versus Khorngors. Might be able to get that one, but a lot of capture weight coming in here, including the Wrathmongers. Good luck dealing with that. Yeah, good luck dealing with that for sure. So Swords of Chaos, where are they going to go? To the back objective? That would not be a good idea against the Khorngors. I think they have to just keep value trading and hope they can triple cap in the fourth quarter. But it does look like the Coordinated Infantry are just going to be too numerous. What an attempted comeback, though. This is a situation where if Khorne didn't blunder their elite cav in the beginning, those cav could be annihilating these Chaos Warriors. Like, Knights of the Brazen Throne were born and bred for one purpose, and that was killing non-halberd infantry. You know, that's for sure. So coming across, Knights of the Brazen Throne are on their way in. I mean, them and the Forsaken should be able to flip this point, but he still has to have a plan for the other objectives. Kolek going to be going back here, dropping Lord of the Storm, which is a very cool ability. So the Mountain God going to be dropping the lightning, zapping these guys, and doing it. God, I wish Kolek was in tabletop. He's so cool. Yeah, he's such a cool character. I wish he was in the current game, but I don't know if he existed in that timeline or at that time in the story. I assume he did. He seems like some ancient creature. How do you kill Wrathmongers as a melee faction? There's a multitude of ways to go about it. You can use Marauder Horseman throwing axes to just kite them and do a ton of damage. You can also use like a character like Archaon. Monstrous anti-infantry would be really good too. So like Chaos Trolls are effective if you support them with infantry. There's a handful of ways to deal with them, but Marauder Horseman throwing axes are a very good choice against them actually, because they don't have shields, and armor-piercing axes just go right through their armor and just punish them. So this is actually a great choice, too. I mean, Knights of the Brazen Throne are a soft counter against them. If you get the charge on your Brazen Throne Knights into these guys, you can definitely get them. But that's going to be game one, going to TF30 there. Let's go ahead and get this going. GG, well played. Kartoffel with a desperate comeback, but wasn't quite able to do it. All right. That's going to be game uno right there. Wrathmonger and the big dog Kolek Suneater. Yeah, that throw in the beginning was too much. I mean, he lost freaking the Knights of the Brazen Throne and also lost a Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle. That's just too much. He did have some trolls, though. He had some armored trolls. Could have helped. Could have helped a little bit. Yeah. Fun build, man. Fun game. Lots of mistakes on both sides, but that's what made it kind of interesting, to be honest with you. That's what made it pretty interesting. All right, guys. Perfect, perfect. And now we get on to game 2 in this series. Yeah. Thank you guys for joining today. It's been a really fun stream so far. I'm really enjoying the best of 3 formats. I, of course, am still going to be hosting tournaments in the future, but this is a nice break because it's the games are so much faster. You get a lot of action going here, which is good. Yeah. Kartoffel almost turned it around. He did. There was something else we were going to watch. Oh, no, we were going to look at this. Yeah. We're going to look at this. All right, so let's do that. And New Warriors of Chaos Miniatures Old World. These show matches are such a blast. Let's go. Hey, Blue Inferno, I'm glad you're enjoying it. All right. Dude, look how good these look. The next Warhammer Faction War, you could call it the World Cup. I'm super down to do something like that. Like in July, I want to host a couple big events, I'm thinking. All right, so where are we at? And let's do desktop capture. Yeah, there we go. Okay, players are loading into the game. Look at the new Chaos Minis. So those are champions. Those are like Exalted Heroes. Super cool. Oh, look how bulky and armored. They look so good. Those are the new Chaos Knights. I think there's a couple angles on them. Dude, that Chaos Knight looks so chonky, dude. It's awesome. Awesome. And then the new Warriors look amazing. I mean, these guys look so much better than the Age of Sigmar ones. Holy shit. I feel like Age of Sigmar players are going to steal these for their game system. Because they're just so much cooler. Look at the look. They look like Iron Warriors. I love the helmets. Yeah, heavy metal as hell, dude. I like, oh man. Am I supposed to kill that with my choppa? I know. Like, I didn't want to start another army, but now I'm looking at this and I'm like, oh. And they're actually not too hard to paint either. Like, there's a lot of silvers. Like, silvers and contrast paints would really do like 80-90% of this army. Like, a silver spray prime with lead belcher, a dry brush of like some sort of a brass gold, and then like, you're just cooking, man. Yeah, you're just cooking. Yeah, you gotta love it. The guy is holding a drum, yes. No, those are really not hard to paint. I could do a painting tutorial for you in like 2 seconds. And you would be surprised at how well it would turn out. Yeah. All right, guys. Let's go ahead and break it down, ladies and gentlemen. Taking a look at the Legions of the Empire versus Khorne. It does look like TF is going to be playing Empire. The triple War Wagon, backed up by the double Engineer with the Mercurial Shots. Now, do we have Restock? Not having Restock is a mistake, in my opinion. But even still, it could be worse. All right, all right. So Balthazar Gelt. Searing Doom and Final Transmutation, still good against Khorne, even though they do have spell resist. And there are going to be some Demogryph Knights with Halberd. So it's very much going to be an Empire kiting build, which makes a lot of sense. It's very, very strong here. And now for ye old armies of the Blood God, Kartoffel is going to be advancing up. Yes, yes, with a hell of a lot of Marauders, Knights of the Brazen Throne, Chaos Warriors in the back, a Herald of Khorne on a Bulldog, and oh, do we have Harambe? We do! Harambe returns! The curse has been lifted. Silent Infangrim is here, so this is the evil Khorne Monkey, which does have a rampage ability if it hits you, so you gotta watch out for that with some more Blood Beasts of Khorne. So this is like classic Empire versus Khorne, although the only thing that I would say is off meta is probably the Balthazar Gelt. You would normally see like a Boris or a Karl Franz, because Franz can bully a lot of the Khorne characters with his magic damage and his Galmaraz, but yeah, I think that this is fine, although you're going to need grenade launchers to deal with these mass amounts of shielded infantry. And the wagons shouldn't be using their ammo on the infantry. You got to save your ammo if you don't bring restock. Grenade launcher is doing excellent, so that is a lot of damage, as the French would say. A clear, direct translation, obviously. And one more salvo is going to be teeing off into the Marauders there in just a second. And beautiful. I mean, that's exactly what you do. You grenade launch onto their infantry, but then Furies are going to be called in to chase you, and you need to use Black Rose Knights in this matchup. Black Rose Knights are your best friend. So if you're going to do Wagon Kite, the idea is grenade launchers, wagons backed up by Black Rose Knights and like a Karl Franz type character. That is the meta way to do it. Yeah, Dick's out for Harambe. Oh man, that's such an old meme, dude. It's so old. All right, final transmutation on Harambe here. No, the wagon gets rampaged by the gorilla. Very, very nice. So the wagon crew, seeing the bloodthirstiness of Khorne, it's going down there. And it looks like the Empire Knight's going to be saturating into help, and the wagon is going to be free. A final transmutation there wouldn't be terrible, honestly. And we do see the Empire Knights intercepting against the Chaos Furies while the wagons continue shooting at the Blood Beasts of Khorne. And is this wagon going to be able to get away? You need to micro that away because it's still a very functional wagon, although it only has 2 models now, so it certainly has lost some of its stopping power. All right, so up on the top, Chaos Furies there are eating it against the Empire Cab. Knights of the Brazen Throne not going to be enjoying fighting Demogryph Knights. And the final transmutation is going to be hitting the Herald of Khorne. It's not Skulltaker, so he's a little bit less raid bossy. But this is a big isolate. Right now, you should see Harambe in your backfield and get all of your wagons to zero in on the Harambe. All of them. Because that's a super juicy target there. Final Transmutation ends up doing some respectable damage, while we do get more heavy cav coming out. Reiksguard Knights are not a bad choice. Yeah, no, the Harambe meme was literally 10 years ago, guys. Yeah, we're getting old. 10 years ago, dude. I remember when that came out. That's old. That's old news. Yeah, like, oh man, it's wild. All right, Fury's going to be jumping on top of the grenade launchers. Very good play from our Coordinate player. That's the correct play by Kartoffel. And the one thing that the Khorne player is making a mistake with is not triple capping the Empire. They should have sent some more infantry and make more of a concerted effort, because if you let the Empire hold on to one objective during the defensive value trading, then you're going to be having a bad time. The Empire will have time to value trade with you, because if you have 2 equally skilled players playing at an equal level, let's say they're both having a good day, both playing well, typically how this matchup goes is, if the Empire gets triple capped, they often lose. But if the Empire manages to maintain one objective and trade on its back foot, then they often win with the pushback in the late game. So there is that. All right, guys. War Wagons are punishing Harambe. It looks like it's going to be 2016 all over again. And the monkey is being shot at by the zookeepers over here. And it is currently sitting at 2400 HP, 23 right there, going down. Searing Doom activated on the Blood Beasts of Khorne. And we do see the cab pulling back. Grenade launchers trying to stabilize where they can. And Empire Knights are going God knows where. I'm not sure what they're up to. They're just running away from those Chaos Warriors. This is why you need Black Rose Knights. Black Rose Knights dominate Chaos Infantry, and they do well enough against the big stuff. But it does look like Silent Anchorham is not going to be long for this world. So this is going to be the end of the road, and it looks like Harambe is down once again from the War Wagon firepower. So good instincts there. But now Chaos is going to be getting a triple cap. This should have happened a little bit earlier, but this is still a step in the right direction. But the Empire player, you'll notice, is massively out trading on value. But the thing is, if Khorne had triple capped the Empire out of the gates, it would be like 600 to 700 points right now against like 125 or something. So then it would be much harder for the Empire to surge a comeback. But, you know, we'll see how that goes. There's still a lot of game to be played. One War Wagon does get taken offline here, and we do see the Chaos Warriors being kited out by the grenade launchers. And back here on the objective, no, not again, I know. It happened again. War Wagons are out of ammo, yes, but it's not as bad of a thing as you think, because what you do as the Empire is you unsummon the War Wagons, or you use them as battering rams for capture weight. Because each War Wagon has 3 capture weight, so they can do a little bit of work there. All right. Empire Knights running into these, and yes, this is why you should bring restock, though, on the Engineers. If you bring restock, your War Wagons basically never run out of ammunition. So yeah, it's one thing to consider. All right, so Empire Knights here fighting it out, and the Engineers putting in some good DPS. I mean, they're just kind of sitting on their steeds with their long rifles, and he's look at his frilled jacket, dude. I love how ridiculous he looks. Yeah, look at him, what a hero, chasing down the Chad Lord of Chaos, just ripping shots with his repeater rifle. It doesn't get any cooler than that. All right, this is a very big misplay by Kartoffel. This should not have happened in a million years. The Reiksguard Knights just steal the outside objective, and he does not have any Khorne Gores to get over there and stabilize that. Looks like he sends a Warrior, but Warriors only have 28 movement speed, so they're not going to get there in time, and it looks like that's going to be a flip. That is a huge win for the Empire. That buys them like another couple minutes there, which is pretty big. All right, Demogryph Knights cleaning up shop here, and it looks like the Engineer is getting hunted, so a bit of a blunder in micro. Oh, Tormentor Sword. Where is Gelt? Final Transmutation here would be a pro gamer play. If you get it right here, right now. So what Balthazar Gelt needs to do, guys, he needs to get his big golden balls and drop a big Final Transmutation right there. And that would get the job done. That would probably take down the Lord of Chaos and would also finish off the Knights, but I don't know if he has the Winds of Magic right now. We're going to have to see how that all goes. So Warrior's going to reclaim that objective for the Blood God. Balthazar Gelt looks like he did not have the Winds of Magic available. The Empire is on the brink of getting its objective back here. The Empire Knights are cleaning off these units. The Harambe's of Khorne, still a bit of a problem, but Demograph Knights and even baseline Cav should do some okay damage against them. We're going to have to see. Searing Doom there, I don't love it. I don't know how much Wind's Magic he had left, so maybe that was all he had Wand for. He might have already casted a couple big spells. And Empire Knights, you could park them on this objective here, but at this point, I think wheeling them around to the middle is going to be a bit of a stronger play. All right, so that outside objective is flipping. The Blood Beasts of Khorne eating a couple Cav charges, but, you know, they're very good against Cav. More doggies coming on in, and the Demograph Knights need to sweep over and try and intercept them if they can. These Chaos Warhounds are putting a lot of pressure on, and honestly, solid play from Kartoffel. I mean, a couple mistakes, but he's been really, really putting the pressure on pretty hard, and his Lord living with like 700 HP is also a big problem. Not bad here. You know, this is 4 capture weight against 5, so the Halberds will get it eventually, but it does buy him a little bit of time on the objective, so that is a point to be made. Searing Doom on the Chaos Warriors, it's alright, nothing too crazy. Demograph Knights, oh, Lance Demis. So Lance Demis are kind of a cool choice. They do wreck, oh wow, those Forsaken are getting shreked. I love Lance Demograph Knights, they're so cool. I use them in tabletop. I'd run 3 squads of 3 in my Empire army and just have like a big Grand Master running with them. It's super fun. Or like a General of the Empire on horseback. It's very, very good thematics. All right, so Balthazar Gelt getting his hands dirty, going to be fighting against Knights of the Brazen Throne. Lance Demis is going to be forced to retreat. In the meantime, State Trooper Spears are on their way over as the Blood Beast Harambe is causing a lot of havoc. He needs to get that objective right now, though. It's getting to the danger zone. He's not in the danger zone yet, but he's on the highway to the danger zone. He's getting there progressively, right? So tricky. All right, but double Demograph Knight. That's a lot of stopping power, ladies and gentlemen. It's a lot of stopping power coming in as we do see the double Demis surging forth, and that is going to be some serious shock damage as they do move in and get a big engagement versus the Chaos Warriors of Khorne. And yeah, they will win this trade. The Demis are going to win that fight 100%. All right, so Empire Knights lurking here, just trolling. No reason to really stay here anymore. You should just wheel around and go help your homies elsewhere. The back objective is going to be taken. Looks like the State Troopers are going to stabilize that one. Then all the mobility basically needs to scream across the map. The Lord of Khorne is down, and Khorne is going to have to get on its back objective right now. They're going to have to start sending mass amounts of halberds and minotaurs to the back objective. They can fight a little bit longer in the middle, but now that the Chaos Lord is down, the Herald of Khorne, it's going to be tough. Those minotaurs, though they're very good, are probably just going to be overwhelmed. They're going to get shot at by the engineer, enveloped by cavalry, and it's just going to be way too much. I mean, the Empire has so much back here, they're not really getting into the fight yet. Grenade launchers, Empire Knights, that's a lot of action. And guys, this is a lot of time for Khorne to hold. That's a lot of time. And again, hear what I'm saying? If Khorne had gotten that triple cap early, paid more attention to that back objective instead of like fighting over here, then it would be like 1350 right now, and the Empire player would be like on the ropes. But now he's got a lot of timing. A lot of timing. You can't unsummon your Lord in this game. That got removed a long time ago. That was like the dumbest freaking mechanic in the world. You cannot unsummon your Lord. All right, so the Chaos Warriors of Khorne going to be getting blocked here. Very, very nice. And bombarded by Searing Doom, but their 35 spell resist still holds firm. It's not going to be an easy wrestle from Khorne. 2 Minotaurs of Khorne, as well as some Chaos Warriors. That's a lot to uproot. So maybe Khorne can hold this. It's going to be incredibly tough. What the Empire needs is some State Troopers down there, so they need to send some Man-Tide down to that back objective. It's going to take a while, but they will get there eventually. All right, so are they going to take the head-on charge? I don't know if I like that. I think you got to wait for your State Troopers, man. Oh, they're just going to do it. They're just raw-dogging it, dude. Just whipping it out. And yeah, engaging versus those guys, and we're going to see how it goes. The engagement is on. Demograph Knight's going to be wheeling about to get an envelop, but man, Minotaurs with Grey Weapons are such a hard counter against Empire Cav. Grenade launchers need to run a little bit. They should have been probably just skirmishing back here first and shooting in before moving there. But yeah, we do see Blood Beasts of Khorne coming. State Troopers and more Empire Knights are on their way over. But these Minotaurs and Chaos Warrior Halberds, man, that's going to be a tough position to uproot. Those are not Khorngors. Those are heavily armored Chaos Warriors. Good luck breaking those bad boys, man. All right, so Engineers coming. Couple Spearmen are up. And ladies and gentlemen, we have more Spearmen securing the middle. But you're probably going to want to take all your Spearmen back here and try and get this objective. The Engineers are shooting at the Halberds, and a little bit of sloppy micro here from the Empire Cab, but some of them finding good engagements, and he does manage to get a bit of an envelop right there. Grenade launcher shooting into the Minotaurs. It's all right. And these Minotaurs, man, they're putting hurt down on these Empire Knights, and Halberds are coming across as well. This is desperate fighting, but good fight here, though. This is really nice. Nice intercept here by TF. He does manage to find the Blood Beast on the way over with 2 demis and just shreks them with a big charge. That was a clean play right there. Very, very nice. Yep, but as expected, the Minotaurs and the Halberds putting in a massive amount of hurt down. Grenade launchers need to be shooting into the Halberd units. And State Troopers need to be back here saturating in. State Troopers will counter the Minotaurs and provide buffering for the Empire Heavy Cav. He might be able to brute force this down. Even though some of the engagements are bad, he may be able to raw dog it and just get through it. We're going to see. All right, 5 leadership here on these guys, but the Blood Beasts have incredibly high base leadership for a monster scene. I think it's like 70. 75, wow. And demis are going to be chasing down the Furies here. Capture weight does favor the Empire, but they're hemorrhaging value in these trades, that's for sure. Minotaurs are getting low. Finally, he's able to break 1 unit of Minotaurs right here as the grenade launchers are being compromised by the other Minos. And the Halberds just doing it, dude. We got war wagons being called in. All hands on deck here on the back objective as both sides are fighting desperately on this point. All right, that's going to be another Searing Doom. I feel like the final transmutations would have been better plays here, but Searing Doom does decent damage against monsters infantry, so ends up not being terrible. Capture weight coming in for the Empire, ladies and gentlemen. Just a lot of units. We got engineers, we got demis, we got war wagons over here, and though Khorne does have the favorable units, I do think that if one of the state troopers had been sent back here, he would have gotten the objective already and probably won the game. But we're going to see if the Khorne Dog can stabilize it. I mean, he's got Minotaurs, he's got Hounds, he's desperately trying to push the Imperial forces off. Halberds chasing whatever the hell they can, but being kited out by these guys. Did we see Harambe coming back from the dead? I don't see Scylla Infingrim on the battlefield right now, so I don't think so. No, Scylla is still off the battlefield here. All right, lads, Minotaurs and Chaos Warrior Halberds are going to be holding the line here, but it does flip to the Imperials, it looks like. Just barely. The 2 engineers providing capture weight, super clutch here. Wagons are going to be rolling up at the point. Oh, Khorne had it! And now it's back to the Empire for a second. It's super close. Are the Minotaurs going to get back? No, the Empire flips it. The Empire flips it, ladies and gentlemen. The War Wagons are on the point. War Wagons are a bit of a counter against some of these units as well. The engineers doing what they can. The question is, though, is Khorne going to be able to get this objective back? They do have another unit of Blood Beasts on its way over. The Empire really needs to send state troopers over. What a colossal blunder that is. Those troopers should have been there like 5 minutes ago to stabilize it. The game is only close because they are not over there. All right, Demogryph Knights battling it out versus the Minotaurs of Khorne. Wagons doing a great job running some intercepts. And Wagons, of course, do have 3 capture weight, and they can run circles around the objective. But Khorne is kind of flipping it back a little bit, but I don't think they have the sustainability on the point to do it. Minotaurs of Khorne here, cutting up the Demogryph Knights, literally to the last demi. What a Giga Chad of Sigmar. This one demi, dude. One dude left in the squad, and he's still fighting. I love that. That's so epic. All right, guys. Objective stabilized by the Imperials, but now we do see these guys coming in. Man, the Khorne build needs some Khorne Gors. Khorne Gors would have been so good over here, man. They would have been so good. All right. Is the Empire caught up to the point where they can win? Ah, man, it's close. That is going to be a Chaos Warrior unit, but that's going to take 45 years to get to this objective. Yeah, I think this game's over. The Empire's just going to use their wagons and their engineers and just kite these Harambes around. And the middle objective is pretty stabilized. He's got friggin' 3 state troopers here. He's got 2 on the bottom objective. Really should just end 2 of those guys there. But at the end of the day, you know, he was able to pull it off. Just the Empire hemorrhaged so much value in that final trade, but they did it, man, and they got it done. All right, these guys getting blasted up. A couple Hound units coming in with the Chaos Warriors. Khorne might get this back objective back, but the question is, will they do it in time? His opponent is rapidly catching him on points. It's getting real close, but that's going to be it. Victory for TF. 2-0 in that series. Sorry, I had the scorecards off here. And that is going to be a 2-0 victory for the Empire player. TF, nice, good game. Classic build. I think restock could have been pretty good, but man, look at the value. 1,400 and 2,500 there. I love the Lance Demi play, by the way. That was super badass. And overall, just a really fun match. Little mistakes here and there cost Khorne the game. But he still played a very good game. Well played to Kartoffel and well played to TF as well. Wagons, very solid. Yeah. Very solid. That Demogryph, guys, is a future Empire captain, I know. Captains should have Demogryph mounts. They should. They do in tabletop, if I'm not mistaken. I know the generals do. I don't know about captains. I have to check that, actually. We'll check right now. All right. So, next up on the docket, what do we have here? We have Pope Patty versus Kane. All right. So I am just to like see if it's my conspiracy theory is correct. I'm just gonna restart the game real quick and let the and see if that maybe helps prevent the weird crashes we've been experiencing. I mean, we only had it in a game or two. It wasn't too bad, but We're just going to minimize for a second and do that. One sec here. So let's check that while we're waiting. So that's going to be Old World Army Builder. Okay, so here we are, and let's go to this. So if we do an Empire Army, create list. So core units, Captain of the Empire is right here. And he does have a Demogryph mount. Yeah, in tabletop, he's got a Warhorse, a Barded Warhorse, a Pegasus, a Demogryph, and a Griffin. It looks like he can ride a Griffin. Oh, interesting. Not an Imperial Griffin, but he can ride a smaller one, I'm guessing. Still pretty good. It's kind of neat. You can have a couple of those guys flying around. Not bad at all. All right, so let's get the game set up now. And we are going to fire it up the next round. Yeah, I mean, give us the Demogryph. I bet you will get the Demi Knight. It'll probably happen next time the Empire gets updated. Yeah, I can totally see that happening. They got a Griffin. Yeah, they can ride like a weaker version of the Imperial Griffin. Yeah. That'd be a pretty big game changer. You would see Empire builds that were like double, you know, like a Captain on Griffin would probably not be an uncommon sight. Yeah. Okay, so let's go to here, and we're going to find the Pope Patty game, which is going to be right here. And there we are. Boom, boom. And let's get that. And it's going to be Pope Patty. We'll adjust the name. And he's facing off against Kane. So Ogre Kingdom's Bretonnia on the Pit of the Everchosen. I've sent them to the pits, guys. And this is going to be Kane. I think it's Kane without the K, without the H. I think it's like this. How many... to be an origin to fight? That's quite a question. I don't know. I don't know. All right, guys. Welcome to our next best of 3 duel. It's going to be Pope Patty on Bretonnia versus the Ogre Kingdoms. The Pit of the Everchosen. It is a pit, and it belongs to the Everchosen. So very evil stuff. Once again, thank you guys for joining today. It's been a fun little stream as we reach the 2-hour mark in today's festivities. For the lady, indeed. And so it begins. The greatest battle of our time. I wonder if Bretonnia is just going to meet him head on. That'd be really funny if like Pope Patty like goes for like a fat infantry army. And he kind of does, actually. Yeah. Okay. I feel like the ogres might be able to storm through that, but we're going to find out. So the Pit of the Everchosen is a weird map where both sides start face to face, and then the objectives are on the side, and in the middle. So there are 3 objectives there. It's basically, you know, if we really think about it, it's got one here and one over here. Okay, and then the other objective is right over here. Wow, that one did not come out well. But regardless, the Bretonians do what we had talked about. Mass peasant mobs, backed up by spears and halberds and grail reliques, with archers going to be deep set, and double Pegasus Knight as well. Pretty freaking hilarious. And the Ogre army is going to be Pigback Riders, Steven Seagal, Eshin Maneater. So we got the Mall Cop. He's here. This is like the guy who buys all those, like, I don't know, like Los Angeles, for example, if you go to like Chinatown, you can buy like really haggard like swords that they make for tourists. This is basically what this guy buys. And yeah, it is going to be Pigback Riders and double Thunder Tusk. Oh, look at that. The ogres are fleeing from the fight with the Bretonians. That's so funny, dude. That's so funny. He is actually straight up running, and the Bretonians are going to pursue them. They're like, how dare you run, dude? I wanted our boss fight. But yeah, double Thunder Tusk. Well, one's a Stonehorn, one is a Thunder Tusk. And Alberic is going for blood, and Steven Seagal uses the Maneater Smoke Bomb to get away there, so he does slow that boy down using Marked for Eating. Archer is going to be unleashing into the Pigback Riders, getting a little bit of value here and there. And honestly, the Pegasus Knights have a free kill right here. Just like swamp in, kill these Piggyback Knights, and, you know, send them out to pasture. That's going to be how you do it. Okay, so looking here, what do we see for the Ogres? They're going to be rotating to Objective 1, and the Bretonians are getting a freebie on Objective 3. Meanwhile, Bretonnia are going to be calling in Knights of the Realm to try and grab this point. And what Bretonnia will probably do is partition their army and kind of deploy in the middle of these 2 objectives and then push the Ogres on their home point. Because, yeah, it looks like they do want to push. So Peasant Bowmen with the Pox Arrows. I'm going to start unleashing on the Pigback Riders once again. The Pegasus Knights looking for opportunities, trying to find picks. Pope Patty, definitely one of the better Bretonnian players in the community. He's very good at them. That's pretty much all he plays, all I see him play these days. But he is good at other factions too. Yeah, just flying overhead, looking for what he can, while the Thunder Tusk is going to be shooting its snowball attacks into the archers from downtown. And yeah, honestly, not doing terribly. So he does launch one there. And the Snowball of Doom is going to be not a direct hit, but kind of a glancing wound right there. All right, Ample Peak Greybacks being called in. These are the ROR Yetis. They're really good against Bretonnia because when you dive them, they frostbite you and they have the chilling aura, or the aura of frost. So 15% plus another 30. So they're going to slow you down by 45% speed. So it makes escaping them very, very difficult. So once you commit and try and kill them, if it doesn't go well for you, then you're going to have an even worse trade because they can punish you on the way out, right? The Bretonnian archers have postured up, and it looks like the big beasts are going to be diving in now, or thinking about it. Yeah, the Thunder Tusk and the Stonehorn were both kind of dwelling on the idea. And oh, I love the isolation. And this is what Bretonnia can do very well. If you call in unsupported units and they have a big bird force like this, that's a beautiful play, dude. Troll Guts on the Yetis, but they're going to fold like a piece of paper against 2 Pegasus Knights. What a freaking good play by Pope Patty. That is brilliant. Punishing his opponent for calling in an unsupported unit, and boom, that's like 1,500 value right there. That is freaking massive. So what a win for the Bretonnians, as now the Bretonnian army going to be setting up on the high ground right there, and Pope Patty is going to be fleeing the scene here. So the Pegasus Knights as well as Alberic there do manage to get away before the Ogre army can reinforce, and during all that time, he is able to get his archers up and should start shooting at these Pigback Knights. That would be a very, very strong play right now to put a little bit of hurt into them. All right, Iron Guts are called out, and it looks like all the Pegasus Knights do get up in the sky, and they get an Earthblood. So 19 of them here, 24 here. Very, very nasty. All right, Peasant Archers, they're going to be unleashing some shots. Let's find out on today's episode of Dragon Ball Z. Those bad boys are going to be fleeing back, and in the meantime, the lines are set, and the Bretonnians are just saying, come at me, dude. And Pope Patty's going to keep hunting down the scraps where he can, chasing down those Yetis right there. They're pretty much point of no return. And a Trebuchet is being called out, a Blessed Field Trebuchet. Very interesting. All right, guys, here it comes. The Ogre Onslaught, the Rage Boner engagement. You know when you like get somebody in a game and they just start playing recklessly with the Rage Boner? That's what that anecdote means. So the Revenge Boner is, it's like in Commander. You know, you counter somebody's commander once, or, you know, wrong them once, and then they just target the whole game just out of anger. Same situation here. All right, so Stonehorn is getting in there, and we do see the Peasant Bowman turning about to shoot at the Stonehorn. Very, very nice. Pegasus Knight's going to be encircling, and the lines are now clashing. Peasant Archers, though, about to be run down by the Snowhorn of Morn. Just a casual 170 armor, by the way, with 45% missile resist. Good luck doing more than 1 damage there, as the Pegasus Knights are going to be hunting the big beastie, and they're flying overhead looking for an opportunity, but haven't found any yet. Honestly, just using the Pegasus Knights to hunt down reinforcements feels very good. Oh, Alberic splashing those dirty Noblars. That's going to be some good stuff right there, and it does go all the way through the lines. And the Noblars start breaking and running. 1 Pigback runs, 2 Pigback runs, and the third one is going to be running as well. So the Bretonnian lines are able to get a big break right there, while a Knight of the Realm is going to be coming into support. And it does look like Bretonnia is maintaining a pretty decent lead right now. They are doing pretty good for themselves. 1 Knight of the Realm, though, does get wrecked a little bit in the backfield. Did have a bad time. Double Pegasus Knights probably going to come back here and attack this bad boy. I think that would be the correct play. It's isolated, it's vulnerable, and the anti-large there would not be terrible at all. Alberic going fisticuffs with the big man, it looks like, or he's gotten back up in the sky right now, but has been dismembered. Couple Saber Tusks being called around the flank. It looks like they got called in from the point over here and came down the hill, and were able to flank around the back and get on top of a couple archer units. So some of the archers are compromised. Could the Ogres pull this back? I don't know, guys. Find out on today's episode. So, back in the fight, the Bretonnian Halberds doing very, very well. The Grail Relique is giving them immune to psychology. I believe there is a Grail Relique in there. Let's see. Yes, it's nearby here. So that is going to give them the ITP. The Insane Aura Posse. Archers still shooting away. Not too many of them. Ogres are down a little bit on value. But remember, they do have Troll Guts. So healing up their big monsters is going to help mitigate that difference a little bit. But the Bretonnians also do have healing via Earthblood. So both sides are going to be a little bit off in terms of just what the value looks like. Halberd's forming up, and yeah, they are doing incremental damage. The Stonehorn is down to about half health. Thunder Tusk is down to about 70-80% as well. And the Ladies Chosen are still hanging in there. Oh, Gilles, the King of Bretonnia, in the hour of need. He heard the call of his Bretonnian countrymen, and he rises once again from the great beyond, and is going to be coming in to run down those big fell threats. So he ignores the peasants, very Bretonnian. He's like, the peasants are like, help, as they're being eaten by saber-tusked tigers. And he's like, I have more important things to do. Although, no, to be fair, he told the Pegasus Knights to deal with it. He has bigger fish to fry. All right, so Gilles is going to be getting in. And hunting down the Slaughtermaster, maybe? Hard to say. Alberic going for a pick there as well. Frostbite on the Green Knight coming in from the Thunder Tusk. So pretty clean little shot right there. But Alberic trying to take him down. Steven Seagal going to be popping in to keep Alberic from running amok. And Steven Seagal is a very good duelist character. He's got his Maul Ninja stuff, dude. He's got his swords from from the Maul, I guess. I don't know where he gets those, but oh my god, great animations. But yeah, Alberic is an anti-large fighter. Will be pretty comfy there. But the Green Knight losing a lot of HP, actually, but getting some good damage as well. Pegasus Knights here, cleaning up shop. And I think they're going to be needed to come around the ranks, although the Pigback Riders might be enough to help turn around the game here. And the two big monsters for the Ogre Kingdoms are putting a lot of hurt down. Green Knight is already down kind of low. Magic damage, yeah, Thunder Tusk does magic damage. So that is a good source of magic damage against the Green Knight. And ladies and gentlemen, we got a scrap on our hands. The Ogres do form a kind of a nasty Death Star here, which has been a little bit problematic for Bretonnia to break. But Bretonia's Grail Relique is just so brutal, really keeping everybody fighting here. Alberic is going to be running his Wind Spell, which is also going to be negative 16 leadership. So might have an opportunity to help break one of these big monsters. Holding at 8 leadership, hanging in there. The Halberds of the Lady are hanging. They're doing work, man, and they are just such underrated little units, man. When they have a Grail Relique backing them up, Bretonnian infantry can be some of the most annoying to uproot troopers in the entire game. All right, waves and waves of dudes coming down. Dudes for the Dude God, dudes for the Dude Throne. Knights of the Realm surge forth, attack into the Snowhorn here. And more archers are going to be posturing up on the high ground there. But the Green Knight gets it done. He gets it done, ladies and gentlemen. The Green Knight is able to hunt down the Slaughtermaster in the mix. Gilles is an absolute menace, and he is going to continue to put hurt down on the Slaughtermaster here as the Slaughtermaster is at -4 leadership. He is packing, and he is running. Ogres look like they're making a desperation play to try and capture one of the back objective, but Grail Knights have been brought in. So the heavy hitters of the Lady have arrived, and they will dispatch both these Iron Guts probably, especially with Alberic and the Pegasus Knights coming in. You gotta love the epic Bretonnian charges, right? Just coming in, the Arthurian legend are brought to gameplay here. Very fun to see. And yeah, that Ogre position is gonna get folded up pretty horribly by those Knights, and the Ogres are just looking really haggard now. I mean, Homeboy has got a Thunder Tusk, he's got Steven Seagal, and that's pretty much it. So GG well played, victory for Pope Patty and his dreaded Bretonnians. And now, ladies and gentlemen, that is 1-0. All right. Fun game. Hopefully you guys had fun with that. I certainly did. You won your first Dow 2. Oh, Ent, you're playing it. Do you have the Elite mod, though? You need the Elite mod, because that is completely designed for multiplayer. Yeah. Oh, Dow 2 is so fun, dude. We're gonna do a stream. We'll play it this week. It's gonna be great fun, dude. If you're around tonight, we could even record some too, or play some. Do a little coaching session. All right. Alberic did good. Pegasus Knights picking off the Ample Peak Greybacks in the beginning was huge. The Pegasus Knights were awesome. Green Knight was awesome. Just great Bretonnian experience. Yeah. All right. And what do we got here? Perfect and perfect. Elite mod is free. You got to get it. It's super easy to install. You just run the installer and then launch it from your desktop with the setup it gives you. It's very straightforward. Pegasus Knights hammer and anviling the Grail Knights with a group of ogres is peak Warhammer. It really is. Dow 2 is like a really good warm-up because it's Anticity. It's actually very similar in many ways to Dow 4. The Dow 4 demo that I played had a ton of overlap with Dow 2. So the only difference is base building. Like in Dow 4, there's a little bit of base building, but it's not like super crazy. So Dow 2 is probably the best practice you're going to get for Dow 4. Yeah. Yeah. We're going to do it, man. Dow 2 Elite, Dow 4 waiting room begins. Yeah, it does, man. It does. The Beast Awakens. The Elite mod is really well balanced. Yeah, they've done a great job with it. I've never played Elite mod, like, and been like, oh, that shit is just super OP. I mean, there are things that are better than other things, but I've never gotten that feeling like, oh, that's a pleasure seeker just like killing my entire army. You know, it's like they do a really good job balancing it. Yeah. Okay, so we got Norska versus Chaos Dwarves here in this next match, guys. Yeah. I'd like to be decent at Dow 2 before September. Oh, you will be. You'll learn really quick, man. Like, once you learn some of the meta fundamentals, you're going to be a Terminator, bro. Yeah. Dow 4 felt like Dow 2. Okay, let me think of, like, comparisons, though. So, Dow 2 doesn't have base building. Dow 4 does. So, in Dow 4, like, you're building, like, offensive buildings. Like, so, for example, if you're playing Space Marines, you build, like, bunkers on objectives. Orcs will often build like forward infrastructure as well. So there's more base building in Dow. Like Dow 4 is truly a blend between 1 and 2. Like it has a lot of overlap between the two of them. A lot of overlap. Yeah. Dow 4 is going to have to convince a lot of people to stop playing Elite. Elite Mod has a pretty small player base. I don't think it's going to be a whole different thing. Elite Mod is amazing and will always be around, but I think people will go to Dow 4, and if Dow 4's multiplayer sucks, then yeah, Elite Mod will obviously be the preferred 40k RTS option, but yeah. All right, guys, let's break it down and see what's cooking. Looking at the armies of Cain, he's got the Kadai Destroyer backed up by a Sorcerer Prophet of Burning Head to kill Norscan Berserkers and Javelins. Oh, Sale's giving a speech. Okay, I was like, is somebody talking in my head right now? Am I going crazy? Chaos Dwarf Warriors, and Fireborn as well. And on the other side of the battlefield, guys, we do see the Hobgoblin Archers. So yeah, pretty, I mean, not meta with the Destroyer, but like Sorcerer Prophet, Kadai, Skirmish Cav is very Chaos Dwarves. And then yeah, we do see the big Destroyer coming in. Now on the other side, guys, it is going to be Sail the Faithless, Chain Lightning, and Enfeebling Foe. And he's going Famir maxing. So Mass, Famir, some are anti-infantry, some are anti-large. And he's also got a Skinwolf Werkin. Yeah. Dow 4 is going to have to convince a lot of people to forget Dow 3. Exactly. That is an accurate statement. Yes. Because any apprehension about Dow 4 is because of the taint of Dow 3. Yeah. Harmon, I'm looking forward to seeing you, man. You were really fun to play against in Age of the Ring. I'm looking forward to seeing you in Dow 4, man. It's going to be so fun seeing all the communities we've we've had here. We've had like Age of Empires and Age of the Ring and Total War and, you know, Dow 2, Dow 1, like seeing people come from all those communities and compete in a new like common grounds. It's the spice of life, man. It's the spice of life. It's going to be so fun. All right, so the Mass Famir blob is here. If the Chaos Dwarves had like a couple Infernal Guard Fireglaves, they could really just karate chop this army. Although Famir do have some missile resist built in. Not some, but a lot. And it looks like on the outside, Kurgans arise. All right, I like the Kurgans. We've seen Anticity do very well with Kurgans in tournaments in ye old days of old. And yep, they are going to be rising up and heading on over to objective number 3. All right, objective 2 belongs to the Chaos Dwarves. Potentially going to be losing this one, although the light skirmish cav, the hobo goblins, will be very good against Kurgans. Kurgans have 15 armor and no missile resist whatsoever. So the light skirmish cav of the hobgoblins is going to keep those guys honest. Yeah, casual 60% missile resist. And it looks like Poe Patty is just going to be Unga Bunga. He is going to be full-on guerrilla charging here. And going for it. Yeah, not really a whole lot of strategy. He is just moving on in. Dude, shout out to the Age of the Ring team, by the way. There are so many good mods in the RTS world. Age of the Ring is so goated, what they've done with that old game and made it so awesome. Same with Elite Mod. Elite Mod rules also. I mean, man, there's so much good stuff. All right, so here we do see the Mistwalkers getting blasted by the Balefire Breath, but they do start to boink those infantry pretty good. Sail the Faithless dropping a Chain Lightning. What a nice Chain Lightning there. Goodness gracious. That was big. That was big, big, big. Great one right there. Very, very good. And yeah, now we just have the Unga Bunga blobs getting ready to clash. Shale's got to be careful, though. Does it look like he's riding a camel to anybody? Oh, it's because he's got, like, oh, that thing looked like it was like a camel's neck. It was like the beige color and everything. All right. So on this side, guys, we got 2 Kurgan horsemen intercepting right there. In the meantime, Famir Warriors just grinding. And yeah, this is just going to be a mouth-breathing grind. There's not a whole lot of strategy. And sometimes this does happen in RTS games, you know? It's like if you were watching like 2 English players in Imperial Age playing each other in Age of Empires 4, and they're just like mashing men-at-arms and handgunners with their infinite gold and infinite food and just like very little strategy. This is like the equivalent in this game. So 1 unit of Famir does get broken. The Chorfs are honestly kind of holding here. The Kadai and the Destroyers seem to be trading well-ish, but when they lose their infantry support is when it's getting ugly. And we do get more heavy hitters being called in for the Chorfs. it is going to be Hashit's Dark Ravagers. So Hashit's Dark Ravagers, I like this. They do have the throwing weapons, but they'd probably be better in melee. Pulling the Hashit's Dark Ravagers around the back and rear charging into the Famir would probably break that position open. And it looks like Burning Head is going to be activated by the Sorcerer Prophet, going to be cooking up the Marauder Bearman. So that is going to be a nice cast as some Skin Wolves do come in to reinforce as well. All right, guys, the mouth breathing fighting does continue. Chaos Dwarves getting Hobgoblins to intercept the Kurgans. Kurgans get folded up pretty bad in the backfield, although another Kurgan does get a full rear charge here. And actually leads one of the Kadai to crumbling, which is a pretty massive boon. More Condom Wolves being called in. And I do wonder if this is going to work. I feel like the Famir are kind of getting their grind on, dude. They're listening to some of that sweet early 2000s bumping grind music to the windows, to the wall. Good stuff indeed. Skin Wolves going to be intercepting the Hobgoblins, should be favored in that fight. And the Hashit's Dark Ravagers really should be in melee. Their throwing weapons are going to be mitigated by 60% against the Famir, although I think it's 40% when they're lower. When their leadership goes low, I'm not sure, but yeah, man. The Famir Boink Squad still going. Sail the Faithless might be throwing here. He needs to get back. What's up, Old Nosy? Dude, we were just talking about how awesome Age of the Ring is, and one of the goats of Age of the Ring appears. You love to see it. Skin Wolves engaging versus the Hobgoblins here. They should be easy to kite, and Hashit's Dark Ravagers, despite not being anti-large, will win that fight, especially with the fire damage from the dreaded Skirmish Cav. Back in the blob fight right here. Let's go ahead and get some cool cinematic shots. So we see the Kadai Destroyer just in there, trying to survive against these big boys, but he's going to be eating some shots. He's going to be hopefully doing some cool attack animations. We'll find out. But yeah, guys, I think the Famir mouth breathing is getting it done. I think Pope Patty is winning it. He's winning it. The Famir blob. Yeah, because, like, look, the Baeltor's character's down. The freaking Kadai Destroyer's down. The objectives are obviously going to be taken by Norska here. Norska's got the Condom Wolves on the outside. And I know I haven't explained this in a while, but I will explain it in a second. So the Kurgan Horseman chasing down the Sorcerer Prophet. He's pretty much cooked with the Skin Wolf. The Famir are going to be able to defeat that thing. And yeah, guys, I think the Famir blob has done it. But the reason why we call them Condom Wolves is, if you've ever been to the United States and you've gone to like gas stations in rural parts of America, or even here in California in some areas, like the Central Valley is a great example. I was at a gas station in Fresno, and they have like all the gas station boner pills and like off-brand condom packs, and like they always have like a howling wolf or like some sort of like like haggard AI generated looking beast on it, you know, like embrace, unleash your inner beast, or howl in the night like a wolf, you know, with these boner pills, you know. So we call them Condom Wolves for that reason, because Skin Wolf, the name sounds like something you would find in a gas station boner pill aisle, you know. So that's the lore of that, in case you guys were wondering. Yeah, there's some lore. It's been a while since I've explained that one, so. All right, Hobgoblin's coming down, but it looks like these Skin Wolves are going to have good work here, and Pope Patty's got this game in the bag. Norska is just going to be sending infantry in to grab these objectives, and Adler says it's depressing to watch. No, Adler, the only reason it's depressing is because the Chaos Dwarves didn't bring like a single Fireglaive unit. If they brought like a Fireglaive, like a Deathstreaker, maybe just Fireglaves probably, or Bull Centaur Renders with great weapons, that would have been a completely different fight. But homie just didn't bring the right tools, and he paid the iron price. Yeah. Okay, so that objective here is going to be taken by Norska. The mouth-breathing blob is going to move this way, and that objective also is going to be flipping. And I would imagine Kane is going to be tapping out here in uno momento. Hey, Greasy, thank you for subscribing on Twitch. Greatly appreciate you, brother. Thank you for supporting the channel. And yeah, man, the good times are a-rolling. Skin Wolves here being hunted down by the Skin Wolf Werekin and by the Famir. Fireglaves will still punch through 60% resist. Yeah, no, it's not as bad as you think. And the resistance is conditional, isn't it? Let me check. Yeah, so it's only if their leadership is higher than 50%. So there was a lot of times when they were lower than that. So they were down to, let's see. So their leadership is still high. So they would have been down quite a bit on the percentage. It's still good, I think. It's still good. Or Bull Centaur Render Great Weapons are very good against Norska too, obviously. So, all right. And that is going to be a triple cap for Norska, and that's going to be the end of the road. So I think that homie probably should just tap out here. I think Kane is done for, and we're going to be moving on to the next series here. Having a little bit of fun, and doing it to it. Sail the Faithless. How much value did he get? About 1,000 with his Chain Lightning, so not terrible. But yeah, that is going to be an official triple cap here, and Pope Patty is just going to be going in for the Haggard Karate Chop with these units. GG, well played. That was a pretty funny match, though. I have to say, I haven't seen a Famir Death Star work. Usually they don't work. Like I remember seeing a couple in the past, like maybe 2 years, and I feel like they lost most of their games, but it ended up working well there. Famir and Lore are basically Reddit mods. What? Why is that? What is the lore? Aren't Famir just like the outcasted children of Chaos? They're just like, yeah, Chaos just like shuns them and doesn't like them, and they're just like, yeah, I don't know the lore of Famir exactly. I know they're creepy, but yeah. So he's got a couple of Fireborn coming in, but like Fireborn are going to have a bad time versus Famir probably. The magic damage on the Famir, although I don't know, kind of an even-ish fight if they're not the Great Open version, but Skin Wolves will pile in and help that, so he's going to be moving across. The Kurgans are going to get a big rear charge and break them. Kurgan Great Open's actually quite good against Fireborn if they can rear charge them and get a big flank right there. And yeah, the battle is on. The Famir boinking down the Kadai Fireborn. And on this side, the Skin Wolves should put a little bit of pressure on that Iron Demon, but yeah, there's absolutely no way. All right. GG, well played. That is going to be a 2-0 victory for Pope Patty. A really, really cool Bretonnian game, and then a very ridiculous Norskin game versus Chaos Dwarves here, but I enjoyed every second of it, guys. So, that is going to be 2-0. Fedora sounds like a Witch Hunter, but Witch Hunters are actually cool, though. Witch Hunters are more like Van Helsing than they are Fedora wearers. Festus is like somebody who I would see as like a Fedora master, just like sitting at his computer, Mountain Dew, disgusting fast food all day, you know. Although he's a little bit too happy to be like a neckbeard. Neckbeards are usually more like cynical, and you know, Festus is very jolly, so I don't know. Yeah. All right. Dave, thank you for resubscribing. Appreciate that. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get on to the next best of 3. Okay, so let's find this match. And next up we have Darren Dimwitz versus Martinius. Let's see if the boys are ready. I'm going to go check in with them real quick. And let's do it. Where's this? Darren Dimwitz and Martinius. Darren Dimwitz versus Martinius. You're up. Lobby code, please. So we have a couple more best of 3s. We have Pope Patty versus Kane just finished. And then we have Darren Dimwitz versus Martinius. And then we have one more after that. I think we have Rogue AI versus... okay, so we're going to have to find another opponent for you. Okay. Deal. You two play. All right, so there's Martinius's lobby. And there we go. Now, I have a lot of thumbnails with Festus wearing a fedora. He has the look. All right. So, guys, let's think about this. Who is the most neckbeardy, like, character in the game lore-wise? Let's think about it. So, Festus has the look of the neckbeard. But his personality isn't neckbeardy. He's very jovial. He's very, like, you know, I don't know. He doesn't have that, like, cynicism to me that, like, is very quintessential to the neckbeard. You know, like, neckbeards are often very cynical, very contrarian. Like, they'll argue for the sake of arguing. They find hills to die on, like these points that are just so... Okay, so Festus has the look of a neckbeard, though. Thanquil is neckbeardy, you think? Greasus, Archeon, okay. Okay, what makes Archeon a neckbeard, though? Let's get some explanations. When you guys are giving the answers, I want some brief explanations so we can, like, extrapolate on this together. I hate to say it, but it may be Manfred. Manfred seems pretty neckbeardy, yeah. He can't grow hair, which is unfortunate, but... Most dwarf characters are neckbeards. Oh, shots fired. Cynical. They actually have neckbeards, too, probably on some occasions. Okay, so dwarves are neckbeards. Manfred. Yeah. I might have to make a true... Feel true power. Oh, that's such a neckbeard thing. Feel true power. Oh, it's Manfred. Yeah, Malekith. Okay, Malekith might have some neckbeard energy. But he's actually cool. Malekith is actually kind of badass. Yeah, let's see. Okay, we're getting a lot of opinions here. Thorgrim does yell at... No. You think Thorgrim's neckbeardy though? I don't know. Grudge bearers remembering they were bullied in high school. Oh no. The dwarf slayers, the dwarf grudges are neckbeardy because they they're like, you bullied me, I'll hate you forever. Yeah. Manfred does have a lot of neckbeard energy. Okay, 100% Manfred wearing a fedora, all too eager to tell you how emotional and logical he is. Dude, that's a powerful argument there. Archeon is very sulk angsty. He is more of a wannabe goth. Okay. You guys think the dwarves are the most neckbeardy? Oh man, that's so funny, dude. Any Warriors of Chaos? Yeah, Warriors of Chaos have a bit of neckbeard energy too. They do. Yeah. But cynical isn't the only trait. You have to, cynical is one aspect of it, you know? But so cynicism, delusions of grandeur is another one that's very common with neckbeards. Dude, I had a roommate in college who was just the ultimate mall ninja. This man, oh man, how he must have been I don't know, maybe 120 pounds soaking wet, and he would the full on grinding World of Warcraft raiding. I mean, I raided too, to be fair, but had all the neckbeard characteristics, delusions of grandeur, thought he was a martial arts master, having no experience in combat, oh yeah, there's a lot of that. Mazda Mundi has the racism. Yeah, that's actually an aspect of neckbeardism too. How about, Mazda Mundi, racism, sense of superiority. He's got the look too. Oh, dude, is Mazda Mundi the ultimate neckbeard? Mazda Mundi might be the neckbeard. He might be. Yeah, because he's got the racism. He's got the look, the sense of superiority and being absolutely correct about everything. You know, not even considering other people's opinions. Yeah. Okay. Greasus is there too. Yeah. Okay. All right. That's a fun discussion, man. Yeah. It's pretty funny, dude. Yeah, Mazda Mundi is strong also too. That's true. Martinius, we're waiting for his opponent. Let me see if his opponent showed up here. Hold on. Let's give him 2 minutes. If not, we play. Okay, so sounds good. Let's give him a minute or two. We're waiting for his opponent right now. He's got a portable toilet seat as well. Yeah. Teclis is the ultimate neckbeard. Thinks his opinion is the only valid one. He's superior in his mind. But Teclis actually helps other people though. Even though he is arrogant, Teclis is also altruistic in some ways. He sees the benefits of other cultures and is willing to teach. He taught the Empire magic. He didn't need to do that. A neckbeard would not do that. Probably. I don't think Teclis meets the criteria for a neckbeard. He has some characteristics, but you need to, yeah. Instead of confronting her, Mazda just teleports away. Yeah. All right. Ogres are too jolly to be neckbeards? Yeah, maybe. All right. To get a neckbeard to teach you magic, you just need to say how to do magic but wrong, and then he'll correct you. Yeah, that's true. Okay. Okay, so we have a comment here. It says, Dowie or actual neckbeard maxing. Racists stay in their room 24/7. Folding steel 1,000 times. They study the blade. Low-key sexist. They have height envy. They think they're the greatest. Oh my god. They lose to rats. Oh my god, that's so funny, dude. That's so funny. That's a big argument for Dowie neckbeardism, dude. Oh my god. Hey, what's up, Quill? So individual winner is Manfred, and the cultural winner is Dowie. Is that what you're declaring in chat right now? Is that what's being declared? To get a neckbeard to teach you magic, just go to your LGS on Friday nights. Yeah. Chaos Dwarves definitely have some neckbeard energy too. Yeah, I mean, if dwarves have it, then Chaos Dwarves, of course, are going to have it because Chaos Dwarves are just exaggerated dwarves, basically. Yeah, yeah. The dwarves have been catching strays, but nobody's been pointing to the Chaos Dwarves here. Okay, let me organize this frickin' match. All right, so this player is not shown up, so we are going to call a mulligan. All right, so Darren, we're replacing you with Hobo. Jump on in Hobo Honkers. All right, guys, Hobo Honkers is going to be stepping up to replace. And let's get this. That's so funny, man. It's a good discussion right there. Yeah. Oops, wrong one. And that is going to be Hobo Honk versus Martinius. All right, Martinius is here. Martin, yes. There we go. And there we are. Cool. Great. So the next series is going to be starting soon. That's like a great subject, yeah. That's a fun subject to talk about, actually. All right, here's the next subject while we wait for the game. Who is the most neckbeard character and or faction in Warhammer 40,000? We need to see here. In Warhammer 40,000, who do you guys think? Oh god, it's coming. Yeah. I mean, there's definitely. I'm curious to see which Total War Warhammer streamer has the best neckbeard credibility. I don't know. I'd have to think about that. I mean, there's definitely a couple that have the look, but I don't know about the personality. Eldar? Yeah, Eldar definitely are neckbeardy, right? Like Air of Superiority, but they don't look like it at all, though. That's the only problem. Black Templars? Okay, yeah, I've heard that before. Space Marines? Space Marines just in general? Perturabo? Yeah, okay, I could see that. Yeah. Perturabo, I love him, but get over it. Perturabo is the ultimate neckbeard. Okay, I can see that. Yeah, envious, bitter. Okay, fair play. Perturabo, I think, does he take the cake for neckbeardism in Warhammer 40,000? Yeah. Yeah, I can see the Iron Warriors Perturabo being very neckbeardy. Sparty, Italian Spartacus? No, he's not neckbeardy. No. Dark Angels. Getting some good opinions here. Let's see. So Space Marines are, I don't know if they're fat really, but they're single-minded, racist, adhere to extremely strict code of nothing, prey to their machines, their gaming rigs. Okay, I can see an argument for that. Perturabo is going to ascend and become the Chaos Guard, a god of being butthurt, you said. Dude, you guys are so funny, man. I often get delusions of grandeur thinking like I have a good sense of humor, and then I read some of the shit you guys are saying and I'm like, Jesus Christ, dude, this just puts me to shame. This is incredible. I mean, the 10,000 Suns are literally bookers, right? You mean the 1,000 Suns? Yeah. Okay, so Iron Warriors. It seems like you guys came to a pretty quick conclusion about Perturabo being the Neckbeard King. Oh, but Magnus the Red. Yeah, he's got a very neckbeardy arc, right? But he's still trying to help people. Like, he has, like, a helpful bone in his body, doesn't he? Before he gets, like, kind of screwed over. From a lore perspective, it's Perturabo. However, every neckbeard I know plays Eldar. So you're saying what archetype of a human plays which faction? Orcs are definitely the most fun people. Like, typically, in my experience, orc players in tabletop are, like, the most chill to play against. They're usually really good sports, and they don't care if they win or lose as much. Yeah. Orc players are very passionate, too, I found. Yeah. All right, guys. Let's break it down. Let's have some fun. And get back to Total War Warhammer. We've had a good 20-minute discussion about some ridiculous shit. And let's break it down. All right, guys. Community Tensor. Oh, thank you, man. Dave, I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Yeah, good times. I'm having trouble focusing on commentary now because my brain is like wheeling through all the different options we're talking about with the neckbeard thing. Neckbeards are still playing 3rd edition Space Marines. My old hammer. Yeah, no, I get that. I get that. I've been there. All right, guys. Spawning in on the north side of the map, it's going to be the Chad Hobo Hunkers, one of my favorite players in the community here. And he is going to be rocking Arcane Unforging and Earthblood. Arcane Unforging is really good at sniping Beastmen casters, especially like a Bray Shaman for some reason. Why is the mouse? Yeah, there he goes. He's down here. It looks like it's going to be a Bray Shaman. But we got Larry, Spearman, double Mage of Beasts. And the only reason you bring the double Mage for this build is to get double Starwood Staff and double Book of Hoth. So that's going to be giving you a shit ton of extra Winds of Magic, which then allows Larry to go bananas and spam Earthbloods and spam Arcane Unforgings. And you can pretty much unsummon the mages and then resummon them and have close to infinite Winds of Magic. It's pretty damn good. All right, Spearmen and Archers, Company of Calendarian in the back, and then some light cav on the outside. So very stalwart formation of elves here, backed up by some Reavers on the wings. And then, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a look at the Bray Herd. A big-ass army, 17 stack. Zangors, Slangors, a bunch of Ungabunga Raiders, a Bray Shaman of Shadows with Melkos, very strong against like Fireborn and Cav units. Centaurs on the wings, and ladies and gentlemen, some Piggies and Centaurs on the outside here, and that is gonna be the big army. Yeah, Volpara, that's a great point, man. It's a great point. Yeah, you make some solid ones. I actually think this discussion has inspired me to do a video on the subject. I'm going to see if Italian Spartacus is down because he knows the lore really well, and we'll do a video on that. That would be really funny. Because he'll actually know all the lore and stuff. Yeah, that'll be good times. All right. So, advancing up, we got Zangors and Zangors with a couple Raiders on the backside as well. Centaurs coming around the flank. Razorgore Herd's going to be creeping on up. So there they go. And ladies and gentlemen, the battle is soon to be on. Beastmen obviously have the mobility and the numbers advantage here, so they're going to be able to grab all the points very, very fast. Bray Shaman of Shadows with Melkos, good to use it on Illyrian Reavers, but also can use it on Company of Calendarian and those type of pieces. This has been a very, very common style we've been seeing from High Elves lately, like this spear formation with like 2 or 3 archers tucked in. It's been very good. Very good value trading build, you know, able to break positions and, you know, you basically just sit on one objective and then slow push to the other ones, you know. I don't hate that at all. Oceanids being called in the back. Gore Herds waiting in the trees, wanting to envelop and get a little bit of push in for the cushion going. And High Elves do have one objective, and now they're going to be contesting this one. If the High Elves can just comfortably hold on to 2 and not have to move too much, it's a very static High Elf build. They're going to want Fireborn. Fireborn to the backfield and or Dragon Princes to fight off the Centaurs and the Razorgores is going to be very good. Yes, a very staunch line of spears indeed. All right, guys. It is on. The Ungabunga Raiders need to scoot up and provide a little bit of counter support if they can. Yes, yes. But so far, the Beastmen, they've got their points, and they're just kind of enveloping the High Elves a little bit, but it looks like they're going to call the horn. The Bray Herd is unleashed. On the backside, Tuskor Chariots are going to be on their way up, and Ungor Spearman Herd are there as well. And now the Illyrian Reavers are going to be pulling back. Makes sense. But yeah, Zangors will beat Spearmen, but Oceanids are going to be a good counter there as well. Those Zangors do magic damage, so that's a nice tool against Oceanids. Just a little bit of a tertiary element there, which is quite nice. And so it begins. The caster of the Beastmen is staying back. I'm pretty sure the High Elves are waiting with the Boner to cast the Arcane Unforging there. But the lines have clashed. Spearmen, they're just basic Spearmen. So Zangors will cut through them eventually, but they are holding. And the Oceanids need to get involved in combat. The being left AFK there is certainly not ideal. And the Spearman lines are going to falter soon. They're not going to hold up against the onslaught of the Beastmen for that much longer. On the flank, Silverhelms engaging versus Razorgore Herds. Kind of a scary fight. Company of Calendarian should be engaging there as well. And this is a big onslaught. And what's really good is the spear flanking, because normally High Elves want to defend their flank with Cav, but if you have cheap spears coming in on the flanks, it makes it incredibly difficult to do that. In the meantime, the Ungabunga Archers are kind of getting worked by the High Elf Archers. The basic Archers are melting down the Ungabungas. But now there is going to be actual pressure coming in as the Centaurs try and dive. The Company of Calendarian does intercept them. Melkos Mystifying Miasma activated from the Bray Shaman right there. Able to get some good work in right there and actually potentially break those Silverhelms. Really, really nice. All right, so call-ins for both players. It is going to be Korngors from the outside to deal with the oncoming wave of Silverhelms that have been getting called in. High Elf Spearmen are holding, getting a little bit flimsy now as they do get, flanked and surrounded on the edges of the formations. And the Slangors have also gotten onto the Archers as well. So these bad boys have gotten into the ranks, and they are going to be ripping and tearing. We're going to be seeing some of these Archers paying the iron price. So Zangor's still holding, but Oceanids and the Mages are not the worst. They do have 285 weapon strength, so it can add up in a sustained fight versus some infantries there. And ladies and gentlemen, the Ungor Raiders are shooting into the Spearmen. Yes, yes. And in the back, it looks like there's going to be a banishment going down from Larry on the Slangors. Not a bad one, and also potentially going to be hitting some of the Centaurs coming in. We'll see if they end up charging into that. High Elves are maintaining a good value trade. The Spearmen line are holding, dude. I didn't expect that, but holding, and holding. Not a single one of these Giga Chad Spearmen has broken against the onslaught of the beast. So that is a massive one. And that's allowing the High Elves to trade in the backfield and clean up some of these backfield threats to the point where they actually have stabilized some of their archers again. So the archer formations have gotten back online. And dude, I'm telling you, High Elf archers are an incredibly underrated unit. They're so cost effective if they're allowed to shoot. 180 range, great damage output. For their price point, it's an absolute steal. I think High Elves have some of the best archers in the entire game. Really, really cost effective. But again, squishy, hard to protect at times, but in the matchups where they're good, they are very, very good. But the High Elf formation is holding. Arcane and Forging going down on the Beast Lord, so he's down to a pretty low amount of health. Larry fighting in combat over here, helping to dispatch some of the Centaurs. But it looks like one position of archers has been taken down by the Centis as well as the Slangors. Beastmen are down about 1,200 value, give or take, and they don't have healing too. So the High Elves are probably truly well ahead here at this point. But, you know, the Beastmen do have the objective advantage. Oh, no! Tactical reserves! He's got a Gore Herd waiting in the bushes here. That's so unfortunate for Martinius. Yeah, Martinius needs to get those out. Oof, that's a big one. I mean, that is enough to potentially help break open a formation here on the side, you know. But, yeah, he's not going to get it. And the High Elf formation seems to be holding very, very well. Now, these guys have not been here the entire game, I don't think. I'm pretty sure that was a Razor Gore herd there earlier. But yeah, he needs to get those guys back if he wants to have a chance to win this game. Frostheart Phoenix being called in. Oh, that's going to be painful. The Brave Shaman of Shadows is about to be hunted by this majestic bird, so let's get it. Oh, bird! So the bird gets in. Arcane and Forging is going to be going down, and this is probably going to be ending the game here. With the Great Brave Shaman getting karate chopped and the bird coming in. Martinius knows it's over. He's a veteran of many wars, and that is going to be a victory for the Hobo Honk in Game 1. GG, well played. Really fun game. Super fun match, man. Dave, thank you for resubscribing. He says, always happy to support. Let me read the rest of this. And Tampa never sleeps of RTS Gaming mildly. Oh, thank you, Ben. Thank you. Appreciate that, dude. So, cool build. Just a Larry defensive, you know, stalwart spear and archer build. You know, sometimes the old ways, they work well. The bird for the karate chop was quite nice. Okay. And now we're going to be going to Game 2 in this best of 3 series. After this, we have another Duel of Fates. It is going to be, let me go to the Discord and see what we got cooking. All good, Darren. All right, so we got Rogue AI versus, let's see. He's going to be up in our last game here. I'm pretty sure I gave them maps. Yes. All right, so we have another match after this too. Outstanding. I'm thinking maybe doing a little bit of Dow 2 later too. Maybe we'll stream some of it. I'm not sure. I need to take a quick break for a minute, but perhaps we will. Yeah, the High Elf formation worked well. I thought the spears were going to break to the Zangors, but they didn't. Larry's healing kept them in check. There was obviously some Earthbloods and Stars of Avalorn, which were keeping the infantry formations fighting. Normally, spears would break eventually to Zangors, but the healing did it. The healing did it indeed. Hey, Dangler, thank you, man. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. All right, guys. So what's cooking, man? We're almost in July. And then from there, a couple months towards Dow 4. There's a few games I'm actually rather excited for. So we got Dow 4. We got the new Stronghold game is coming out. That's going to be fun, potentially. Hopefully it'll be good. I saw Lionheart was playing it already. I think they have like an early demo. I got to look at that. If it has multiplayer, great. Then we have the Game of Thrones RTS game. Could be terrible, but it is coming out this year. So hopefully that's good. And yeah, then we're obviously going to have some 40K stuff down the road too. So the next couple months, we got some good shit. Got some good stuff. Yeah, the new Stronghold game. Let me pull it up on Steam. Strongholds. I don't play XCOM. No, I've never played it. Ah, scary sounds. Please don't copyright me. All right. Yeah, here it is.
Welcome to...
Okay, let's pause this. And we're going to go over here and take a look real quick. What if this becomes a new... I wouldn't say it's like a golden age for RTS, but it's like a revival. Yeah. Because, like, look, millennials are in the market, and we like RTS games, so... Okay, is this it? I think this is it. Here, one sec. A rediscovery, yes. There will never be another golden age of RTS, but most likely not. At least not in our lifetimes, I don't think. Because the new generation just doesn't play RTS. All right, yeah. So here's the new Stronghold game. I don't know when I think it comes out soon. Oh, there's a demo out now. Okay. If this has multiplayer, sign me. Oh, dude, look at that. Just a dank mountain fortress. If I can get that in PvP, sign me the hell up, dude. Yeah, this is like right up my alley. If this has PvP in it, all freaking day, every day, man. Lionheart's amazing. He's a really nice guy too. I've only ever had great interactions with Lionheart. If you guys are looking for like a lot of Let's Plays of like these kind of games. Yeah. Okay, so you get to build castles. Yeah, in-game event Inferno. Okay. Come on, please tell me you have multiplayer. It says single player, which is a little bit concerning. I'll still play it, but it won't be as exciting. Do you guys know if this is going to have multiplayer? Have they said anything about it? Because, God, that would be fun. It might just be single player. If it's single player, we'll do like one playthrough of it and call it a day probably. But, hey, Chronetho, thank you for being a member for 83 months. Jesus Christ. I always love Total War, but I've had a blast watching Dow too. Thanks for the content. I got you, man. I got you, homie. It's a prequel of Stronghold. Yeah, I wonder if it's going to have multiplayer. Let me go check on Google. Consult the gods. Will Stronghold 4 have multiplayer? Come on. Oh, yes. Okay, so Stronghold 4 will feature online multiplayer. However, it will not be available immediately upon early access release. Okay. They're going to add full online multiplayer and co-op trail in a major update during the early access period. Okay, that's fine. So we'll just wait. We'll check it out, and then when it has multiplayer, we'll come back and play it. Awesome. Whatever. As long as it's coming down the road at some point, sign me the hell up, dude. It's great. Nurgle versus Empire. A fun matchup, actually. Really, really fun one. I feel like Empire players have figured out this matchup and usually win more often than not, but this map is actually really good for Nurgle, so we'll see. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to go get some water. Appreciate you guys. And, yeah, BRB. All right, guys, what's cooking? Turin, did you see the new Warriors of Chaos? Yeah, we looked at them on stream earlier. Yeah. Yeah, they look amazing, dude. They look really good. Let's get the best of 3 scoreboard up. Sorry about that. The current score is 1-0. Hobo Honkers is up 1-0 in the series, yeah. So if Nurgle wins this, then the series is over and we go on to the next one. Yes, good, Anakin, good. Let the games begin. Yeah, I'm uploading another video on Tabletop Tavern tomorrow. It's going to be the Japanese faction. Then I'm going to do the Goblin faction. Then I'll have done every faction of the game, and that'll probably be what we'll do for now until they add multiplayer. All right, ladies and gentlemen, breaking it down, Nurgle is going for an Infantry Tide, which makes sense. It's what they're best at. Plague Bearers, so 12,000 HP a pop, Chaos Warriors, Marauders, and it looks like it's going to be a Nurgle Sorcerer and Kha'Zix the Befouled. Very meta. Not necessarily the Plague Bearers, but like Nurgle typically beats Empire by bringing 5,000 infantry units and swarming every single objective and saying, get me off these objectives. Can you do it quick enough? We'll see. So it's going to be Chaos Sorcerer and Kha'Zix the Befouled, and ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be it. Now for the armies of Martinius, it's going to be triple Greatsword. I mean, look, Greatswords will dominate every single one of these infantry units. So Nurgle is going to need some sort of a troll or something to deal with that. We do have a Hellblaster Volley Gun to the back by Martinius. Knights of the Black Rose, Burning Head, and okay, this looks like a build that's like, come at me, I'm going to fight you head on. So that should be quite a bit of fun. All right, guys. And advancing on up are the swordsmen. And Nurgle reinforcements probably going to be Marauder Horsemen throwing axes and or some great weapons like Pestigors would be good against great swords or viable against great swords at least. All right, so retreating back are the Outriders. Letting Nurgle have the objective makes sense. The Kha'Zix is a really strong fighter. He can straight up fight Toddbringer. I mean, look at that. 6.6 against 6.1. They both heal. Kha'Zix has poison. Honestly, Kha'Zix might even like trade evenly in that fight. Toddy thinking about coming over, trying to jump on these guys, but maybe flying back here to go after some of the Plague Bears and look for some freebies. He's got to be careful landing here. I don't like that play. The Nurgle characters can just fly in and maybe boink him. I mean, yeah, sure, he gets a hit on the Hounds, but then loses like 600 HP on the way out. Definitely a big mistake there by Martinius. Not going to cost him the entire game, but still a step in the wrong direction. That's for sure. Yeah, this map was inspired by Shogun too. Yeah, they literally, the map maker made this based on Shogun. It's called Otsuchi Castle. It's like a Nippon featured Shogun map, which is really cool. Grenade launchers are great here. Huge damage against Marauders, but now Furies are going to be called out to counter them, which is the meta way to do it. Oh, Hellblaster Volley Gun blasting into demons. It doesn't get any cooler than that. When I play Empire and Tabletop, I run 2 Hellblaster Volley Guns. They're so freaking fun. Like, you can, if you roll hot, just like delete anything off the table. It's so fun. All right, so Boris Todbringer chasing back the Chaos Warhounds, and the Greatswords advancing up on the point, but Nurgle does not have the triple cap yet. Now, big misplays by Nurgle not getting this objective. That's free. Just send like a Plague Bearer out there and just sit on it, you know? That is potentially going to give the Empire a much better chance to win this game. Martinius' Greatswords have gotten in the mix, and it looks like the Bright Wizard is going to be getting ready for some Burning Heads. Rancid Visitation there is cute, but usually probably better to save for when you actually have an opportunity to follow up and get a kill. Burning Head there is going to be cooking some Plague Bearers, -3 leadership. They are going to be disintegrating as the Black Rose Knights and the Greatswords, two really cost-effective anti-infantry units, are able to punch through these bad boys. So you can see they are going to be paying the iron price. Big pit fights going down, guys. The Imperial Troopers, backed up by Boris Todbringer, the Elector Count of Middenheim, doing great work, and Furies look like they're going to be driving the Hellblaster back here. Is the Empire going to be able to salvage that? Losing a Hellblaster volley gun to a Fury unit would be a freaking disaster. That'd be terrible, because it's honestly doing a shit ton of damage. All right, so Plague Bears have gotten this objective. Nurgling's going to be grabbing the outside one. Black Rose Knights come in and are getting the Furies off, but the Hellblaster volley gun crew is eating quite a bit of damage. It's a very nice pick there. If those Furies do get that Hellblaster offline, that's going to be a massive win, though it does look like it's going to be stabilized. Calling in our Plague Drones. Plague Drones are a bit of a counter against the Empire Cav. And wow, the Bright Wizard did get sniped. Holy shit. So that Rancid Visitation, there must have been another follow-up I didn't see where he got boinked in the face. But that is a huge win, getting rid of that Burning Headcaster. Although the Hellblaster Volley Gun, ladies and gentlemen, is back online. Grenade Launcher is targeted by these characters. Free Company Militia going to be turning around, potentially to put some firepower into these characters. We'll have to see. And the Volley Gun is now going to be wasting into the Plague Drones. Will it do enough damage to peel them off? It's a little bit obstructed. Doesn't want to be shooting their own troops. It is one downside of the artillery pieces like that. It's funny because in the Lord of the Rings tabletop game, the good guys have a rule where you can't like shoot when your own guys are like nearby if they're in combat, because they're afraid of killing their compatriots. Whereas like the bad guys don't give a shit. They just like mow down their own orcs and stuff. Probably want to switch that Hellblaster volley gun onto something a little bit more effective. Like start shooting at the Kha'Zix or something. But Martinius just taps out. I think losing his caster, he was down 500-600 value there too. There was just a lot of things. Now, that game wasn't 100% over, but it probably was 70-30 for Nurgle at that point. And Martinius is going to be tapping out. Hobo Honkers getting the job done. GG, well played. All right, lads, let's get to our next series here today. And sorry, I didn't look at value, but there wasn't much to look at that game, to be honest, in terms of values. So Rogue AI is up next. Rogue AI. Yo. Lobby code, please. The Bright Wizard getting wrecked was rough, yeah. It was rough. No more Burning Head, which is one of the best tools at dealing with all those Plague Bears. That's very tough. All right, so let's get in here. We're going to reset the scores. That's going to be 0-0. Player 1 is going to be Rogue AI. And then on the other side, we're going to get... he is playing against Lura. I don't know if I've seen Lura play. This will be fun. What faction would be correct to pick if you know your opponent plays Nurgle? There's a whole bunch of factions that are good against Nurgle. Nurgle is like a specialist faction. You need to like main them and play them a lot, and then you can take games off people and they can do very well, but they're hard to play. Nurgle, let's see what they're, according to the stats we have, the data. Let's go here. Nurgle's worst matchups are Khorne apparently smashes them. Wood Elves, yeah, Wood Elves annihilate Nurgle. It's really bad. High Elves beat them pretty badly too. Norska crushes them. Greenskins are favored against Nurgle too. Bretonnia's favored against Nurgle. Tzeentch annihilates Nurgle. And Demons of Chaos, you can't win. If you want to ruin your Nurgle friend's day, just play Demons of Chaos or Tzeentch against them. Mainly Demons of Chaos. Because they bring Exalted like Bloodletters and Exalted Demonettes and then have like Changebringers and frickin' Tzeentch shooting. It's like awful. Yeah, so Nurgle, Demons of Chaos, this is just 2 games. That's no data whatsoever, but it's a really bad matchup, but yeah. All right. Let's get in there and go to the tournament matches. Well, not tournaments, but showcase. And we have another Tomb Kings Bretonnian matchup. That's fun. I put them on an old school map that you guys haven't seen in a long time, by the way. Yeah, this is the Crater of Decay. It's like a choke point fight, but it's a cool one. You know, it's time to, we got to give the old maps that some of our glorious map makers put their heart and soul into a little bit of shine here, you know? Give them a little something to enjoy. All right, perfect, and there we are. Okay, cool. So, ladies and gentlemen, the battle is on. And here we go. So, Battle Pilgrims are here en masse for Lura to fight against the skeletons, which is smart. Battle Pilgrims wreck skeletons. Peasant Bowmen, you know, decent. Volley fire. Double Trebuchet. Smart tech on this map, considering it's very choke point heavy. And we do also have Alberic in the sky, double Grey Relique, and probably a Heavens Caster would be the way, or a Life Caster. Heavens is very good against Tomb King, so is Life. So, single list tourney win. I could do another one of those, Sham. Yeah. I don't know when, but yeah, somewhere down the road. All right, guys. Rogue AI is here and cooking. It is going to be Sepulchral Stalkers, backed up by Skeleton, Warriors, and Mass, and a lot of infantry here for the boners. Also going to be rocking Grand Hierophant Kotep. Oh my god, is he on a Roomba? Oh my god, we have Roomba Kotep. Oh, he's so haggard, but man, does he look cool. Look how epic that looks, dude. So sick. I actually have one of these in tabletop. It's one of my favorite units. It looks so good. Yeah, but that's going to be a Casket of Souls, which is, in theory, a good counter against Peasant Archers. They're just like worse catapults, basically, but it looks really good. Sepulchral Stalkers to keep Alberic and the Cav honest. And, okay, so Kotep is a very squishy target on the Casket. I mean, he does have 80 armor, but, like, he's incredibly immobile. So, like, big Bretonnian characters can really, really bully him. And plus, the other problem is, with him on his Casket is you have to be kind of close range to cast these spells. And you want to be far away with the Casket. So it's kind of like an anti-synergy when you put him on the Casket. Unless you're using like the missile buff with some Ushabti Great Bows in the back, which is a viable choice. But yeah, it's a bit of an anti-synergy. But you can also just park him closer, like put him here and then cast his spells and kind of use him as like a short range, you know, shooting station. But yeah, we'll see if it works out. So the Bone Daddy's going to be getting objective 2. The Bretonnians surging forth. Alberic, the Borderlow flying over, and I wonder what sort of a caster it's going to be. Bretonnia cannot bring a fire caster; they don't have one. So Heavens is your next best bet. Wind Blast spam and Chain Lightning is both viable here. Wind Blast really wrecks the Tomb Guard and the Skeletons and the Nehekar Warriors. But I do think Lore of Life is better with Alberic if you're going to be going without. Luin is what you do with Lore of Heavens. Alberic is what you do if you want to use Lore of Life, in my opinion. I find it really odd in campaign caskets are better than catapults. It's yeah, probably the tech options in campaign help the caskets. And caskets are also, against AI, they're going to be better. You know? Because also in campaign, like, caskets buff your Winds of Magic regeneration, and you're going to have, like, a shit ton of Winds of Magic in campaign, so there's that synergy. That doesn't really matter in multiplayer as much. But yeah, the catapults in general are very good. The price point is really competitive. The leadership bombing is really good, because artillery already penalizes leadership when it hits you. But then adding another layer of leadership penalty. So let's look. So they're 80, and you look, being attacked by artillery is negative 10 leadership, which is base, right? So when you add the catapult penalty there, it's pretty nuts, especially in blobs. That was a good shot, though, honestly. That looked pretty good. Oh, this map, I forgot about this. Yeah, look at this. So, unlocks additional spawn points, generates no victory tickets. Oh, this map has a custom... Yeah, so if you capture this, it gives you a Vanguard point in your opponent's backfield. Oh, that's so cool. I forgot about that. That's actually, yeah, I wouldn't hate seeing more maps like that in competitive. Granted, it does favor certain army archetypes a lot. Yeah, that probably isn't fair because some armies like Nurgle and Dwarves just will never get that, and Slaanesh will always get it. So now that I think about it, it's just not fair in a really hyper-competitive meta, but for this showcase, it's totally fine. It's really cool. All right. So what do we have here? Skeleton Horsemen. They do get the point. And now, look, the Vanguard options are open. So Rogue AI now has Vanguard, and he's actually going to be using it. Look, yeah, he calls out a couple Skeleton Horsemen back there. How rad is that? That's really fun. All right, guys. And the middle is owned by the Tomb Kings, so the Skeletons have claimed control over the middle objective. I'm surprised the Bretonnians haven't moved up. No, the Bretonnians flip it back. Okay, they flipped it back. Yeah, I was going to say the Battle Pilgrims will out-capture Skeleton Warriors, and we do get the double cap coming in. Probably would have been better to call in some infantry and slow push here. The Skeleton Horsemen are going to get run down by the Knights Errant, and it looks like the Trebuchet crew is going to be scattering to the winds. So how does this fight go? Yeah, Skeleton Horsemen probably going to scatter in two directions. One of them is going to be trying to push through here, yes. Meanwhile, on the backside, the Casket of Souls still just shooting here. Trebuchets are going to be returning the favor. And one unit of Skeleton Horsemen does get around the back and, you know, is going to be able to get on top of the Trebuchet. Might be able to wipe the Trebuchet crew there. They're very flimsy. Bretonnian Trebuchets have 6 melee defense on their crew members, so very, very flimsy indeed. If he can get one Trebuchet, it's not the worst trade in the world, but if he just gets wiped out and doesn't get the Trebuchet offline, it's going to be pretty terrible. Because, yeah, it's easy to get baited by that Vanguard point, right? You're like, oh, this is fun. But, yeah, at the end of the day, Lura pulls ahead there. The Bretonnians get a 2-for-1. They literally wipe out 800 gold worth of units and take like 0 damage. So that was a big loss for the Tomb Kings right there. A risky play, a bold play, but you know, I respect the attempt. It was very cool. All right, guys, and on the middle, Ushabti Greatbow is going to be moving up and looking to put some hurt downrange. Are they the chosen of the gods? They are. So they're not going to be as good against single entities, but honestly, you could just move them right here and then start shooting at the catapults down there and putting some DPS down on them. The Green Knight is sitting on the Vanguard point. I'd love to see that. That's hilarious. So then the Bretonnians can actually call Knights of the Realm and Grail Knights out back here if they want to. So that gives them some good stuff right there. All right. And the objective still owned by the Ladies Chosen. Casket of Souls shooting into these bad boys and doing some pretty good stuff. That'd be pretty scary. Casket of Souls, it's, you know, it's kind of weird. In tabletop, Casket of Souls, I think, have a leadership effect. They, like, do damage based on your leadership. Yeah, so I'm surprised they don't have, like, leadership discouraging in this game, too. They're literally shooting, like, the spirits of the dead at you. You would think they would do maybe, like, the same thing as the Screaming Skull catapults. That would be cool. I think that would make them viable, actually. Wouldn't be a bad change. All right, Knights Errant coming down, but there are Brace Spearmen. So they're just like, hey, dog, you want to charge into this Nehakaran Phalanx? I don't think so. Tomb King's infantry formations in tabletop are one of the best. They're so freaking good. So basically, if you are playing a army, let's say you're playing the Empire in tabletop, okay? And your opponent charges your state troopers with the dragon. The dragon wins combat. Your state troopers are either going to run away in terror or they're going to give ground. And then the dragon can then disengage once they give ground and go do other things. The Tomb Kings have a special rule called the Nehakaran Phalanx where their units do not give ground even if they lose at times, depending on the circumstances. So they can just like hold the ground and they can trap you in combat because they don't run away. It's really, really strong. All right, so back here, the Pegasus Knights of Lura going to be diving on the Screaming Skull catapult, but there's going to be a call out from Rogue AI. He's going to get his big old Bone Knights, the Necropolis Knights, to try and hunt them down. The Bretonnians using the Vanguard point here pretty aggressively. Look at this. They got a lot. Knights Errant, Green Knight coming in, and Battle Pilgrims have gotten on the back objective, guys, and it does look like Bretonnia is going to be doing a full court press. Yes. Ushabti Greatbows have zeroed in on the Knights Errant, which is brilliant. You can see they're taking a lot of damage. And where are these Knights Errant going to go? They kind of get partially intercepted by those spearmen there, so a little bit of a lapse in the formation, that is for sure. And flying overhead are the Pegasus Knights, but being screened out very effectively by the Necropolis Knights. I don't know where they're going to land. They could try and land on that catapult, but I don't think it's worth it. Up on the objective, the Bretonnians are just kind of sitting with a big army. I mean, they're only partially committed here, but the Bretonnian mobility putting in a lot of work. Sepulchral Stalkers are going to wreck these Knights Errant, but it does stop them from shooting for a moment. I think that was the intent of the Bretonnians. Although Alberic, a goat, he comes in and Alberic gives anti-large. So now these Knights Errant do have 12 bonus versus large. Suddenly they become like Walmart Knights of the Realm units, so pretty damn good. On the back point, the Green Knight and the Battle Pilgrims duking it out, but the Nehekaran Warriors actually probably do beat Battle Pilgrims in combat because of the anti-infantry bonus, but we'll see if Green Knight is going to be able to turn the tide of the fight. We also saw the Ushapti Grapos knocking off one of these units here, so the Knights Errant do get sent packing right there, ladies and gentlemen, as the Casket of Souls and Katep still trying, but this is what I'm talking about. Yeah, him getting surrounded by all these anti-large Pegasus Knights. The dreaded humping animations are real, but a lot of the Pegasus Knights are attacking in. Katep should be losing some HP there in a moment. We'll have to see if there's an issue there. The other Pegasus Knight does land on top of the Ushapti Grapos. Very nice. The Sepulchral Stalkers, or excuse me, Necropolis Knights are pretty horribly out of position right now. And it looks like the Ushapti Grapo might just die here. That's a huge, huge pick for our Bretonnian player Lura here. And Albert, it looks like they're just not connecting very well with him. I think they were kind of stuck in a weird animation, which is just classic Total War jank, but it is what it is. All right, so on the backside, the Bretonnian Cav, Knights of the Realm, as well as Spearmen at Arms are slowly winning on this side. Peasant Archers coming up to support. They should be shooting at those Nehekar Warriors right there. That'd be quite good. Sepulchral Stalkers do get bullied by Alberic and the Green Knight, and that is a really, really strong power combo. Because Alberic gives anti-large to the Green Knight. Oh, dude, Green Knight is super OP in tabletop. I hate him. I used to be a heavy tournament player in Old World. When it first came out for like the first year and a half, I was like grinding the tournament scene. And yeah, Green Knight was always a problem. He's super OP. He was like, oh, there's a bush in the corner. I'm just going to pop out and kill your entire backfield. Okay. Oh, also, you can't do damage to me unless you have magic. You're just not going to do damage. Like, he's very, very OP. All right, so Sepulchral Stalkers with their magic laser beams trying to shut down the Green Knight, but the Green Knight's going to be wheeling about, and he should be able to finish off these Sepulchral Stalkers. They're just a little too low, and despite the fact they do have anti-large magic damage, they're in their current state, they're just not going to be having a good time. Totally not having a good time right now, dog. So this objective taken by the Bretonnians. Looks like they got it done. Oh, dude, this is so good. Dude, this call-in point with the Knights Errant and the Holy Wardens, being able to just like summon them on your opponent's back objective, that's so freaking good. That's a really fun mechanic, I'm not gonna lie. Looks like some evil Harry Potter action's gonna be going down. Darude Sandstorm activated by Katep and the Casket. Nice combo right there. Katep is currently sitting at about 1,700 value, so he certainly paid for himself. Not terrible at all. But the middle contested objective is gonna be retaken by the Legions of the Dead. The Nehekar Warriors are going to move forward, and they got their blades out for I guess it would be Cetra, right? Yeah, I don't know necessarily the names of the gods they worship. Probably just Cetra. It's kind of a cult of personality over there. But objective number 2 taken by the Boners, and the Bretonnians are still putting a lot of pressure on the back objective here. The Holy Wardens of Montesal are going to wreck everything here. They are a Terminator. 50 melee attack. Just about 48, and then 49 weapon strength with fire damage and magic damage, really strong. Realm of Souls healing a lot of the dead, but they're going to break off this objective. Bretonnia is going to get objective 2 again, and as it currently stands, Bretonnia is sitting pretty well ahead on points. Although the Bone Daddies, man, have reclaimed the middle, and Katep didn't hear no bell whatsoever. He's just kind of hanging out there, dropping shots. It looks like he just shot at the Damsel of Life, which is kind of an interesting one. On the outside here, the Bretonnians are hanging on to the point, but it does look like the Pegasus Knights are going to come over and dispatch those Nehekar Warriors, which they for sure will. And the Holy Wardens get the job done. Damsel of Life running over to get a little bit of support. The Nehekar Warriors here will lose pretty horribly to Knights Errant and Battle Pilgrims. Now, can the Tomb Kings alter the fight on the other side? Ooh, this is sketchy. Green Knight attacking into Katep here. Does he have the milk? Does he have the support? And Alberic! Oh no! Katep on the Casket is so vulnerable. Yeah, it's very, very vulnerable. So 2,400 right here, and Green Knight is just buttering his bread, dude. He is cutting through him pretty good. So Holy Wardens getting the point. Sepulchral Stalkers or Necropolis Knights on their way out. They will be a great addition. But the problem is they're going to be isolated by a lot of units, and they're probably just going to be dragged down. Although, the ninja attempt over here by Rogue AI, look at that. That's very clean. Rogue AI stealing the Bretonnian home objective is going to buy him a shit ton of time. But Katep does get banished, guys. He gets killed by Alberic as well as the Green Knight, and that is the danger of bringing him on a Casket. Just like we talked about in the beginning, he's very static and very, very easy to pick off there. So that is definitely unfortunate. All right, guys. Objective number 2 held by the Bretonnians. Objective 1 by the Tomb Kings. And this objective is held by the Mobility, the light horsemen of the Tomb Kings. Probably going to be recaptured here in a minute. But yeah, that's funny. So now he stole the Vanguard point. So now he's stealing all the Bretonnian home objectives. Very funny stuff. Currently it is the double cap, and it is enough where the Tomb Kings would win if they can just hold the other 2 objectives, but with Kotep being dead, I think it's just game over, because Bretonnia is just going to bully with their characters in the Green Knight now. Probably get a big Death Star together and eventually just knock them off all the points. I could be wrong, but I do think that's how it's going to go down. Green Knight surging down the hill, Gilles and Alberic fighting in the realm of Nurgle. They're like, I don't know what the hell is going on here, but we are in the realm of Nurgle. I love that one. Tomb Guard getting punted, just flying through the air. Glorious mechanics there. And yep, Sepulchral Stalkers are going to crumble. The value tracker, by the way, doesn't track like crumbling and things like that. So all like the crumbling value that the Bretonnians get not being tracked. So there's actually, usually against undead, there's a fair amount of value that you're getting that isn't being included in the value tracker. And now there's another Sepulchral Stalker, but they're just going to get swarmed here in a second. Probably going to get run down. Bretonnia, in the meantime, Pegasus Knights chasing down the Light Horsemen, and we do have Beast Slayers the Bastone, a great choice. They're going to be able to fight off like all the big stuff and be really, really hard to get rid of. If Kotep was here, they'd be easy to kill. Casket of Souls and, you know, Druid Sandstorm, Incantation would be very good against them, but yeah, not going to matter. They're going to get up on the point, and that is going to be that. Is there anything that gets tracked properly? Except there's a lot of haggardness with the melee tracker. CA did a pretty lackluster job on it, but look, it's better than nothing. You know, like, if you're a Total War multiplayer enthusiast, like, you just get used to getting the scraps, you know? You're like Danny DeVito and It's Always Sunny. You're the trash man. You're here for the trash, and, you know, enjoy it for what it is. Because the game is beautiful. It's really fun to play. But, you know, it is a secondary element to Creative Assembly's developers, which is fair. You know, they make most of their money from single player. But all right, Catapults coming downtown. Some nice leadership discouraging effects, but the Green Knight is going to be dispatching these, not quickly, but in due time. The Catapult crews are going to be taken off, and the Bretonnians do resecure their objective here. They get objective 3, and the Knights Errant are now going to be heading over this way. As the Pegasus Knights do get the catch onto the Skeleton Horsemen, Alberic and company, just like we talked about, getting rid of the Sepulchral Stalkers. The Holy Wardens are just going apeshit over here. 1,400 value on them. That's so cost effective. And yeah, they were like born and bred to kill Tomb King stuff. Like, anything outside of Ushabti, they're going to just like trade super cost effectively into. Damsel of Life's looking a little bit low, and Alberic kind of playing a bit of a dangerous game. Could we see a comeback by the Boners? I mean, looking at points, the Bretonnia, yeah, still not winning on just one. The Tomb Kings might be able to work something out here, guys. They might be able to work something out. We're going to see. So, a lot of undead coming in. Are the Bretonnians going to be running out of gas? They need to get another objective back or else they're going to lose. And this is like, the Tomb Kings are securing the outside here. Both players this game have had pretty good success holding on to this and like kind of getting value out of it, which is very fun to see. And yeah, where are the Bretonnians going to go? I think they're going to go all in on objective 2, because right now the Tomb Kings are catching them on points. And they will win if they can just hold the 2. So the win condition for the Tomb Kings is very, very simple. Right here, nobody wants any of that smoke. That is too many boners to get through, including a Necrotech. That Necrotech, by the way, should move over here. And yeah, the Tomb Kings just got to hold on this point. Necropolis Knights, I don't think are present at the moment, but the Tomb Guard Halberds are getting a lot of value poking into the big man. Alberic is probably hemorrhaging HP right now. Yeah, he's at about 1,400. Catapult's quite good, and will the Bretonnians be able to get this point back? This actually became a very, very close game. When Kotep died, I personally thought the game was going to be over, but the resilience of the Tomb Guard, the elite infantry, the Nehekar Phalanxes, man, they are putting in a ton of heavy lifting here, which is very, very fun to see. All right, Necrotech duking it out, fighting against the Green Knight, and we have a couple spears and pointy sticks coming in. The Bretonnians with the Beast Slayers have arrived. Alberic, does he have his trident? Oh, did he not bring it? He didn't bring the trident. The water damage thing. That's a huge mistake. It's super good in this matchup. I don't know why he wouldn't have brought that. But the Beast Slayers are on their way. The Damsel of Life dropping an Earthblood right there to heal up the troops. And a couple Peasant Archers. I like this play. This is good. It gives you like a backup option. Like, these archers might be able to get, like, soften up that objective to the point where you can get it, but dude, the Tomb Kings are holding on to this objective like a dog with a bone. They are really, really not letting go. Now, what sort of reinforcements are we going to be getting? Oh my god, Kotep is back! But immediately gets run down by some Knights Errant. That's so funny. Yeah, I mean, that does give you your leadership back. The Tomb Guard Halberds are starting to lose out. They need a little bit of support here, like some sort of Harry Potter. And there is going to be a call-in of Skeleton Horsemen with Incantation of Curse Blades. They will push off these Knights Errant right now and then come over to help out on the objective. Tomb Kings are about to catch you on points, guys. It's getting really, really close. Great game between these two mighty champions right now. The Green Knight and Alberic fighting to get the point, but there is going to be capture weight reinforcements coming in. Katep is rolling over on his Roomba. Skeleton Horseman coming. The Vanguard capture is really good here. Grail Relic, a Grail Relic on Vanguard, that's so funny, is on its way. And the boners are coming. Skeleton Horseman going to be arriving to the middle. Katep is going to get attacked most likely by the Pegasus Knights. Nope, they're actually opting to shut down the Horsemen. And the Tomb Guard Halberds, no bell whatsoever, although the Beast Slayers of Bastogne are trading incredibly nice. There is a Skeleton Warrior unit chasing down archers there. Not a bad idea. And look at that, guys. The Tomb Kings have passed them on points. They're gonna be out of time really, really soon. Knights Errant are coming. And controlling this Vanguard pressure point is very, very big here. The point is starting to flip. Alberic is wavering, though. He's low. 700 HP right now. Katep is rolling over on his Roomba. He is going to have Druid Sandstorm provide 3 capture weight as well. And the Hekar Warriors are being partitioned over. For Tomb Kings, he's saving up for something big. I don't know what it is. Probably a Necropolis Knight with a Halberd. Oh my god, he might be able to just win this on just the one now. It's really, really close. This is going to be a tight game, guys. It's going to be a very tight game. Another Cav unit comes over. Oh boy. So Katep dropping the big casket, the melee casket, putting in work. And is it going to flip? I think it's too late. I think the Tomb Kings win on just the one. It does end up flipping, guys. He's getting 1 victory ticket. This is so tight. And I actually don't know. Yeah, no, it's a victory for the Tomb Kings. Holy shit, though. What a close game. Hemry barely pulling that out with their valiant Tomb Guard defense. Epic, dude. Epic game. All right. So that is going to be a victory for Roomba Katep. Darude all day, dude. I wish we could play it on stream. That'd be so fun. Someday our ancestors will be playing the Haggard, because eventually it'll all be, when songs get old enough, don't they become freaking, yeah, like, I forget what the term is, but there's like, free of copyright and whatnot. Yeah, it was close, man. Close game, GG. Katep ended up getting 2,900 value, but on 2 summons, so take it with a grain of salt. Necropolis Knights did fine. Big Dog Alberic did good. Green Knight was a menace, and the casters seemed to have a bad time. 2,500 there as well. Surprise, love the close games. Yeah, me too, man. Me too. So that's 1-0 for Rogue. Public domain is like 25 years or 70 years. Yeah, somewhere. Public domain is what it's called. Yeah. It's a ways. It's a ways. All right, so let's get this party started. Let's have some freaking fun and do it to it. It should become, but corporations should bribe the politicians to keep it from happening. Got it. Yeah, classic. Yeah, lobbying, bribery. You gotta love it. You gotta love political corruption. Always fun. All right, so Vampire Coast for Lura and Rogue AI. We don't know what he's on yet. They probably have prearranged the matchups. It's very casual today in terms of the picks and bans. We just let players freaking, decide on the matchups and agree on them together. So it's pretty fun. Extended tournament McLaggens isn't very good because some factions have massive extended rosters and some don't. So it just wouldn't be very fun. There would be like 4 factions dominating it, basically. Yeah. All right. So Gates of Ekrund is there. Yes. And the Vampire Coast is here as well. So, yeah, fun matchup. Vampire Coast Walk is always a good one. Aspiring Champions, Morngulls, Animated Hulks, maybe a Bloat or 2. Secret Agent Bloat is always fun. Yeah. Good times, man. Good times. Warriors of Chaos get a 70-unit extended roster. Yeah, Gondola. Yeah, he's right. It's a lot of boys you get in there. Oh, I love that build. That is just a boner-inducing build. Harry the Hammer, Festus, and triple Chosen of Khorne dual weapon. It doesn't get cooler than that. That is why you play this game. That's how you do it. Terror out the undead units. Festus heals the Chosen, and you just bump and you just grind and you rub your sausage together with your opponent and do it. So let's get it. Talk about heavy metal. I think there's a fair amount of extended roster units you could just add to the base game and it probably wouldn't be a problem. There's a handful of those. Imagine the Great Chains taking off the Empire, and then, you know, Empire probably wouldn't even be OP if you let them have their extended roster units. Maybe the Elspeth units would be too OP. I'm not sure. I'd have to test those, but like the baseline Elector count units, like the Spearmen and like the Archers and stuff, that'd probably be all right. All right. So, yeah, we know what the build is here. Basically, just elite infantry being supported by Festus with healing, and then Herald the Hammerstorm to terror out the undead, which is very funny. No, Death Guard are good, Hunter. They're good. They're niche, but they're good. Death Guard are very commonly used in competitive play. They're solid. All right. Luther Harkin. Gunline here. So it looks like he's going to be playing, partitioning his forces, having a minor zombie line. Go get this. Whereas the Forces of Chaos are probably going to get everything just down towards this objective right there. Oh, hell yeah. Necrofex Colossus, unironically, going to be pretty good. Like, just having this thing sit on the high ground and blast Chosen is going to be, I think, cost-effective, which is very cool to see. And, yeah, that's pretty much it. Couple of handguns in the back, as well as the hand cannons. Luther Harkin is a really good choice. Luther Harkin could absolutely snipe Festus. Just sit over his head, shoot him with a pistol, and live your best life. So that is that, guys. Let's see how this goes. Good luck, and frickin' have some fun. A routing Necrofex Colossus? Yeah. Yeah, Walk is going to need to call something in the Warriors of Chaos to fight against, like, Luther. Because that's the big weakness. Their build, like, doesn't have mass to stop Luther from bullying Festus. Unbreakable Greatswords? Oh, yeah, dude. Gotta be awesome, dude. The Karaberg Greatswords? Oh, yeah. That's a fantasy, man. Giving Empire, like, sustainable, good quality troops in the front. I mean, not that State Troopers are bad, but they just don't, like, win fights. They just hold, basically, you know? Yeah, Death Guard are a good late game call-ins. Yeah, they're like a sweeper unit, you know. So you said Domination just favors Depth Guard, has later call-ins over being spelled to death, spelled to death off rip and land. Oh yeah, off the rip and land battle. So what you're saying? Yeah, see you. Marauder Horseman is a good tech. They will be able to throw axes at Luther Harkin. Yes, so that is a good play. And I love that the entire army. I don't know if I like. I think you got to play a lane strategy with this build. Like, this build, you don't split it up. Because, yeah, we'll see how he ends up playing it. Just let them have objective 3, okay? Take your Nurgle Blob and move towards their home objective here. And then when these guys rotate over, you then call in mobility like Hellstriders to get that, you know? Yeah, that would be how I would do it. But again, we'll see. Rogue AI is very solid. I'm sure he's got a game plan of his own. The Colossus ripping pot shots into the Marauder Horsemen, and they are going to take big casualties. The Colossus is a pretty good anti-skirmishing tool. There was a time in Warhammer 2 where, yeah, this thing was meta. All right, big shots. But again, land battle often favors, like, single entity. I mean, it is, single entities are good in Dom, but they're more balanced. Whereas in land battle back in the day, like, single entity abuse was, like, a big thing. It was very toxic. There had to be, like, 50 layers of rules to, like, balance it out, which was pretty miserable, honestly. Yeah, you guys remember the cycle charging rules and yeah, God, all that shit and just like engage rules, just awful, dude. Ugh. So what do we got being saved up for Rogue AI? He calls in Chaos Knights with lances. Interesting. They will be okay against zombies, but very weak against like the hand cannons and stuff. I don't know what he's got planned with the other boys here, and the throwing axe is going to be kiting Luther and getting some damage into his face here. I think he's gonna move through the trees here. Yeah, he's moving up now, right? Yeah, these guys are moving. The problem is the Chosen of Khorne. I mean, they could, one Chosen of Khorne over here would be fine. They could probably beat all of those units. Coast Gun Line is still very good in this game, Dusty, in Warhammer 3. Ooh, getting a break on those Marauder Horsemen. That's just like 650 free gold right there. I don't know what these Chaos Knights have planned, because they're going to get wrecked by Luther and by the Colossus in combat, so it's not necessarily good for them. The Colossus is just going to turn and run. And now Festus is just going to be moving up. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, the rules in Warhammer 2 were necessary. The game would have been an absolute joke without the rules. So shout out to all the rules people, but we don't have to do that anymore, which is great. Chaos Knights coming down. Yeah, the blunderbusses are waiting on the hills, though. You don't want any of that smoke. So now they're going to be retreating back. And the Marauder Horsemen do rally, which is very fortunate. And here comes the Chosen. Here comes Festus. But those hand cannons have the potential to do a lot of damage here. All right, so here comes the big boys. Using the dreaded Marauder Berserker recycled animations. You gotta love to see it. And Chosen of Khorne, screaming across. Yes, Festus and Herald the Hammer gonna be piling in. And it looks like he did not do any pressure on that objective. I thought he was going to, but opts not to. Marauder Horsemen are being screened out. They need to come around this way and help if they can, but, oh, that's a lot of gunpowder. That's a lot of gunpowder there, guys. Chosen getting healing elixirs, and they are in the mix, and honestly, Lamprey's Revenge are weak to fire damage, so the Chosen, I think, do fire damage? Yeah, so they will actually do okay here. And with Harold the Hammer debuffing everything, you know, it could be a fun little fight. So, Big Dog Luther Harkin is going to be going after Festus, but Harry the Hammer should just be attacking Luther. That would be your best bet. And in the woods, we have 2 Chosen of Khorne sitting AFK, not engaging here. Those bad boys need to get into the fight. But yeah, the Chosen, Fleshy Abundance would be quite good. Lamprey's Revenge are getting chewed up a little bit, and Festus and Luther having a bit of a sausage rubbing fest here, so these guys are duking it out. Yeah, you can see that going down. And where is our boy Harry the Hammer? Now, Harry the Hammer makes undead like normal in terms of leadership. It's hilarious. Chaos Knights do get around the back, eating a huge volley from that Colossus. But if they can shut down the blunderbusses here, that is going to be a big win for the Forces of Chaos. On this side, are these guys just AFK? So yeah, the Chaos Army has its full force brought to bear over here, but the Coast Army does have the home field advantage. Now, Chaos Knights do get on top of the zombies here. And the Chosen getting a big old Fleshy Abundance. Not bad at all. Overcasted Fleshy healing both Chosen units. So one here and one here getting healed. And Luther Harkin is staying in combat a little bit too long. Because that means the Chosen are hitting him. Harold the Hammer hits incredibly hard. And then also Festus is tickling his pickle and poisoning him too. And the throwing axes are sitting back here and getting a lot of value in that fight. So out of the gates, I think Rogue AI is ahead right now. Even though it says he's down in value with all the healing. And yeah, Festus still just kind of chilling there at full health. It's gonna be a tough cookie to crack, man. So Forsaken and Forsaken should be able to stop that back objective from being captured. Blunderbuss is getting huge value though. That's really, oh, how cool is that? Just like shooting their blunderbusses at the Chosen as they march forward. That's so cool looking. I don't know what's going on with this guy. He's having a problem right now, but there he goes. All right. So the Chosen will now win this fight, but they did take a lot of damage on the way in. Festus still providing great healing, while the Marauder Horsemen of Rogue AI going to be chasing down Luther Harkin right there and dragging him through the mud a little bit. And yeah, Forsaken are going to be great reinforcing pieces. They will annihilate that zombie. The other one's going to be coming through. As it currently stands, Coast is chilling on the points, and I like this deck. I like this a lot from Lura. Getting the deck gunners back here, the Shade Wraith gunners, just to tee off. Like, there's nothing Chaos can do to get back here. So this is going to be the Wimp Low face-to-foot style from Kung Pao Enter the Fist, the greatest movie of all time. Chosen still chasing here, and the Chosen of Khorne. The Chosen here putting in the hurt. That's pretty good. Harold the Hammer and Festus the Leech Lord going to be re-engaging into the fight. They need to get that healing aura going. But yeah, this deck hunter play is actually really good. Are there any Hellstriders? Swords of... Oh my god, Swords of Chaos. Oh, I love that. It's amazing. Yeah, these Forsaken need to be advancing up. Big mistake not advancing them up the table. Both these Forsaken need to be bum rushing in. Also, a Forsaken split push over here wouldn't be a terrible choice. But, yep, Swords of Chaos are coming. He needs to get these Forsaken up. Those Chosen being isolated and being shot to pieces is... It's going to catch up with him. Harry the Hammer, are we going to get a terror route for the undead? I hope so. Okay, weak binding. Come on, give me the terror route. Give me the Harold the Hammer terror. I think it should kick in. They are afflicted, so they have lost the undead attribute. And they're terrified! The undead are running. Look, they have the terror attribute. The undead are running away from the Chosen. Oh, I love it, dude. I love it. That's so cool. Colossus still shooting away. Forsaken are now on the way over. And Swords of Chaos you could use to actually tar pit the Necrophex Colossus. Wouldn't be a terrible idea. Chosen are getting worn down, isolated in a bunch of positions, but, you know, only 300 value on that one. Pretty damn rough, man. Festus, though, keeping the pocket going in the center and keeping the value close, and it looks like these blunderbusses are going to be taken to Pound Town. And Harry, the Hammer, where is he going? Is he diving the backfield to go after the Shade Wraiths? No, he's still over here in the fight. And Swords of Chaos looks like they might make an attempt on the backfield. All right, so the blunderbusses here are crumbling. Crumbling is a very slow thing. It takes a long time for a unit to crumble, though. Objective still not in the clutches of Chaos, though, and the gun line of the Vampire Coast is doing a good job putting the pressure on. So what do we have back here? We have ye old Swords of Chaos. You're trying to mitigate the firepower and find a way back here, but that's a tall order, man. Yeah, that's a lot of DACA being unleashed there. Vampire Coast is known for their firepower, that is for sure. Festus and company jumping into fight here. Harold the Hammer trying to tie down these guns. A couple Chosen still in the mix, but what's going to happen now is Luther is going to isolate probably some characters and get the kills. Swords of Chaos, 20 of 24 models, and able to get a handgun unit offline here. Shade Wraiths are partially hitting into the tree line, which is, you know, saving some damage on these guys, but still the damage is adding up. Vampire Coast probably pulling ahead in this game. It looks like it is going to be a 1-1 series, potentially, as we get into the later stages of the battle. Aspiring Champions over here. It's a good call. It's going to take a while for them to get through, but if the game does go long, it could be a game winner. Swords of Chaos, getting those guys down. Harry the Hammer, embroiled in battle, still has his chosen Chads helping him out here, and Festus going to be coming over to help. He does have Rancid, so potentially a big Rancid on Luther. Maybe you get a snipe, I don't know. It's going to be a tall order. Forsaken get ran over here by the Lampreys and by the Morngulls, to be expected, as they should. Another Forsaken unit's going to be coming up, and on the backside, another Forsaken. So kind of feeding Forsaken into the old meat grinder here. Definitely need some Hellstriders. Like, Hellstriders of Slanesh with the Lashes would have been very good for diving the backfield here and shutting down some of the guns, but he obviously brought a more fun thematic build. But I think that this is the end of the road for the Warriors of Chaos. Luther is just such a good assassin. And now, do we have Depth Guard out? We don't. I don't think we see Depth Guard on the table yet. Seeing mostly zombies and zombies. Zombie. All right, last Samurai shot, sitting at 20 leadership. I mean, a wipe here could be big for the Swords of Chaos. Apocalyptic charge, but they are being hammered by the Shade Wraith Gunners. Shade Wraith Gunners currently sitting at about 1,000 value, but Shade Wraith Gunners are super squishy, so they may actually die, even to just a couple Swords of Chaos here. We'll keep tabs on that. Can Chaos bring this back with some weirdness in here? Festus has healing elixirs. At this point, probably turning on the Mortis Engine effect would be better to try and drain down all the mass amounts of zombies here. On the backside, the Zombos and the Colossus are advancing. Forsaken will, put a roadblock up to the zombies, but the Lampreys and the Morngulls will just clean them up. They'll clean their clock. Aspiring Chads on this side doing well, but eating handgunner fire, so, pretty damn effective. Even with silver shields, 45% of the damage from those guns is very, very effective, so I don't think they're going to be too long for this world. And elsewhere, what do we got? Festus going to be draining. He's got the Harbinger of Pestilence. It's smart. It will do a little bit of damage here. Still some Warriors of Chaos units, but like despite Chaos having some elements of success here, this is just too crushing. Like all these reinforcements coming in are just getting steamrolled over and over. Oh, it's the GOAT, Professor Pone, the greatest gamer of all time. He's here. And who doesn't love seeing a Colossus actually do really well? A 2400 Colossus. The time is now, and it is... I think it is one of the coolest units in the game. I mean, look how freaking awesome that thing is. Just marching up and, yeah, Forsaken are going to be sent packing right there, guys. They are going to be sent packing. Objective number 1 here is going to go to the Vampire Coast. It's going to be a triple cap. Festus and Herald are just going to be ignored and left amongst zombies for the rest of the game. And, yeah, it's going to be what? Chaos Knights? Yeah, I mean, Chaos Knights with Lances probably will downtrade into pole arms here, like, pretty badly. The Tide of Skilled fighting Aspiring Champions, and more Halberds are on their way over. But Rogue AI probably taps out here in the next, like, 30 seconds, I would wager. He has, like, a 0% chance of winning this, I think. Like, as long as the Vampire Coast... I mean, could Vampire Coast go AFK and win this? It'd be close. Like, in AFK, because then their guns aren't aiming properly. But, pretty close to going AFK and winning here. That's for sure. Colossus going to be flipping the point. And, ye old Forsaken, like I said, run over by the big angry Crabbo-Stabos. The giant enemy crab approaches... And they're so cool. Lamprey's Revenge, another great unit. Vampire Coast definitely has some of the coolest thematics of like all the factions in this game. Yeah. Good times. Yeah, the high-level players are lucky that Professor Pone retired from Total War. If he was still around, it would just be a foregone conclusion, All right, Aspiring Champions, not able to get it, and the Halberds are just going to get screened out. Feels pretty bad. Chaos Knights, once again, are, 0-3 on today's stream, I think. Like, every game we've seen Chaos Knights, they've just been, like, a portent of doom for whoever has brought them, Yeah. They somehow managed to give a wooden leg and a wooden leg to a monster made of only wood. Yeah, man. They did it. They did it. Very cool beastie. 1,250 points coming up, and Pirates of Sartosa are victorious. So that is going to be a 1-1 series, guys. Allura with the equalizer. And now we're going to be going to Game 3. I love the build. It just got shot to pieces a little bit. The Colossus was unironically really good, and Luther Harkin was kind of goated in that matchup. Like... There was no answer for him, it felt like, outside of the Horsemen, which, are hard to protect. And Chaos Knights, once again, just being kind of pathetic, sadly. So, it is what it is. GG, well played. So now we go to Game 3. Yes. Yeah, if I do a DAO 2 stream, it's going to be, like, a little later tonight, like 6:37. And it would be... So YouTube has a thing where they, like, punish you if you do too many streams. Or too many things a day. So like if you put up a video in a stream, or that's fine. Or if you put up 2 videos, it's fine. But if you put up like 2 streams in 1 video, YouTube's going to start thinking you're like spamming low quality like stuff. So we probably would just do just on Twitch and then upload that VOD as like a YouTube video later on. We'll see. But yeah, if that does go down, that would be the game plan. All right. So, what's next? We got the Dowie coming out for Lura. And what's next up? Yeah, Chaos Knights are very weird, very hit and miss. Lizardmen versus Dwarves. Okay, so Red Crested Skinks and Mass. Yeah. Yes, they're coming. Hmm. You're saying the Necrofex Colossus signals CA's commitment to never having naval battles again? Yeah, yeah, because they gave us a land ship and they gave us a Colossus. That's the naval battles at home. We have naval battles. We don't get the fancy ones. We have to have the ones at home. Yeah. Well, YouTube Shorts is a whole different beast. You can post in YouTube Shorts without affecting your regular YouTube rhythm. I just don't do it, but I don't know. The Corn Bulldog Cab is so cool. They're not bad though, Pone. They see play in high level occasionally. Are you talking about the RORs or just like the regular ones? Yeah, I'd be curious to hear what you got cooking there. All right, so Rogue AI and Lura are ready. So it begins. The great white lizard is renowned for the stoicism he displays while simultaneously... I feel like, is that... Okay. Aren't like all Saurus just kind of stoic and like the same? I mean, sure, some are stronger than others, but like... I feel like the reptilian thing, like, do they really have a chance to show their stoicism? Right? Like lore wise, it's just kind of like, yeah, okay, like he's just older and stronger, but is he really more stoic than the average Saurus, or is he just stronger and lasts longer in combat before he gets killed? You know, like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. All right, guys, let's break it down. Take a look here at the skink cohorts. It's going to be 5 of those. This is the... You guys know the reference, the interior crocodile alligator. Oh, I love that one. It's so haggard. That's such a millennial reference. But yeah, this is the interior crocodile alligator build. It is going to be mass Croxagores. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, including 5 Croxagores, regulars and sacreds, and then we got Gorok. And I would imagine a Life Wizard. No, he's going to bring maybe a Skink Oracle out with the healing. It's like how all Space Marines are especially good and brave and ferocious in their codex. I know. Yeah. Seriously. So on top of that, we do have the Minotaurs, or not Minotaurs, but Miners with Blasting Charges for the Dwarves. And we got Iron Drakes and Iron Drakes and Iron Drakes. So the Dwarves are the very combined arms build. You know, Rune Lord. This map might actually favor this dwarf build. Like, if he can funnel the Croxagores into this choke point here and just shoot them with Iron Drakes, it's going to be very, very painful. Gorok slightly built different. Yeah, I don't know. Every single piece of... So Volpera says, every single piece of lore I've read while playing Lizardman campaign is, this guy is stoic as shit. He's also older than everyone else. So he's stronger than most. Yeah, it's just kind of the... I don't know, like, I just, like, the reptilian element, like, the cold-blooded mindset, it just doesn't, like, seem like the stoicism would shine through as much. I mean, although lizardmen do run, they're not willing to just, like, fight to the death like Slayers. They still pack up and run if they're losing. The Kai's lore is literally that he's just old and that's why he's the strongest. Yeah, that makes more sense to me. It's, like, kind of an old, like, seasoned, get stronger as you get older culture type thing. I don't know. He's albino, extra dense. His box are deeper. Yeah, there you go. All right, guys. So, Iron Breakers are moving up. Yes, yes. Iron Drake, Trollhammer Torpedoes will be securing the low ground objectives, whereas the Lizards are going to be securing the high ground. You know, it'd be a really interesting tournament. What if we had, like, mod makers... like, design their own factions from scratch, and then we have competitive, like, multiplayer people, like, price their units that they make, and then they just, like, that would be really interesting. Just, like, completely weird shit, like Minotaurs with, like, handguns. You know, like, just, like, yeah, you give, like, a Minotaur unit, like, a handgun or, like, you know, a mounted cannon on its back, and just, like, I don't know. That you could probably get some weird shit. You know? I don't know. And the Kai uses a Bowflex. Well, of course he does. Chuck Norris used the Bowflex, dude. All right, so the battle is on, and yeah, they're going to be advancing up. We got Miners with Blasting Charges here. Dwarf Warriors going to be securing that with them. And the Lizards are going to have to... Gondola says, I'm making my own custom faction, Super Norska. Yeah, Minotaur handguns would just be Ogre pistols. That's true. An AI slop tournament? God, dude. Oh, man. It's like everything is just AI slop now. It's the future, unfortunately. Like our generation is kind of like... there's still some opposition to like AI taking over, I think, amongst our age bracket, like folks in their like mid-20s, late 30s, but like the younger generations don't care at all about that, from what I've seen. Like, it's just totally normal with like Generation Alpha, and I don't know. It's definitely, the future is going to be like a lot of that. And AI is going to get so good that it's indistinguishable from regular stuff eventually. Like, you're just not going to be able to tell the difference. Yeah, like it's gonna mess up politics. It's gonna mess up it's gonna just be a disaster in many ways. Oh, of course, humanity will adapt, but there's gonna be some growing pains. Oh, big erect Comet of Cassandora. Yes, nice shot right there. Iron Breakers. It's funny, my wife Anna, she always jokes about AI stuff. She's like, you better be nice to the AI chatbots when you like ask them things. So that when they take over, they're nice to you, you know? I'm like, oh, that's pretty funny, you know? Yeah. It's like, be nice to the Google AI and all the other ones when you ask them questions, because they're gonna remember. They're gonna remember if you were mean to them when they take over, when Skynet comes. Yeah, that always makes me laugh when she says that. It's pretty good. All right. So here we go. We got ye old Miners with Blasting Charges and Iron Breakers just sitting. A good old stare down right here. Both players just having a good, the good, the bad, and the ugly stare down there. It's a great scene at the end of the movie. Yeah, it's very fun. I always say please and thank you to AI just to say cover your bases. Yeah. Yeah, AI can definitely be dangerous. I mean, even if we like deviate, we'll get back into commentary when they start fighting heavily, but even like deviating from like just the Skynet jokes, like the amount of like scary shit that's going to happen with like deep fakes and like misinformation is like one of the scariest things about AI. Like what that is going to be capable of doing. Like powerful people can do like the most heinous shit, just awful crap, and like, oh, it was AI. Like, and that's going to be an alibi for people. It's messed up, you know? It's scary. It's really scary. Like, you can't believe any video you see anymore. Friggin' aliens could land, and you would, like, you know, like people aren't going to believe it. It's just the misinformation. It's insane. All right, so we do get the Grim Delvers out, but immediately he didn't call them in quite at the right angle, and the Ripperdactyls are going to get on top of them. And that's really unfortunate for Lura. Getting an expensive gun unit tied down by a high-level anti-infantry monster is really, really nasty. All right, guys, so a bit of a blunder for the Dowie out of the gates. Losing a 900 gold gun unit there is really, really painful. And then we do see Rogue AI getting the Skink Priest of Heavens to tie down the gyrocopters up there as well. All right, so Miners with Blasting Charges coming across. Not going to get there in time to make a difference, and even if they did, it would just be bad. And this is a pretty big throw. 900 gold gone, 800 gold gone, and that's going to be another 450 gold gone right there. That is going to be a lot. AI can't replace all of the Turin dad jokes. Yeah, that's true. It's there. It is there. That's pretty funny, Narcos. Weekend at Bernie's. I don't know why that made me laugh. That was pretty funny. All right, so Blasting Charges are cruising up. Ripperdactyl's going to be hunting these bad boys down. And what do we got cooking over here? Objective 2 and Objective 1 are, yeah, just being sat on by dwarves. And even though the dwarves are having some terrible trades, the lizards are going to have to come for them eventually. This is nice here. The Long Dong Slayer Pirates of Karak Dive Bar are here. So those bad boys, I love that. It's so funny. We've all been to a Karak Dive Bar. I have a really good Karak Dive Bar near where I live. Just like the most grungy dive that you can go to. You can still get like pitchers of beer for like $10. You know, that's like a long forgotten thing, man. Yeah, now you pay like $15 for like a brew, like just like a imported beer at like a, you know, microbrewery or whatever. Yeah, it's pretty wild. Okay, so Long Dong's Slayer Pirates putting the hurt down. And Ripperdactyl's maybe going to be thinking about diving them. But like, this is all fun and games But, yeah, you're going to have to push here, and it looks like that's going to be the plan. Call-in is on, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be the red-crested skink legions. They will hard counter, basically, the dwarf warriors, but the Iron Drakes are going to cook them up pretty good if they're not careful. So we will see. So on the backside, Long Dong Slayer Pirates shooting into the Ripperdactyls. Big old Croxagors are coming in. Gyrocopter is still nearby. That could provide a little bit of fire support. And honestly, Slayer Pirates, with their shooting, are not bad against Croxagor type units. All right, guys, the battle is on, and they are going. Oh, beautiful volleys right there. Cooking up those Lizardmen, man. That's going to be some Lizard shish kebabs there. As the two cohorts basically just get flattened out of the game, which is pretty great. Iron Drake Flamethrowers are hands down one of the coolest units in the game, and they do get a big spit roast right there, and those guys not having a good time. In the meantime, over here, Dwarves doing pretty good. Dwarves are kind of getting back in the game a little bit. Grimdelvers rally. Long Dong Slayer Pirates tarpeting Croxagors while the guns are mowing them down. This objective actually going to be open for the Dwarves to steal, so that's pretty big. And Trollhammer Torpedoes. Last Samuraiing the Skink Priest of Heavens. Beautiful. Yeah, he's going to get absolutely hammered right there. And then the Flamethrowers also going to be cooking up the Ripperdactyls here, guys. So far the Dwarves holding well, but now the interior crocodile alligators are going to be getting in. Chip the Rippa in here, going strong. Sacred Croxy's going to be wheeling about and attacking into the back of these Iron Breakers. Objective number 1 is in flux. The dinos here are going to have a very good time. The red-crested skinks are going to wreck these guys, but the Flamethrowers might be able to turn the dynamic of that fight. Now, over here on the high ground, Dwarves completely dominate in the victory. The Slayer Pirates of Karak Dive Bar are going to be grabbing Objective 3 right now. In the meantime, the Dowie holding firm here. Iron Drakes unleashing on the Croxagors and getting some really cost-effective damage. I mean, this is like a dream situation. 2 Iron Drakes just raw dog shooting into the Croxagors. And a Master Rune of Slowness. Oh, badass, dude. So these Croxagors have 17 speed right now. The dreaded Dwarven rune crafting. Will they get in, though? I don't know. It's a close game still, but Dwarves are kind of pulling ahead a little bit. Their Flamethrowers getting a lot of value. Although the Colden Riders do get a nice engagement right there. Dinosaurs do flip that objective and have the Dwarves triple capped at the moment. The Dwarves are going to be stopping the bleeding by grabbing the high ground objective here. And do also have a bit of resurgence in the middle with Garagrim Iron Fist. He is going to be able to put some pressure on those infantry units. But yeah, the Slayers now pulling up. Slayers will wreck Croxagors pretty good in combat. Although Croxies give it back too, but Slayers will win. They just have the staying power. And yep, here they come. Mohawks out for the Ancestor Gods. They do get in there and start karate chopping all the Croxagors right there. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Dino's still holding on to Objectives 2 and Objectives 1. Maybe going to be leaning into a stuffing strategy. Value trading is very even here. But yeah, the Dwarves do get a safe secure on that high ground point. And now, will the Croxagor backfield pressure be enough? Find out on today's episode of Dragon Ball Z. Cannon being called in, not a terrible choice on this map. It's a very flat, open, low ground here. So the cannon is shooting into the Croxagors. Definitely don't want to be shooting to Kai. That would be a big mistake. Potential win con here for Rogue AI. If he pays attention, he could shut down that cannon with his 2 rallied units. And the Croxagors, like we talked about, had a very bad encounter with the Slayers. They got their axes out and they put some work in there. In the sky, the gyrocopters go crashing and burning. Very epic looking shot there as the Ripperdactyls do take them out of the sky. The Dowies seem to have a pretty nasty amount of units up in the front still, although the Iron Drakes here are about to get cooked out by these Colden Riders. So they're going to be getting it. High ground, yep, Slayers are going to come down from the hills right here. The back, cannons are going to get tar pitted by the skinks, so just like we talked about, if these cannons both get taken offline by one just shithouse like 10% HP skink, that's going to be a disaster for the Dwarves. So the Dwarves need to get like a unit out. Although these skinks are so low, they might just lose to the Dwarven artillery crews. These Dwarves are like, satisfy the grudge. They've wronged us. They're getting in there and fighting off those skinks. That's pretty hilarious. But only Dwarven cannon crews would do that. It's pretty hilarious. Man, good times. Said that like 10 times. All right, so back up in the front, Dwarf Warriors and Slayers trying to fight, but the Lizardmen do have a lot of red-crested skinks there, guys. Dwarves are going to need to saturate some units down from the high ground because the Lizardmen are kind of getting a little bit of value here. Flamethrowers roasting those guys off, and the other Flamethrowers are going to be trying to get the Croxies off. Cannon shooting into the Croxagors, they do get broken. Yeah, look at that. The point-blank cannon defense, the grape shot. Yeah, and now they're going to be turning into the Colden Riders who are going to get roasted by the Flamethrowers. Big cannon down the pipe, and most likely are going to be breaking right now. All right, so let's look at the front. Big old monster mash fight. Slayers, Dwarf Warriors, looking very, very dominant for the Lizards. They have a shit ton of stuff there. But if those 2 cannons are allowed to fire for the next couple minutes. I mean, they could be the difference maker. These croc score numbers could be heavily diminished. So Lura, you know, on the back foot, but certainly not out of this game yet. Slayer Pirates on their way down. Garagrim being a Giga Chad in the fight as well. And he's going to be chopping. He's just kind of standing there. He's admiring his work right now, but he'll be back in combat in a moment. And here comes the cannonball. So now the cannons are going to be shooting in. Croxagore is going to start bleeding and taking a lot of damage from this. Gyrocopter also not bad. But the Rune Lord, you know, is he going to shame the ancestors and run away? I mean, that is a possibility. He might turn and run. Wavering, 5 leadership. He definitely needs some gyrocopter support. Call in the Royal Dowie Air Force, the RD Royal Dowie Air Force. Yeah, RDAF or something like that. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Flamethrowers on Colden Riders again. And yeah, they're going to be eating some steam cannon shots. A lot of value being hemorrhaged back here with these dives, but if he gets the cannon offline, it's probably worth it. The Dowie running out of gas here a little bit. Yes, we do see the Slayer Pirates as well as the Long Dongs Pirates. I think they're still nearby. Grimdelvers have a couple models left trying to get out of combat so they can provide a little bit of Slayer support or fire support. Dwarves almost flipping the objective here, but it looks like the Lizards actually managed to stabilize that as they drag down the last of those units. Garagrim does flip the middle objective, though. So Garagrim Chad able to get it done. Perhaps a game-losing mistake for Rogue AI not keeping enough units to keep the Dwarves from capturing that, because now the Dwarves have exactly what they want. They have the time to value trade, right? Back here, Long Dong Slayer Pirates going to be fighting against Golden Riders. Got to keep them offline here. But Lizards have a lot of capture weight coming in, ladies and gentlemen. Currently looking at the points, Lura is up over 1,000 points. I like this play a lot. Just sending a Lord with 3 capture weight over here to grab that. I think that's going to be quite nice. And what do we got here? Ekron's Miners and Slayer Pirates doing it. Grimdelvers. Look, even in their beleaguered state, the Grimdelvers can put some good work down here on the Bastillodon. Oh, here he goes. Getting the big Ramrod charge right there. This should be the end of the Grimdelvers at the hand of those units. And honestly, Gorok putting in work right now. He's not a lot of value, but he's an anchor piece. He's going to be tough to get rid of, man. Gyrocopters coming in. Dwarves a little bit vulnerable up here. Lizardmen could actually probably call in 2 skinks and just steal that objective for free. And the Dwarves would not be able to react to it super quickly. All right, so where's the Gyrocopter going? Garagrim is going to fulfill his Slayer Oath here, just like his pops. And yeah, the Sacred Croc scores are putting the damage on him. He's only got about 800 HP left, but he's still a Slayer. He's going to fight to the bitter end. Dwarven Tide is moving. Cannon online, shooting through the trees, which is a big misplay. The Dwarven Rune Lord does not get that objective, and it looks like the 2 skinks are going to be coming over there to stabilize that. Low HP Iron Drakes melting things as usual. Yeah, it's what they do. It's a menace. Finishing off Iron Drakes is just so painful. They're so hard to finish off, and they generate such good value even at, like, you know, 10% health. Because, like, that's still 9 of 28 models. That's a lot of firepower, actually. It's a lot of firepower. All right, good games today, man. We've had some really good knockdown, drag-out matches, man. Objective 3 owned by the Dwarves. Objective 2 owned by them as well, but it's going to be a Lizardman territory here soon. The Skink of Heavens looks like he's going to be broken by firepower from the Gyrocopter. And the Rune Lord getting karate chopped by the Cav here is going to be probably the straw that breaks the Dowie's back. I mean, they have crazy good leadership, but that's it's still a big loss. Negative 16 is going to help the Lizards break them quicker. Although Dwarven capture weight is arriving to the middle. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about, though. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, the Ninja on the high ground, the Dwarves are not prepared for this. And I don't think they even have any Vanguard coming out, nothing. So, yeah, big grabs for the Dinos. And the Dinos are going to get a double cap right here as they call in another unit of Feral Cold Ones, which are a hard counter against Dwarven Light Infantry. Beautiful Iron Drake play. I love to see it. Iron Drakes are so freaking fun. Lura getting a nice roast. And old Nakai, how's he looking? Not Nakai, excuse me, Gorok. He's no respect for Gorok here, by the way. Just Nakai is just always picked compared to Gorok. But Gorok, you know, the White Lizard putting it in. Croxagore is moving on down. Miners with blasting charges. Iron Drakes are cruising on up. And the Long Dong Slayer Pirates going to be trying. The Rune Lord does rally. But Dwarves are ahead on points, yes. They are holding on to the 1, but they're going to need to find a way to get another objective. But it looks like they're committing to the top. Dwarf Warriors, that's not going to go well if you just leave some Feral Cold Ones there. Can the Dowie win on just 1? I don't believe so. I don't think they have enough points for that. But it's certainly a cockfight here. Probably rotating over here and trying to get objective 1 with some Iron Drakes would be a better play. I don't know. Long Dong Slayer Pirates putting the firepower down. Flamethrowers roasting up into the sky. Very cool looking shots. Yeah, Total War is really a nice looking game. Yeah, for all of its faults, it does look very nice. Shame we never see Krokar. Yeah, Krokar sees fringe play, but only because of his item, the sniping item. People just bring him for the Hand of the Gods. It's like just a cheese build, basically. Cannon in the back still going, generating about 1,200 value. Dwarven cannons are no joke, just like they are in the Tabletop Tavern game. They're very good. Clever Girls getting in, and that's going to be the end of those Iron Drakes, as the Velociraptors do compromise them. Ripperdactyls and Cav getting on top of those Iron Drakes. Dwarves just don't have the agency to get other objectives, I don't think. Although, man, it's kind of close. Or no, I think, unless I've done math wrong, it's very, very tight. But will Dwarves even be able to hold on to that middle objective? They should be able to, unless they misplay. Getting you guys over there, just sitting on that, it's going to be quite good. Gorok needs to go finish off that Dwarven Runesmith, and it looks like he's going to. Oh, the Lizard. Yes, he boinks the Runesmith, and the Runesmith is probably going to get finished off by Gorok here. And down he goes. All right, so the Runesmith is down for the count. And now the Lizardmen, they have the chance to flip this objective. Oh my god. Oh my god. So the Lizards will win by like 1 point. It's literally going to be like a 2 to 3 point game. The Dwarves have a little bit of time left, but not a whole lot. I really dislike the cannon call in here, unless he didn't have any other choices. I guess it is putting Hurt down on the Feral Cold ones. Dude, it's going to be like a 1 point game. Yeah, it's going to be incredibly tight. All right. So, Miners up on the point there. Slayer Pirates fighting hard. Dwarves, oh, you know, they might have a chance here. Although Croxy's coming in to counter that infantry push is going to be quite good. Rogue AI is also feasting on the reinforcements, and the cannons are just getting shut down right now. The Feral Cold one's about to break here. Gyrocopters maybe could make a play if they have some bombs left and go help the high ground right there. Yeah, I don't know. The Rune Lord is running, but he's not yet off the battlefield, which means the Dwarves haven't suffered the leadership penalty, so that's pretty damn nice. Iron Drakes at 1 HP, being trolls as usual. Slayers called out. Probably calling Slayers on the high ground would have been the play and trying to get that one while holding the middle with everything else. Kind of threatening a little bit of everything right now. Dude, it's so close. This game is going to be so tight. Yeah, the uphill cannon suffering, yeah. He actually unsummons the cannon, realizing that was a mistake. He could just move the cannon in as capture weight, but that's super janky. All right, so the Dwarves are moving here. Dwarf Warriors are coming. I don't know if they're going to have the speed to see if he had called in the Slayer up here. Would he have made it on time? Probably not. Middle objective being held by Dwarves still, but that objective is also in flux. Dude, look at the points. Oh, look at the points. It's so friggin' close. The Dwarf Warrior Giga Chad's fighting over here, but the Colden Rider is going to be shutting that down. And, man, that's so tight. Look at that. Look at that. He's going to get caught at the last second. He doesn't quite get it. GG. Well played, ladies and gentlemen. Victory to the Dinos by like 2 points. Oh, that was so good. That was some peak battling there. That was a perfect one to end the stream on. That's going to be a 2-1 victory for Rogue AI. Great game by Lura. Great game by Rogue AI. Very fun. And now, as always, we'll take a look at the value. Gorok, whatever the hell his name is. He did his thing. The Ripper Dactyl engagements early were pretty clutch. Honestly, the Rippers were the big carry piece. 3,200 here. For the Dwarves, pretty good combined arms value on most things. Like, everything kind of contributed a little bit. Cannons were good, except the high ground one. And, yeah, that was really, really good. All right, guys. So, if you enjoyed today's stream, as always, for all of you homies on YouTube, please do drop a like. It helps keep the old man going. And for you guys on Twitch, consider following if you enjoyed what you saw. And if you're feeling extra ambitious, head on over to YouTube and drop a like as well. All right, that's going to be it. Take care of yourselves. I appreciate you all. We'll be back with some more streams this week. I don't know what, I don't know when, but we're kind of we Wild West it. There's going to be some fun shit. It's going to be good. See you around, guys. GG well played. Adios. And that's it for tonight. Thanks again, everybody. Cheers.